Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 174 Petrification. Pain. Lin Feng had almost never felt such intense pain before. Even his consciousness was gradually blurring. It was as if he had transformed into a massive pangolin beast demon, roaring in the wilderness. The genes of demons were far stronger than the 4 types of dire beast genes that Lin Feng had fused in the past. Hence, as Lin Feng fused, he felt as if a pangolin beast demon had been forcefully stuffed into his body. The intense pain was indescribable. In fact, Lin Feng's entire body was covered in blood. His skin split apart and rapidly recovered. His blood vessels ruptured, and instantly recovered as well. His cells divided on and on without stopping. Lin Feng could clearly feel the insane increment to his strength, and it was increasing at a very fast rate. Whether it was his strength or even physique, all aspects of his body were improving. This was the benefit of fusing dire beast genes. One's physique could obtain a huge improvement in a very short period of time. Even the speed of the slow metamorphosis his body was undergoing after breaking the genetic lock suddenly increased. In a very short period of time, his body would probably complete metamorphosing. Lin Feng sensed the hunger in his body. He was very hungry now, and felt like he could eat a horse. Lin Feng understood that be it the metamorphosis of his body or the fusion of the pangolin beast demon genes, a large amount of energy was needed to convert the various nutrients his body needed. Fortunately, Lin Feng carried nutrient solutions with him at all times. This was almost a habit that Lin Feng had developed. It was to prepare for fusing dire beast genes suddenly and prevent nutritional deficiencies in such cases. Lin Feng immediately took out 5 bottles of high-grade nutrient solutions. Each bottle was expensive and contained a large amount of nutrients. Lin Feng tipped them all into his mouth. Splash. Originally, the nutrient solution needed to be injected in order to be absorbed as quickly as possible and not result in waste. However, with Lin Feng's current physique, how could they be injected? The needle might not even be able to pierce through Lin Feng's skin. Hence, he could only drink them. Fortunately, Lin Feng's digestive system was also very efficient, and almost did not waste any nutrients. A large amount of nutrients was absorbed into his bloodstream, and as his blood continued to surge, it was quickly transferred to all the muscles and bones in his body. Lin Feng no longer felt hungry, and his physical condition gradually stabilized. About 3 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He clenched his hands gently and felt that there was a power in his body that far exceeded that from before. With a light wave of his hand, he could even make explosive sounds with the force. Armor. With a thought from Lin Feng, the armor immediately covered his entire body. At this moment, he had a very strange feeling. It was as if he could do something with the armor instinctively. Buzz. With a thought from Lin Feng, a layer of gray light gradually appeared on his armor. Before covering it, crack, crack, the originally soft and tough cuticle armor actually seemed to be covered in a hard shell under the gray light. This feeling gave Lin Feng a sense of déjà vu. He gently touched the gray shell with his hand, and an idea flashed through his mind. The petrification ability of the pangolin beast. Lin Feng remembered. This was clearly the petrification ability of the pangolin beasts. Once the pangolin beasts used petrification, their defense could increase by several times, making them very difficult to deal with. Previously, Lin Feng had been a little hesitant. He did not know if fusing the genes of demons would allow him to obtain innate abilities. After all, when he fused the genes of dire beasts previously, he had not obtained any innate abilities. He had only obtained them after breaking his genetic lock and also the genetic locks of the dire beasts. As for demons, their genetic locks were broken at birth. Could Lin Feng obtain innate abilities by fusing the genes of demons? Lin Feng did not know. But now, looking at the gray shell on his armor, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He had obtained an innate ability. The genes of the pangolin beast demon had given him the innate ability of petrification. With this petrified shell, Lin Feng's defense had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. This was a pleasant surprise. If he encountered the giant pangolin beast again, with such powerful defense, it might be possible for him to do better than not even holding up to a single strike. There's also strength. The genes of the pangolin beast demons are truly powerful. Originally, I only had 380 tons of strength. Even if I complete my metamorphosis, I would only have about 420 tons of strength. But now, my strength has reached almost 600 tons. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He had never felt such powerful strength. Easily attaining 600 tons of strength with raw physical strength was unheard of. Hence, he immediately checked the other various data on his body. Physique 825, Strength 731, 46, Agility 234, 65 Skills Wild Bovine's Might Mastered. Comprehended Wild Bovine's True Intent. Non-upper body tempering level 4. Mastered. Condensed 4 Spiral Forces. Lightning Arc Blade Technique Mastered. Innate Skills Defensive Armor. Sharp Horn. Undying Characteristic. Strength Enhancement. Petrification. Astral Power Cultivation Technique Astral Swirl. Astra Devourer. Astral Martial Arts Void Bubble. N. Genetic Fusion Wild Bovine Genes. Unicorn Genes. Proboscis Beast Genes. Screwworm Genes. Pangolin Beast Demon Genes. Genetic Capacity 96. Double. Lin Feng's physique and strength data almost doubled, and his agility also increased by a large margin. However, these data were actually no longer of much use to Lin Feng. He usually did not even look at such data. The further one's various physical attributes progressed, the faster they would actually improve. They could not be judged by common sense. Apart from the various data, Lin Feng's innate abilities indeed had a new inclusion of petrification. The fused genes also had a new inclusion of pangolin beast demon genes. At this moment, his genetic capacity had reached 96. In other words, Lin Feng could only fuse with the genes of one pangolin beast demon. It was completely impossible for him to fuse with the genes of the terrestrial ant demon too. This was unless Lin Feng could undergo a second life transition. That way, his genetic capacity would increase, and he would be able to fuse more dire beast genes. At this moment, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the metamorphosis of his body had already ended. It must have been affected by the genetic fusion. Originally, it might have taken a few months for the metamorphosis to end. He did not expect it to end so quickly. However, this was a good thing. After Lin Feng's metamorphosis, his various physical attributes had improved. In addition, after fusing the pangolin beast genes, his physique had improved in all aspects, be it his strength or defense. They had all improved tremendously. At this moment, just his 600 tons of strength had exceeded the strength obtainable to a first-level metamorphic realm martial artist, who's unleashing all their astral power. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered something even more surprising. As his physique improved, Lin Feng's astral power limit actually loosened slightly. This practically confirmed Lin Feng's bold hypothesis from before. Chapter 175 Breaking the Limit Again. Lin Feng had long broken the astral power limit. He was only at the second level of metamorphic realm, yet he already had more than 5 strands of astral power. How fearsome was this? Why could he break the astral power limit when other martial artists could not? Lin Feng had always had a hypothesis in the past, but it had not been verified for a long time. He felt that the reason he could break the astral power limit was that his physique far exceeded that of other martial artists. The stronger his physique, the more he could break the astral power limit. In fact, there might even be no limit to astral power at all. As long as his physique continued to strengthen, it could accommodate more astral power. However, this bold hypothesis had never been verified. But now, with the completion of the metamorphosis of Lin Feng's body in advance, and the fusion of the genes of the pangolin beast demon, His physique had skyrocketed in a short period of time. At this moment, his astral power limit loosened again. Was this still not proof enough at least? This directly confirmed that there was some basis to Lin Feng's bold hypothesis from before. The stronger a martial artist's physique was, the more they could break the astral power limit. Originally, Lin Feng had 430 strands of astral power in his body. This was Lin Feng's previous limit. But now, as Lin Feng fused the genes of the pangolin beast demon, his physique improved by leaps and bounds again, and his limit somehow loosened slightly. With a thought, Lin Feng immediately circulated the Astral Devour technique. Buzz! A large amount of star power poured down, and the astral power actually condensed in Lin Feng's body again, almost without any resistance. A new trace of astral power was condensed. There were 431 strands of astral power. Don't underestimate this one trace of astral power. This meant that Lin Feng's hypothesis was completely correct. It meant that Lin Feng had once again broken the astral power limit. But this was not the end. It was just the beginning. Lin Feng's Astral Devour technique was extremely domineering. The stronger his body was, the more astral power he could absorb. In the past, Lin Feng's physique could only withstand condensing 120 strands of astral power every day, and he would also suffer damage. If he relaxed a little, he could also condense about 100 strands of astral power every day. Now, Lin Feng felt that his body was like a balloon. Although his physique had almost doubled, that was not just an additive effect. A large amount of star power passed through the layers of obstructions and arrived to Lin Feng underground. Lin Feng was like a bottomless pit, devouring a large amount of star power in a frenzy. 1 strand, 10 strands, 50 strands, 100 strands. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had condensed 100 strands of astral power. Only 2 hours had passed. Lin Feng had only used 2 hours to condense 100 strands of astral power. This was unbelievable. It was comparable to the amount of astral power Lin Feng could condense in a day before the improvement to his physique. Even though Lin Feng's body seemed to have reached its limit, and the star power was even destroying his body, Lin Feng did not have much time. Every additional trace of astral power he could add now meant an improved chance of survival. Hence, Lin Feng was doing his best to condense astral power now. At this rate, it would not be a problem for Lin Feng to condense 200 strands of astral power in a day. Although he would suffer some damage, his undying characteristic would allow him to recover. If he did not want to damage his body, he could slow down a little, and would have no problem condensing 100 strands of astral power a day. However, what Lin Feng lacked the most now was time. He had promised Mo Lei that he would return to the North Mountain Base in 3 days. Hence, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Lin Feng had already condensed 400 strands of astral power in his body. In addition to the previous 430 strands, he had about 830 strands of astral power. Lin Feng spent 2 days condensing astral power in a frenzy. Now, his speed gradually slowed down. After more than 3 hours, when the astral power in Lin Feng's body had just reached 8 strands, the condensation of astral power almost stopped. Finally, Lin Feng stopped circulating the Astral Devour technique, and the astral power in his body reached 8,006 strands. This was Lin Feng's new limit. 8,006 strands of astral power was almost comparable to a peak 3rd level metamorphic realm martial artist. After all, even a peak 3rd level metamorphic realm martial artist only had 999 strands of astral power. With such a huge amount of astral power, if he used the void bubble to condense the maximized astral bubble that Lin Feng could currently control, he could also condense 2 astral bubbles. Unfortunately, Lin Feng could only condense an astral bubble of 4 strands of astral power. If his mental power were a little stronger, How formidable would an astral bubble condensed from 8 strands of astral power be? It might even be able to severely injure or even kill that pangolin beast demon general. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng was not sure if the astral bubble condensed from 4 strands of astral power was effective against that pangolin beast demon general. However, no matter what, there were only 10 hours left until the 3 days that Lin Feng and Mo Lei had agreed on were up. Whether he chose to leave or to continue searching for the matrix of the genetic fusion device, Lin Feng had to face that giant pangolin beast again. I hope the void bubble works. Lin Feng took a deep breath, then stood up and left the cave through the direction of the genetic fusion device. Although there were countless forks underground, with the direction indicated by the genetic fusion device, Lin Feng did not have to be afraid of getting lost at all. He would definitely be able to find the huge cave from before. As expected, 2 hours later, Lin Feng successively saw signs of active pangolin beasts in the tunnel. Lin Feng kept weaving through the forks and avoiding the pangolin beasts. He did not want to waste time on these pangolin beasts. With the direction indicated by the genetic fusion device, he was even more familiar with the passages here than those pangolin beasts. However, the closer he got to the cave, the more pangolin beasts there were. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to encounter these pangolin beasts. These were just ordinary pangolin beasts. Lin Feng had no difficulty dealing with them at all. He did not want to waste time, so he simply wrapped a layer of armor around himself before using his petrification talent. Boom! Lin Feng charged forward like a cannonball, ignoring the number of pangolin beasts in front of him. Countless collisions occurred, and there were even a few pangolin beast demons among them. However, with Lin Feng's armor and the innate ability of petrification, his defense was simply too strong. He was even more savage than the pangolin beast demons. With a wild charge, all the pangolin beasts were either sent flying or blasted apart. It did not take long for Lin Feng to charge into the cave. The giant pangolin beast was still in the cave. The moment Lin Feng broke into the cave, he saw the bloodthirsty gaze of the giant pangolin beast. Grr. The giant pangolin beast seemed extremely displeased. It was this human martial artist again. It clearly remembered that this human martial artist was the one who had ruined its plans 2 days ago. He was actually here again today. The giant pangolin beast could not tolerate this. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he had 2 choices. He could either fight the giant pangolin beast head-on, take the opportunity to leave the cave, and return to the surface, or he could pass through the giant pangolin beast and enter the metal gate to search for the matrix of the genetic fusion device. However, whether it was escaping or entering the metal gate, he had to at least deal with this giant pangolin beast first. Void bubble. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng reached out and waved his hand. A huge bubble appeared in the void, mesmerizing and emitting a dream-like aura. Chapter 176 Sculpture. Chapter 176 Sculpture. In front of Lin Feng floated a beautiful void bubble. It was huge, with a diameter of over 15 meters. Although the smaller the diameter of the astral bubble, the more powerful it was. The astral bubble Lin Feng had condensed contained a total of 4 strands of astral power. Moreover, if the bubble was not big enough, how could it envelop the massive pangolin beast demon? The astral bubble with a diameter of 15 meters could barely envelop the giant pangolin beast that was about 13 meters long. The mesmerizing astral bubble enveloped the huge pangolin beast in the blink of an eye. The giant pangolin beast was actually stunned and did not resist at all. Success! Lin Feng was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he charged out like lightning and shouted in a low voice, "Collapse!" Buzz! The beautiful astral bubble suddenly began to collapse rapidly. How powerful was a void bubble condensed from more than 4 strands of astral power? In the past, Lin Feng had only tried it himself. He was confident that even a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist would be doomed if they were enveloped by the astral bubble. However, Lin Feng was not confident in killing a demon general comparable to a divine realm martial artist. No matter how strong the astral bubble was, it was not strong enough to kill a demon general above its level. Snap. The bubble suddenly shattered. Lin Feng had barely exceeded half a body's length of the giant pangolin beast. When the bubble shattered, it did not collapse and shatter, but was forcefully shattered by a powerful force. Grr. The giant pangolin beast seemed to be very angry. In that instant, it had felt a sliver of threat. Even though it was only a sliver, it had truly felt threatened. If this bubble was any stronger, would it be injured, or even die? The giant pangolin beast was furious. It saw Lin Feng at the side, who was about to overtake it and enter the mysterious metal door. Its thick tail lashed towards Lin Feng like a whip. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He had almost succeeded. He had almost never failed when using the void bubble. And this was the first time he failed. This meant that the void bubble was not omnipotent. It also had its limits. At the very least, it was helpless against demon generals. Perhaps if he had more astral power, he could pose a threat to demon generals. But now, Lin Feng could only infuse 4 strands of astral power into the astral bubble. Hold out. Lin Feng felt the wind whistling behind him. A sense of danger arose in his heart. It was another strike from the giant pangolin beast. He knew that he had to withstand this strike no matter what. Otherwise, he would be in a very poor state like last time, or even in more danger than the last time. Defensive armor, petrification, the remaining 4 strands of astral power. Lin Feng was fully prepared. He had to withstand this strike no matter what. Bang! The giant pangolin beast's tail lashed out fiercely. How terrifying was its strength! Lin Feng's petrification ability was indeed very strong, but he still could not withstand this strike. The petrifying light immediately disappeared, and cracks appeared on the defensive armor. However, Lin Feng's petrifying ability and defensive armor still resisted at least half of the giant pangolin beast's strength. Although the remaining half of its strength was still terrifying, Lin Feng still had more than 4 strands of astral power. The remaining half of the giant pangolin beast's strength was still overwhelming and unstoppable. Lin Feng's 4 strands of astral power were depleted almost instantly, but he resisted at least 80 of the impact. Even so, the remaining power was still very horrific when used on Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physique was also incomparably strong. Hence, he was only sent flying by a tail strike. The bones in his entire body were slightly broken, but he was not dead. Moreover, the undying characteristic was also rapidly healing Lin Feng's injuries. Compared to his miserable state last time, he had an additional petrification ability this time, and his physique had improved by a lot. He also had a large amount of astral power. Hence, Lin Feng would not be killed by the giant pangolin beast with one strike. I really held out. Lin Feng was very excited. Although he was severely injured, he did not lose any limbs. With the powerful regenerative ability of the undying characteristic, this minor injury was nothing. He was sent flying by the giant pangolin beast's tail and landed heavily on the ground, but he got closer to the metal door. The giant pangolin beast roared and continued to charge at Lin Feng. At this moment, the injuries in Lin Feng's body had already recovered by a lot. At least he could manage to move now. Go! Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He suddenly stood up and moved back, quickly retreating to the metal door. He realized that it was pitch black inside. What's inside could not be seen clearly, and it emitted a mysterious aura. However, at this point, Lin Feng had no choice. Moreover, the genetic fusion device on his arm seemed to be shaking even more violently. He gritted his teeth. Without hesitating any more, he immediately darted through the metal gate. The giant pangolin beast threw its head back and roared. It appeared furious as it roared outside the metal gate. However, it did not follow him inside immediately, as if it was hesitating about something. It doesn't dare to follow me inside. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had entered the metal gate, he could still vaguely see the giant pangolin beast outside the gate. It was pacing back and forth, looking very irritable. It seemed to want to come in very much, but also seemed to be afraid of something. Finally, the giant pangolin beast seemed to have made up its mind. It stared coldly at Lin Feng, and its massive body rapidly shrank. It can actually shrink. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Originally, the metal gate was not too big. Considering the size of the giant pangolin beast, it might not be able to squeeze in. However, now that the giant pangolin beast's body was obviously smaller, entering the metal gate was very easy. Seeing the giant pangolin beast shrink in size, Lin Feng naturally knew that it wanted to come in. Hence, he did not hesitate at all and continued to run towards the back. This was no joke. If the giant pangolin beast caught up to him, he would almost certainly die after all. Lin Feng had exhausted all the astral power in his body. How could he resist the powerful giant pangolin beast? Whoosh! Lin Feng was extremely fast, but the giant pangolin beast was not slow either. It seemed to have homed in on Lin Feng and stared intently at him. Once it passed through the gate, it returned to its original size and chased after Lin Feng. Behind the mysterious metal gate was a spacious area that stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings seemed cold, and there was some fog. Moreover, it was very dark. Normally, Lin Feng would definitely not dare to barge in recklessly. However, there was a violent giant pangolin beast following behind him now. If he did not run, only death awaited him. Hence, he could only flee forward in a frenzy. As they chased and fled, the genetic fusion device on Lin Feng's arm had emitted a red glow sometime. It was especially eye-catching in the dark environment. Suddenly, the genetic fusion device on Lin Feng's arm glowed bright red. It actually left Lin Feng's arm and floated in the air. A beam of red light shot out abruptly. Hey, what's that? Following the red light of the genetic fusion device, Lin Feng actually discovered a black sculpture. It looked like a bronze sculpture, and appeared very abrupt here. Chapter 177 Spaceship. Chapter 177 Spaceship. Bronze sculpture. Lin Feng walked over and realized that the sculpture was not very big. It looked a little like a bronze sculpture, but the material was more like an unknown metal. It was very strange. What was this place? Why was there a sculpture? Moreover, the red light of the genetic fusion device shone on the sculpture. Could this statue be the matrix of the genetic fusion device? Just as Lin Feng was about to study the sculpture carefully, the giant pangolin beast behind caught up again. Rumble! The giant pangolin beast was extremely huge. Every step it took was very heavy. However, the strange thing was that when the giant pangolin beast stepped on the ground, it did not give off a very solid feeling. Instead, there was a faint sound of metal colliding. The ground isn't earth, but metal. Only then did Lin Feng realize that there was only a thick layer of dust and soil on the ground. However, in reality, there was pitch black metal below, connecting it to the mysterious metal gate. Could this be a mysterious underground bunker? However, he had never heard of any underground bunkers in this area. The South Mountain City was basically newly built and was a place humans had only expanded to in the past few decades. In the past, there were no traces of human activity in this area. However, Lin Feng did not have time to consider these things, because the giant pangolin beast was already approaching step by step. Its gaze was fixed on Lin Feng. Its massive body was like a small mountain, emitting a suffocating aura. For the current Lin Feng, he had no chance of winning against a demon general. Even if his astral power broke through the limit again, even if he fused the fifth dire beast gene, it would be useless. There was a qualitative difference between the two parties. This gap was almost impossible to make up for, especially now that Lin Feng no longer had any astral power in his body. He would be in an even more dangerous situation. Lin Feng turned behind the statue. He also looked at the genetic fusion device in the void. His surroundings were also pitch black. Although Lin Feng could see, It was still inconvenient. Moreover, there were almost no tunnels around him. It was pitch black. He was already forced into a hopeless situation. Buzz! Suddenly, the genetic fusion device suspended in the air glowed red. Immediately after, slight cracks appeared on the statue. The cracks appeared one after another, as if a layer of shell was rapidly peeling off. Lin Feng hurriedly took a few steps back. As the shell of the statue peeled off, the statue finally transformed into a humanoid creature. The reason it was called a humanoid creature was that its body was pitch black and suffused with a metallic glow. Its eyes were also like electronic eyes, looking very strange. Robot. Lin Feng immediately thought of robots. In the present, human society had also developed robots, but they were still unable to fight. They could only handle some simple matters. Swoosh! The robot extended its hand and waved. The genetic fusion device in the air flew into its hand. Immediately after, the robot's eyes opened. As if scanning, it glanced at Lin Feng and the giant pangolin beast. A primitive lesser lifeform dares to barge in here. Where is the guardian? So the guardian was actually killed by this ignorant lesser lifeform. Let me see. How long have I been asleep? Why did the guardian become so weak? Would I have been asleep for so many years again? No wonder the guardian was so weak. So he was actually the descendant of the guardian. It is just as well. Since you killed the descendant of the guardian, you will be the guardian for the time being. The robot seemed to be talking to itself. But the giant pangolin beast seemed to be very frightened. It kept growling. But it did not dare to take a step closer to the robot. Beep! A red light shot out from the robot's hand and instantly enveloped the giant pangolin beast. Originally, the giant pangolin beast was still struggling and resisting with all its might. However, gradually, as time passed, the giant pangolin beast enveloped in the red light slowly quietened down. Then, it simply lay down, its gaze giving off a meek look. Lin Feng was shocked to see the scene. The robot could actually control this giant pangolin beast. One had to know that it was a pangolin beast demon general, comparable to a divine realm martial artist. But now, such a powerful demon general was controlled by a robot in the blink of an eye. It was as docile as a domestic pet. It was just too incredible. All right, go out and guard the gate. Tell your subordinates to leave this place. With a wave of the robot's hand, the pangolin beast demon general immediately retreated. It even summoned the many pangolin beasts it had sent into the gate previously and left, before guarding the gate respectfully. This scene shocked Lin Feng greatly. The robot turned around. In the dark night, a pair of red eyes stared intently at Lin Feng. At last, someone is here to wake me. Wake you. It is this genetic fusion device. You obtained it and were able to come here to wake me. I have waited too long. What do you mean the genetic fusion device is yours? Who exactly are you? Lin Feng realized that the language used by this robot was actually the language of humans. And it was very standard. If one ignored the appearance of this robot and claimed that the other party was human, Lin Feng would not have any doubts. Do not rush. Since you woke me, I will tell you everything. I have been asleep for too long. And this place is terrible. It is unbearable. With that said, the robot's body glowed red. Immediately after, the ground seemed to shake. At the same time, beams of light suddenly appeared, dispersing the darkness and revealing the original appearance of this place. Only then did Lin Feng realize that this was an empty hall. There were many light tubes on the walls in the hall. These lights were emitted from the light tubes, illuminating the entire hall. At the same time, small cabins appeared in the walls of the hall. Small robots walked out of them. They were only about a meter tall, but were abnormally agile. They began to pick up various tools to sweep the ground. Lin Feng was very cautious. He kept staring at the red-eyed robot. For some reason, he felt that this red-eyed robot was just like a human, and not like those so-called intelligent robots at all. Soon, the hardworking small robots cleaned up the entire hall. Only then did Lin Feng see clearly that this was not an underground bunker, but a spaceship, a massive spaceship he had never seen before. The clean spaceship looked very glamorous. The hull was almost spotless. Under the light, there was a faint air of magnificence and science fiction. Lin Feng had also seen human spaceships before, but they were far inferior to this spaceship in front of him. Be it those small cleaning robots or this mysterious red-eyed robot, none of them were things that the current technology of human society could achieve. What are you? Why is this spaceship underground? Lin Feng could not help but ask the red-eyed robot again. Chapter 178 Longbitham. Chapter 178 Longbitham. The red-eyed robot asked Lin Feng to sit down. Then, the red light in its eyes kept flickering, as if it was thinking about something. First, let me see. Civilizations has occurred now. The red-eyed robot waved its hand, and Lin Feng's communicator flew out of thin air and landed in the red-eyed robot's hand. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but did not say anything. This red-eyed robot was too terrifying. Although it did not look as massive or oppressive as the giant pangolin beast, it could easily control the giant pangolin beast. This was no ordinary method. Hence, Lin Feng would not attack unless it was absolutely necessary. The red-eyed robot enveloped the communicator with a red light, which flickered continuously. About a minute later, the red-eyed robot returned the communicator to Lin Feng. I have found it. This is actually the 9th civilization, and 9 powerful life forms with 4 life transitions have been born. Right. You call them sages? Lin Feng was shocked. Could the red-eyed robot have used his communicator to enter the network just now? The network of human society was very strict. Only the person themselves could log in. Even if other people took the communicator, they would not be able to connect to the network at all. However, thinking about how the red-eyed robot was very mysterious to begin with, and could even control a demon general comparable to a divine realm martial artist, cracking the online password did not seem like a big deal. What do you mean by the 9th civilization? Lin Feng felt that this red-eyed robot had no ill will towards him, so he tried asking. This time, the red-eyed robot replied directly. The 9th civilization, as the name implies, is naturally the 9th time civilization developed on this planet. Your current civilization is the 9th civilization. Could there be another 8 civilizations before this? Of course there were 8 more civilizations before you. Do you not know? Yes. I understand now. Your current level of civilization is too low, so you naturally cannot come into contact with things at too high a level. The upper echelons of your current civilization already know about the former civilizations. For example, numerous of your 9 sages obtained some benefits from the ancient civilizations. Lin Feng was shocked. The upper echelons of humanity actually knew about the so-called ancient civilizations. Your current civilization is not bad. Powerful life forms with 4 life transitions have actually appeared. However, they are too weak. The cultivation system is also too crude. The red-eyed robot shook its head, appearing very disappointed. Who exactly are you? Did you put my genetic fusion device in Central Sea University? Lin Feng asked again. I am the great mechanical life form. Longbitham. I released many genetic fusion devices before I went into slumber. You were very lucky to have obtained the genetic fusion device and found this place. You meet the first requirement of Great Master screening. Mechanical life form, like artificial intelligence also. Who is the Great Master you mentioned? Lin Feng felt that this red-eyed robot might contain a huge secret. The red-eyed robot said coldly, I am a great mechanical life form, a true life form. Do not compare your foolish programs with me. You have many questions to ask. Let me briefly explain my origins and the great mission I have undertaken. You will understand after listening. For some reason, although the red-eyed robot was expressionless, Lin Feng could sense that it seemed to be very angry. It seemed to disdain comparing itself to the artificial intelligence that Lin Feng knew of. About 8 billion years ago, the Great Master Lord Bamand sent tens of thousands of spaceships to various parts of the universe in search of a disciple Lord Bamand was satisfied with. I was chosen by Lord Bamand and flew into the depths of the universe in this spaceship. I drifted slowly for 30 million years, but could not find a planet with life that satisfied me. In the end, the energy ran out, and the spaceship drifted to your planet. Your planet is very strange. It is protected by a powerful protective layer. You call it the canopy. It is very difficult to enter your planet from the outside. Some powerful entity must have set up this canopy because they wanted to protect you. I only barely managed to enter your planet after exhausting all the power master left on the spaceship. Unfortunately, as my energy was exhausted, the spaceship fell to the ground. I also entered a slumber due to losing my energy. Later, when I woke up, the spaceship had already been buried underground. I came with Master's mission to choose outstanding disciples for Master. When I return one day, I will receive Master's favor and become a superior mechanical life form. It is a shame that although many of the genetic fusion devices I placed have been obtained by others before, none of them could attain 4 life transitions in the end. They were not even qualified to receive the legacy. I kept waiting and kept placing genetic fusion devices, hoping that one day, someone would attain 4 life transitions, and follow the instructions of the genetic fusion device to come here to receive the legacy. This wait lasted for more than 3 billion years, but no one has ever found this place. You are very lucky, although you only had 1 life transition. You took the initiative to find this place. Although you cannot receive Master's true legacy, I will still give you a chance. If you can seize the opportunity and attain 4 life transitions someday, you can come here to accept Master's true legacy. At this point, Longbottom stopped and carefully observed Lin Feng's expression. At this moment, Lin Feng was very shocked and a little confused. It turned out that there were really other lives in the cosmos, and they were very powerful. Just looking at Longbottom and this huge spaceship was enough to tell. And this spaceship had actually existed for more than 3 billion years. This was incredible. In fact, all of this was somewhat absurd. His genetic fusion device was actually one of the countless tiny gadgets that Longbottom had placed. If he had not found this place by chance, he would probably be like some other martial artists who had obtained genetic fusion devices before. Without 4 life transitions, they would never be able to find this place. And they would never know the secret of the genetic fusion device. Others have obtained the genetic fusion device too. Of course. And many people had obtained it in the past. In particular, in the 3rd civilization, the 4th civilization, the 5th civilization, and so on, there were people who had obtained it. They even held high positions in their civilizations and had many privileges. Unfortunately, none of them could undergo 4 life transitions, and were not qualified to accept the legacy of the Great Master. Does that mean that even after obtaining the genetic fusion device, it will still be very difficult to undergo 4 life transitions? It is very difficult. The genetic fusion device is only an aid. Life transitions depend on oneself. Lin Feng felt a little disappointed. He had always felt that with the genetic fusion device, he could quickly break the genetic lock and achieve 2 life transitions, 3 life transitions, and even 4 life transitions. Only now did he understand that the genetic fusion device was not as miraculous as he had imagined. Chapter 179 Universal Civilizations. Chapter 179 Universal Civilizations. Fortunate one, do not be discouraged. Although the genetic fusion device cannot help you with your life transition, you were fortunate to have come here. I will give you some opportunities. Opportunities? What opportunities? Certain things that Master allowed you to obtain. Of course, things that lesser life forms like you dream of obtaining. Lin Feng frowned. His mind was in a mess, so he wanted to organize his thoughts. To put it simply, this Longbottom had only come under orders. It had drifted in the universe for a long time before landing on this planet. After more than 3 billion years had passed, it still had not found a suitable candidate. Right now, Lin Feng was very lucky to have found this spaceship. It seemed like he could obtain some kind of gift from Longbottom. What was this luck? Wait a minute. What is this lesser life form you mentioned? When Lin Feng heard this Longbottom's repeated mentions of lesser life form, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was an inhuman expert who had undergone 1 life transition. How could he be a so-called lesser life form? Moreover, he did not feel that this robot called Longbitham could be that high level. Longbitham curled its mouth and said, "Low-level life forms are life forms that live on planets and lack the ability to enter the universe. To be precise, all life forms that have not attained 6 life transitions are lesser life forms." 6 life transitions. Lin Feng was very surprised. Currently, even the sages had only undergone 4 life transitions. Whether the 5th life transition existed at all was still under discussion. However, according to Longbitham, all lifeforms under 6 life transitions were lesser lifeforms. This meant that even the 9 sages were lesser lifeforms. How was this possible? That is right. Those who have not attained 6 life transitions are all lesser lifeforms. There are only 2 kinds of life in the universe. One is lesser life forms, and the other is superior life forms, otherwise known as cosmic life forms. Only after 6 life transitions and reaching the level of planetary life form can one be considered a cosmic life form, or an superior life form. Longbitham said proudly. "Are you actually a superior life form?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Longbitham shook its head and said somewhat dejectedly, "I'm not a superior life form. The civilization I am from is a technological civilization, and I am one of the best among technological civilizations. I belong to a mechanical civilization. Our mechanical civilization takes the path of a technological civilization, which is different from a cultivation civilization. Are technological civilizations very powerful? How are they compared to cultivation civilizations?" Lin Feng's interest was immediately piqued. Actually, there was also a debate in human society about which was better between martial artists and technology. Some people advocated vigorously developing a technological civilization. Everyone could personally experience the conveniences brought by a technological civilization. For example, airships, various means of transportation, networks, and so on all came from technology. As for martial artists, apart from dealing with those dire beasts, what else were they good for? These debates had always existed, if not for the fact that those dire beasts were not afraid of most of the technological weapons in human society. Humans would probably have chosen technology over martial arts long ago. Then, martial artists would be far out of the picture. Lin Feng was a martial artist, so he had naturally heard of such debates. Now that he had encountered Longbitham, he was interested in seeing which was more powerful in the universe, the technological civilization or the cultivation civilization. Longbitham pondered for a moment before saying, "They are not comparable. There are many civilizations in the vast universe, but they are generally divided into cultivation and technological civilizations. In elementary civilizations, technological civilizations have the advantage. However, once lifeforms reach the planetary level, cultivation civilizations will gradually gain the advantage. However, overall, technological civilizations are comparable to cultivation civilizations in the early stages. For example, the mechanical civilization I am from can easily kill planetary life forms. Technological civilizations more advanced than ours also have weapons that can kill galactic level life forms, which are stronger than planetary life forms. However, it is possible for a cultivation civilization to give birth to a universal evil life form, which is not attainable for a technological civilization. Perhaps it is, but at least I have never heard of a technological civilization that is comparable to a universal evil life form. Therefore, cultivation civilization and technological civilization basically coexist in advanced civilizations of the universe. Or they mainly focus on cultivation civilizations and have technological civilization as a supplement. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, coexistence between cultivation civilization and technological civilization was the most appropriate. Just like now, martial artists and technological development did not conflict, but promoted each other and progressed together. The technological boom also greatly improved the strength of martial artists, and even gave birth to sages with 4 life transitions. Similarly, if martial artists were powerful, they could also allow some researchers to study them and obtain huge technological developments. These two could complement each other, and there did not have to be just one. What are the planetary life forms, galactic life forms, and so on you mentioned? Longbitham did not get impatient. It knew that Lin Feng was a native within a planet and was very unfamiliar with the cultivation system of the universe. So it explained in detail. This is the cultivation system classified by the current cultivation civilizations in the universe. It starts with lesser life forms within the planet, from the first life transition to the fifth life transition. These are all lesser life forms. Above lesser life forms are planetary life forms. They are also divided into basic planetary life forms, intermediate planetary life forms, and advanced planetary life forms. Above planetary level life forms are galactic level life forms. They are also divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. Above galactic level life forms are the great universal life forms. Every universal life form is a hegemon of a universe. Often, only one universal life form can be born in a universe. There are very few that can give birth to two or three. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Are there other universes? In Lin Feng's opinion, a universe was already vast and nigh infinite. With the current power of human technology, they could only observe some galaxies. To the massive universe, a galaxy was just a drop in the ocean and completely insignificant. I once heard Master mention that the universe we belong to is called the Bartman universe. It's named after a great universal life form. There are many other universes outside our Bartman universe. It is useless for you to know these now. You are just a lesser life form that cannot even leave a planet. Lin Feng fell silent. That's right. His horizons had been greatly broadened today. If Longbitham was not lying, the vast cosmos was actually such a wonderful and varied place. He even hoped that he could one day travel through the vast cosmos. Unfortunately, according to Longbitham, he was only a lesser life form now, and low level even among lesser life forms, classified at the bottom of lesser life forms. By the way, what else can you give me apart from the genetic fusion device? Lin Feng was also curious. No matter what, Longbitham's offer should not be too bad. Although he was a lesser life form at the lowest level now, he yearned for the universe. One day, he would also be able to travel the vast cosmos and become an advanced cosmic life form. Chapter 180 Combat Body. Chapter 180 Combat Body. The genetic fusion device given to you is just to assist you. In reality, this object is a genetic modification technology invented by our mechanical civilization. It is nothing significant at all, and only useful for lesser life forms under 4 life transitions. After more than 4 life transitions, it will basically not be of much use anymore. What I want to give you are the combat body guidance technique and the mental guidance technique. The cultivation system of your 9th civilization is really too crude. I am unsurprised that you do not have a combat body guidance technique. However, you do not even have something similar to the mental guidance technique. I have to wonder how you people managed to attain 4 life transitions. Longbitham seemed confused as well. It had never seen such a strange civilization. In fact, it was not just the 9th civilization. There were many things about the other 8 civilizations that surprised it as well. It seemed that although no cosmic life had been born here, among the many lesser life forms in the universe, life forms on this planet were already doing rather well. It was incredible that lesser life forms with 4 life transitions could be born without any guidance. Longbitham returned the genetic fusion device to Lin Feng. The genetic fusion device merged into his body again, but he did not find anything unusual. As for what the combat body guidance technique and mental guidance technique that Longbitham mentioned were, Lin Feng had no idea either. Come with me. Hence, Lin Feng followed Longbitham out of the hall. Then, doors opened one after another. It turned out that there were many secret cabins in the spaceship, which was an opener for Lin Feng. Finally, Longbitham brought Lin Feng to the main control room. In the main control room, there was a floating crystal ball. It was beautiful and very mysterious. Go. Press on the guidance ball with your hands. The combat body guidance technique and the mental guidance technique will be transmitted directly to your memory. This kind of technology was unheard of. Lin Feng was a bit curious and a bit wary at the same time. He carefully reached out and pressed his hands on the crystal ball. Buzz! Lin Feng's consciousness suddenly turned dark. He was in a daze and felt as if he was constantly shuttling through the darkness. Suddenly, the sky seemed to light up. He saw a dire beast. It was only 2 or 3 meters long, about the size of an ordinary pangolin beast, and floating in the void. Immediately after, the dire beast roared towards the sky. Then, it began to expand rapidly, from 2 to 3 meters long to more than 10 meters in size, comparable to the giant pangolin beast demon. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had a very strange feeling. He seemed to be able to see that the dire beast's body was organized in a very special way. Every cell was reorganizing itself in an organized manner, then expanding, and expanding again. Finally, it turned into a terrifying dire beast over 10 meters tall, comparable to a giant pangolin beast. First life transition combat body. Seeing this dire beast, this thought naturally appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It was almost instinctive. Not long after, the dire beast expanded again. However, this time, the speed at which the dire beast expanded was extremely fast. Its 10-meter-long body expanded to over 100 meters in an instant, and it was even expanding rapidly. In the end, the dire beast's body swelled to more than 300 meters. It was already a veritable behemoth. Second life transition combat body. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He understood now. This combat body guided lifeforms to restructure their genes according to a fixed pattern during their life transition, so as to obtain the greatest amount of power. A dire beast in the second life transition could reach a size of more than 300 meters. It was countless times stronger than that pangolin beast demon general. Even though they both underwent a second life transition, there was a world of difference between having a combat body and not having one. No wonder Longditham looked down on that pangolin beast demon general so much and called it a foolish and primitive lesser lifeform. The life transition of the behemoth was not over yet. There was still a third life transition. As expected, the behemoth's body expanded rapidly this time, from more than 300 meters to more than 6 meters. Just think about it. How terrifying was such a behemoth? Third life transition combat body. More than 6 meters meant 6 kilometers. Had a behemoth with a body length of 6 kilometers even been discovered in the entire outland? Lin Feng did not know. Perhaps there were not. If they were really discovered, they would definitely be hegemon-level demons. Even one of them would be enough to bring devastating disaster to human society. This was only the third life transition. And there was still the fourth. The fourth life transition was even more terrifying. The giant beast's 6-kilometer-long body directly became more than 60 kilometers long, stretching across the void. It was simply too horrific. Even though Lin Feng knew that this was an illusion, he could still feel a suffocating pressure from it. Fourth life transition combat body. Lin Feng had seen the Invincible Fist sage who had undergone 4 life transitions. Even though the Invincible Fist sage was very powerful, and Lin Feng had never seen the Invincible Fist sage's strongest form, he was certain that the Invincible Fist sage was definitely no match for this behemoth over 60 kilometers long. Heavens! A behemoth over 60 kilometers long. Just the thought of it was despairing. Is this what the combat body is? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He noticed that with every life transition, the size of the behemoth would be at least 10 times larger than before. With every life transition, the size of the behemoth would increase tenfold. This terrifying method had already overturned his previous understanding of martial arts. Or rather, this was not martial arts at all, but the cosmic cultivation system. Then, the behemoth disappeared. Many cultivation methods for the combat body appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This was the combat body guidance technique. In his memory, apart from the combat body guidance technique, There was also a mental guidance technique called the Imminent mental guidance technique. It was a mental guidance technique created by the master of Lombitham, the mysterious Imminent in the universe. There were only 4 levels, which clearly corresponded to the first to the 4th life transitions. It turned out that mental power guidance was required to cultivate the battle body from before. Moreover, one had to use mental power to forcefully guide the restructuring of genes, cell division, and finally form a powerful combat body after a life transition. Before the body had completed the metamorphosis, other things like astral power, physical strength, and so on only had one effect on the combat body, and that was energy. The combat body required a large amount of energy, even to an unimaginable extent. After all, how could the consumption of energy for forming such a huge combat body be little? Astral power, food, and so on were all energy for the combat body, and the combat body was the strongest method. It did not require any astral power, nor did it require tempering any physical body. Think about it. How could one train their body to an extent comparable to a behemoth over 60 kilometers in size? No matter how much astral power you had, no matter how strong your astral martial arts were, could they cause damage to a behemoth over 60 kilometers long? Such a behemoth did not need any other methods. It could crush countless huge cities with a single stomp, and kill countless martial artists with a single breath. This was the combat body. This was the terrifying lifeform which the cosmic cultivation system gave rise to. Chapter 181 Lucky. Chapter 181 Lucky. Seeing the combat body guidance technique and the mental guidance technique, Lin Feng understood that they were wrong. They were wrong about everything. Humanity's current path of martial arts was fundamentally wrong. Life transitions were correct, but martial artists cultivating astral power as their foundation after life transition were gravely mistaken. Initially, Lin Feng thought that the physical body was useful and should be done like cultivating astral power. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous as well. Cultivating the physical body was also a huge mistake. Do you understand now? This is your opportunity. Lucky human youngster. The red light in Longbetham's eyes flickered, as if it was also envious of Lin Feng. It had waited for more than 3 billion years to give such an opportunity, but Lin Feng was the only one who obtained it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Am the only one who obtained them? You said before that you gave out many genetic fusion devices, and there's no lack of people who obtained them. What if someone obtains it again in the future? If someone obtains it again, the genetic fusion device will not be activated. Now that you have come here and obtained an opportunity, all the other genetic fusion devices will be switched off. No one else will be able to enter here before you die." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In that case, the secret of his genetic fusion device could be kept. However, it was a little unfair. Why use such a method since so many genetic fusion devices have already been deployed? Why not let more people obtain genetic fusion devices? What if an outstanding person appears among them? Under normal circumstances, this would be the method for finding more candidates. However, Longbetham shook its head and said, "This is Master's rule. Master once said that the vast universe is too dangerous. In order to survive in the vast universe and stand at the top of countless lifeforms, besides strength, luck is also very important. Sometimes, luck is even more important than strength. Therefore, if someone is lucky enough despite not obtaining the genetic fusion device, or failed to achieve 4 life transitions despite obtaining the genetic fusion device, like you, they will be rewarded with opportunities. This is your luck." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, sometimes luck was really important. He seemed to have obtained the genetic fusion device through luck as well. Someone might have noticed this metal ball in the library of Central Sea University, or someone might have deliberately placed it there and thought it was a toy. However, Lin Feng happened to obtain it. In the end, he broke the genetic lock and underwent a life transition. It was the same this time. Lin Feng had also come to the underground cave by accident because he was assisting the North Mountain base. In the end, he had encountered Longbetham, This was luck. I've already obtained the combat body guidance technique and the Baman mental guidance technique. Is this the legacy? Legacy, you are still far from it. This is just an opportunity for you. Without 4 life transitions, you will not be able to obtain the true legacy at all. Even the mental guidance technique only has 4 levels. Only after you undergo 4 life transitions will you come here to receive the true legacy. Only then can you be considered a registered disciple of Master. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The combat body guidance technique and the mental guidance technique in his memory were already very powerful. Even so, they were not the true legacy. Just how powerful was that mysterious band? Is your master a planetary life form? Longbethem said proudly. My master, the great Lord Bemand, is a powerful galactic life form. A galactic life form, not a universal life form. Lin Feng actually shook his head. However, Longbethem glared at him and said angrily, HMPH, do you know how great planetary life forms or your planet can be destroyed with ease by planetary life forms, let alone galactic life forms? The Great Master can destroy your planet with a breath. Destroy a planet with a breath. Lin Feng did not quite believe it. But from the looks of it, Longbethem did not seem to be lying. However, he had never seen such a powerful life form, so there was no concept for it in his mind. However, the master of Longbethem must be an extremely powerful entity in the universe. You can cultivate the mental guidance technique here now. You cannot cultivate the combat body guidance technique for the time being. You have already undergone 1 life transition, and even your metamorphosis has ended, so you already missed the opportunity to cultivate the combat body. Fortunately, this is only the first life transition. Missing it is not a big deal. It will be fine as long as you do not miss for the second, third, and especially the 4th life transitions in the future. Lin Feng looked at the time. It had been almost 3 days since he arrived underground. There was still an hour or 2 left. Hence, he shook his head and said, I have to rush back to the surface as soon as possible. I can cultivate the mental guidance technique anywhere, so there's no hurry. By the way, if I leave, what will happen to this spaceship? Will it be discovered? Of course it will not be discovered. I have already controlled that lesser life form. It can guard this place. You can leave if you want, but you have to take me with you. Bring you along. Lin Feng was a little hesitant. Longbetham's size was too conspicuous. Once he brought it out, it would definitely be discovered. Not my body, but a portion of my consciousness. Well, you will not understand even if I tell you. Give me your communicator. After Lin Feng handed the communicator to Longbethem, Longbetham's electronic eye shot out another red light that enveloped the communicator. About a few minutes later, Longbethem returned the communicator to Lin Feng. That's it. Of course. I am already in your communicator. What? Lin Feng listened carefully and realized that the voice was actually coming from his communicator. He picked up the communicator and saw that the screen was displaying the mechanical head of Longbethem. The most important thing in our mechanical civilization is consciousness. I am merely transmitting a portion of my consciousness into the network through your communicator. There is no need to be nervous. No one will discover you if you're uploaded to the network. With your current technology level, no one will discover me even if you develop for another 1,000 years. Lin Feng was indeed unable to understand a life form like Longbethem. A mechanical life form, and one that could even leave the body. It was truly unimaginable. Perhaps if those scientists in human society studied it, they would be able to understand something. Since he could not understand it, Lin Feng did not keep thinking about it. He took the communicator and left the spaceship directly. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Lin Feng saw the huge metal door slowly close. Without Longbethem's order, no one could open the door of the spaceship again. The giant pangolin beast was still outside the door. However, the giant pangolin beast had already become the guardian and was subdued by Longbethem. At this moment, it was lying on the ground and growling in submission. By the way, Longbethem, this was originally the territory of the terrestrial ants. Now that the queen ant has been killed by this pangolin beast, What if we martial artists invade this place and discover the spaceship? It is very simple. I will just choose another queen ant among the terrestrial ants. Soon, Lombitham chose a queen ant among the terrestrial ants. Though it was only at the level of an ordinary demon, he did not know how Lombitham communicated with the terrestrial ants. But in the end, the terrestrial ants somehow all obeyed Lombitham's commands. With a queen ant, it would be a piece of cake for the terrestrial ants to defend this place with their terrifying numbers. After doing all this, Lin Feng did not linger any longer. He returned to the surface through the underground tunnel he had come from. Previously, Chapter 182 Gains. Chapter 182 Gains. When Lin Feng returned to the ground, he actually encountered many pangolin beasts and terrestrial ants. However, be it the pangolin beasts or terrestrial ants, all of them ignored Lin Feng, as if they had not discovered him at all. Hence, Lin Feng's journey back was exceptionally smooth. He quickly passed through the passageways and returned to the surface. There, Brother Lin Feng, are you alright? As soon as Lin Feng returned to the ground, he saw a few figures. They were the chief commander of the North Mountain Base, Mole, and the other 3 third-level metamorphic realm martial artists. From the looks of it, they must have been waiting for some time. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm fine. There were close shaves, but no actual danger. By the way, what did you find underground? All the terrestrial ants on the ground have disappeared, and they retreated in a very orderly manner. According to my experience, it should be the queen ant's order. That's why I'm worried about Brother Lin Feng and came here early to wait. Had Brother Lin Feng still not returned, I was prepared to go underground to support you." Although Mole was a little arrogant, he was a fairly decent man. He kept his word of waiting for 3 days. Once the 3 days were up, he would immediately go underground to search for Lin Feng. It had to be known that, according to Mole's guess, there was a queen ant underground, faced with a huge number of terrestrial ants. Once the terrestrial ants became organized with a queen ant, forget 4 third-level metamorphic realm martial artists. Even 43rd level metamorphic realm martial artists might not be able to gain any advantage against them. This was especially so since it was the anthill of the terrestrial ants underground. Lin Feng had long come up with an answer. He said with a solemn expression, "There's nothing unusual underground. I did discover the queen ant, but something seemed to have happened to that queen ant. It seemed to have recovered only not long ago. There are just too many terrestrial ants underground, and the queen ant had recovered. I was afraid that something would go wrong, so I returned to the surface. As expected, there's a problem with the queen ant, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It would have been very dangerous to continue staying underground." Rumble. As soon as Mole finished speaking, the ground shook violently. Immediately after, the underground tunnel that Lin Feng had just come out of collapsed and was completely blocked. When Mole saw the collapsed tunnel, he said with lingering fear, "Fortunately Brother Lin Feng came out. Otherwise, once the tunnel collapsed, you would have been trapped underground completely." Being trapped underground was basically a death sentence. Although Lin Feng was also very surprised, he guessed that it was probably Longbitham's order to completely block the passage, so that no one could discover the secret of the spaceship. "Alright, let's go back first." Lin Feng did not dare to inquire Longbitham in public, so he returned to the North Mountain Base with Mole and the others. When the people from the North Mountain Base and South Mountain Base saw Lin Feng return, they were also overjoyed. Previously, when they heard that Lin Feng had entered the underground alone, the martial artists from the South Mountain Base almost clashed with the martial artists from the North Mountain Base. They felt that Lin Feng entering the underground alone was clearly a conspiracy by the North Mountain Base. Of course, in the end, it was proven that they were overthinking things. However, this also reflected Lin Feng's current prestige in the South Mountain Base. In a short period of time, Lin Feng had become an indispensable figure of the South Mountain Base. Brother Lin Feng and the martial artists of the South Mountain Base. Everyone in the North Mountain Base is very grateful to you for coming all the way here to support our North Mountain base and resolving the crisis for us. Mo Lei was also very excited. If not for Lin Feng this time, the North Mountain base would really be in danger. Hence, his gratitude towards Lin Feng was sincere. Brother Mo Lei, you don't have to say this. Your North Mountain base has supported our South Mountain base many times too in the past. Currently, we are the only two bases near South Mountain City. All the more reason we should watch out for each other. Haha, you're right. Watch out for each other. Mo Lei laughed loudly and put away his contempt for the South Mountain base from then on. He knew that as long as Lin Feng was in the South Mountain base, the South Mountain base would definitely not be inferior to the North Mountain base. Lin Feng and the people from the South Mountain base did not stay in the North Mountain base for long. Lin Feng still wanted to go back and digest his gains this time, especially the opportunities he obtained underground. Hence, the South Mountain base quickly bade farewell to the North Mountain base under Lin Feng's lead. After returning to the South Mountain base, Lin Feng chose to enter seclusion immediately. The people in the South Mountain base were not too surprised. They were already used to Chief Commander Lin Feng's frequent seclusion. In the secret chamber, Lin Feng first counted his gains. Lin Feng had gained a lot from this trip to the North Mountain base. In the battle at the North Mountain base, he had killed 21 terrestrial ant demons alone, earning him a total of 105 merit value, including the original 242 merit value. Lin Feng now had a total of 347 merit value. The speed at which he earned merit value was like a rocket. Even ordinary Divine Realm martial artists might not be able to earn merit value as quickly as Lin Feng. The merit value earned was secondary. The real boon was the opportunity underground, especially the combat body guidance technique and the mental guidance technique. They almost subverted the mainstream martial arts that martial artists cultivated now. That was the cultivation system of the universe. It was a cultivation technique passed down by the mighty entity that dominated the cosmos. When Lin Feng received the combat body guidance technique, the scenes he saw had already deeply shaken him. It was impossible for him to give up on this powerful cultivation technique and continue cultivating martial arts. Unfortunately, he had missed the opportunity to condense his combat body during his first life transition. Now, he could only cultivate the mental guidance technique, and this mental guidance technique seemed to be the most important thing instead. Lombitham, where are you? Lin Feng raised his arm and shouted at the genetic fusion device. Buzz! Lombitham face appeared on the genetic fusion device. It said unhappily, "Do not disturb me if there's nothing important. I have been slumbering for so many years. Now that I have finally emerged, I must take a good look around." Lin Feng felt a little helpless. He couldn't control Lombitham. The other party was a mechanical life form, and its technological level far exceeded the current level of human society. There was nothing he could do about Lombitham. At the very least, Lin Feng could not understand the current way in which Lombitham survived in the networks. Lombitham, is it okay for me to cultivate the mental guidance technique now? Although Lin Feng had obtained the mental guidance technique, he still had to ask for Lombitham's opinion before cultivating it. After all, Lin Feng knew almost nothing about the cosmic cultivation system. Of course there is no problem. Your mental power is actually not bad. It should not be a problem for you to master the first level. Just cultivate diligently according to the mental guidance technique Master provided you. Alright, if there is nothing else, do not disturb me. With that, Lombitham disappeared again. Mechanical lifeforms are so miraculous. Lin Feng sighed sincerely. He actually had a lot of questions about mechanical lifeforms. But Lombardon was very busy for the time being, so there was nothing he could do. Had better cultivate the mental guidance technique first. Only by breaking through in the mental guidance technique would Lin Feng be able to condense his combat body during his second life transition in the future. Hence, Lin Feng closed his eyes and immersed himself in the memory of the mental guidance technique. Chapter 183 Mental Guidance Technique. Chapter 183 Mental Guidance Technique. The mental guidance technique was actually a cultivation technique for cultivating mental power. all along, be it for metamorphic realm martial artists, divine realm martial artists, or even the 9 sages. There had been almost no cultivation methods regarding mental power. However, mental power was very important. For example, breaking the genetic lock and achieving life transitions were mainly the effects of mental power. There were also some astral martial arts that required immense mental power to unleash greater power. Mental strength was crucial to both martial artists and cultivators of the cosmic cultivation system. To a certain extent, mental guidance technique was far more precious than combat body guidance technique. In the vast universe, the mental guidance technique was generally secret and not imparted, whereas the combat body guidance technique could still be obtained as long as one was willing to pay a price. Lin Feng was immersed in the Bemand mental guidance technique. Actually, this was the first time he was checking out this Bemand mental guidance technique. As a mental guidance technique created by a great galactic life form, it was naturally extraordinary. After Lin Feng immersed himself in his memories, his consciousness seemed to have drifted into the cosmos. His surroundings were a pitch-black universe, empty and boundless, lonely, cold, eternal, and dark. These might be the perpetual themes of the universe. In the universe, life was very insignificant. Yet at the same time, life was also the greatest existence of all. Boom! What did Lin Feng see? He saw an explosion that seemed to sweep through the entire starry sky of the universe. In the current understanding of humanity, there was a view that the universe came from the Big Bang. Through continuous explosions, a large amount of matter was produced, and the universe continued to expand until it became boundless. Lin Feng did not know if this was correct. He was not an astronomer. He was just a martial artist. He knew very well that he was cultivating the mental guidance technique now, and this memory was the memory image from the mental guidance technique. As the huge explosion calmed down, gradually, many meteorite fragments appeared in the void. Then, these meteorite fragments slowly expanded in fixed orbits, and finally became a planet. Some slowly shrank instead and eventually turned into cosmic dust, disappearing completely. What is this? Lin Feng was a little confused. The scene disappeared, followed by the specific mnemonic of the Bemand mental guidance technique. What? Explosion. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. At the same time, he was also very shocked. He finally understood why there was a scene of the Big Bang. In his memory, this Bemand mental guidance technique was actually a simulation of the Big Bang in the universe. Mental power can actually explode. Lin Feng actually did not even know what mental power was. He even confused mental power with willpower. However, as his understanding of the mental guidance technique deepened, he gradually understood that mental power and willpower were completely different. Normally, the tempering of mental power was very complicated and did not have much effect. For example, tempering oneself to the limit every day resulted in a lack of mental power, and caused one to be very tired and muddle-headed every day. Moreover, the effects would not be very ideal. This was not the case with the Bemand mental guidance technique. Rather, it allowed people to sense their mental power first, before guiding their mental power to explode. Then, through special methods, they could condense the mental power that had dissipated from the explosion. This repeated training could quickly increase mental power. Of course, there was also a certain degree of danger. The most dangerous process was after the explosion of mental power. If it could not be condensed again, it might even lead to mental death. In other words, they become mentally handicapped or even vegetative. To a certain extent, mental power was actually consciousness. There was not much difference. Mental power was not the physical body. If it were the body, Lin Feng had the undying characteristic that could allow him to recover instantly. However, once his mental power went wrong, no one could save him. However, when mental power exploded, the Bemand guidance technique naturally had a certain method to avoid being unable to condense it again. Still, it required a strong willpower to persist. Willpower was different from mental power. Willpower belonged to every individual living being, and was very subjective. For example, an ordinary person's mental power might be worlds apart from a sage's, but their willpowers might be the same. In fact, an ordinary person's willpower might not even be inferior to a sage's. Willpower was ethereal. Even the great galactic level lifeforms could not control it. After the explosion of mental power, it required a powerful will to condense it. Then, the mental guidance technique could be successfully cultivated. Lin Feng was rather confident in his own willpower. He had experienced so many hardships since he was young, and had relied on his strong will to avert danger on numerous occasions. Although the Imminent mental guidance technique was somewhat dangerous, the mental guidance technique was just too important. It was the foundation of the cosmic cultivation system. He could not give up just because there was some danger. Since he had already made his decision, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He began to gradually detect his mental power. According to the method of the Imminent guidance technique, he did sense his mental power, which was in his mind. In a daze, Lin Feng seemed to see a thick fog in his mind. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and he could not see it clearly at all. That mist-like substance was actually mental power. This is mental power, how miraculous. Lin Feng tried to control it, but found it very difficult. His mental power was not under his control. This was normal. He needed to train. Slowly. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Lin Feng could finally barely manage to control the mental power in his mind. Just this point alone made him stronger than countless Divine Realm and Divine Realm martial artists. However, this was only the first step. After that, he would truly begin cultivating the Imminent mental guidance technique. He controlled the dense, fog-like mental power in his mind. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lin Feng controlled all the mental power in his mind, and it exploded like a flash of thunderbolt. At this moment, his mind felt as if it was about to split open. It was as if something had exploded in his mind. At the same time, his mind gradually went blank. Even his consciousness was blurry, but Lin Feng's will was indeed very strong. He used his extremely tough will to restrain a large amount of explosive mental power. Condense. The surging mental power in Lin Feng's mind began to condense rapidly under the restraint of his will. Not long after, his mental power became like a thick fog again. Moreover, the thick fog churned. Even without looking carefully, he could clearly feel that his mental power had increased. It's really effective, but it really hurts. It took another 3 days for Lin Feng to recover. The mental power in his mind had indeed increased, but the process of mental power explosion was too painful. As long as one had experienced that kind of pain once, they would never want to experience it again. Even Lin Feng, who had such a strong will, found it a little unbearable. No wonder the Imminent mental guidance technique was so difficult to cultivate. Anyone with a slightly weaker will would only be unable to cultivate it successfully, but also be unable to condense it again due to the explosion of their mental power, becoming crippled in the process. Again, I have to master the first level first. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Even though the pain was daunting to think about, he could only grit his teeth and continue to endure the pain. That was worse than death. If he wanted to successfully cultivate the mental guidance technique, he would have to endure such pain. Chapter 184 Sages Gathered. Chapter 184 Sages Gathered. In the conference room of the Supreme Commander's Department. There was no sage conference this time, but there were projections from 3 sages. They were the Invincible Fist Sage of the Myriad Academy, Sage Bingyu of the Polar Academy, and Sage Cass of the Holy Capital Academy. The Invincible Fist Sage was the first to speak. The effect of implementing the new policy for martial artists is not bad, right? At least there are more martial artists who are eager to apply to the front line in my Myriad Academy. Of course, the status of frontline martial artists is so high. Even if they die in battle, there's nothing to worry about. The martial artists are naturally eager to participate. Recently, the pressure on the frontline base has been relieved by quite a bit. The new policy for martial Artists should have been implemented sooner. Sage Cass also sighed. Speaking of which, we have to thank that little fellow. If not for that little fellow who could cause trouble in Stone City, the new policy for martial artists might not have been implemented so quickly. The Invincible Fist Sage and the other two first chatted about the new policy for martial artists for a while, before getting down to business. Sage Bingyu. It's the Onsinadecade martial arts competition of our three major martial academies. It's your Polar Academy's turn to host it this year. Right. Bingyu nodded and said, that's right. It's the Polar Academy's turn to host it. Should the rewards still be the same as before? No, I think they should be reduced. People from your Polar Academy get first place every time. This martial arts competition is becoming more and more boring. Sage Cass was a little disgruntled. Sage Cass, your Holy Capital Academy is filled with the cream of the crop. Our Polar Academy is filled with ordinary martial artists. Who can you blame for being disappointing? Not only should the rewards not be reduced, I think they should be increased. The two sages did not mince words around each other. The Invincible Fist Sage shook his head and said, the two of you, do stop arguing. I think everything can just go on as usual. Why are you guys the ones arguing anyway? When has my Myriad Academy ever not come in last in the martial arts competition? Your two academies have taken all the advantages, and you don't see me complaining. Indeed, although the overall power of the three top academies was about the same, in terms of number of experts, the Polar Academy actually had more. The Polar Academy only recruited some very talented geniuses, whether they were commoners or came from wealthy families or martial clans. As long as one was talented, they could enter the Polar Academy. As for the Holy Capital Academy and the Myriad Academy, there were more or less some restrictions. Overall, the quality of the students of the Polar Academy was naturally superior to the two. Then it's decided. Sage Bingyu and the Invincible Fist Sage both agreed. Sage Cass could do nothing about it. After all, the martial arts competition that was held once every 10 years by the three major academies had been held for many years. Basically, more than 80 of the top three would eventually undergo a second life transition and become Divine Realm martial artists. Hence, it was very meaningful for this martial arts competition to continue. Buzz. Suddenly, a few more figures were projected in the conference room. They were the projections of the other 6 sages. Why are you here? No one is holding the conference of sages. Right. The Invincible Fist Sage found it a little strange. Apart from the conference of sages, the 9 sages would almost never send down projections together. Elder King said with a smile, the response to the new policy for martial artists is very good. The entire human society has entered a new era, although it's still a little too early to call it the martial arts era. Since we are martial artists, we have to do something beneficial to the development of martial arts. We feel that it's very good that your 3 major academies hold a martial arts competition once every decade. Therefore, we have also decided to participate in this martial arts competition. You want to participate too? The Invincible Fist Sage, Sage Bingyu, and Sage Cass all looked at each other, not knowing what Elder Kang and the others meant. How will you participate? The Invincible Fist Sage asked. Our 5 major factions will jointly hold the first global martial arts competition. We will invite all the metamorphic realm martial artists in the world to participate in the competition. We will do a global live broadcast so that everyone can clearly see how powerful martial artists are. This is a good opportunity to promote martial arts and showcase martial artists. Accompanying the new policy for martial artists, it can also stir up the enthusiasm for everyone to practice martial arts. Moreover, there must be generous rewards. Money, merit value, status, reputation. All of them must be given. In fact, all 9 of us sages must appear as projections. In short, the global martial arts competition jointly held by the 5 major factions must become the name card of martial arts. It can even bring the entire society to enter the martial arts era. Elder Kane's ambition was great, truly great. As the first sage to undergo 4 life transitions, Elder King had paved a new path for all martial artists, and had already become a martial legend. In terms of status, Elder Kang was definitely the most prestigious among all the sages. He had almost been deified. And now, this global martial arts competition proposed by Elder Kang was going to help the entire human society enter the martial arts era. This was not to abandon technology, but to focus on martial arts and use technology as a supplement. In the past, there was actually a lot of controversy and disagreement between martial arts and technology. No one could gain the upper hand, causing some resources to be wasted. Currently, human society was thriving. If the status of martial arts could be established so the human society could have fewer debates and enter the martial arts era directly, without so many controversies and so much waste of resources, both martial arts and technology would definitely improve qualitatively. However, the development of a society had a certain pattern. In the past, even if the 9 sages had such an idea, it could not be realized. However, it was different now. With the advancement of technology, communication, and information, martial artists prospered. As long as the 9 sages were determined, and the 5 major factions cooperated fully, there was a high chance that they could promote progress and change in human society. For example, the new policy for martial artists was currently very effective. What Elder Kang meant was to take advantage of the new policy for martial artists and push it to greater heights, so that the entire society can develop into a society and a martial arts era. Elder Kang, actually, we can take it step by step. With the current situation of the entire human society, perhaps in a few decades, we can naturally enter the martial arts era. We do not have to rush things. The invincible fist sage frowned. He knew that Elder Kang meant well and was considering things for the sake of the human society. However, it was very difficult to push for societal progress and development by will. Moreover, no one could be sure if there would be anything inappropriate. Taking things step by step and allowing society to develop naturally was the best choice. Elder Kang shook his head. He suddenly used the projector to show a blurry photo. With a long sigh, he said, "All of you, take a look. This is a photo taken by the military recently. 9 demon emperors are gathered in the Black Wind Canyon. What are they trying to do?" When the other sages saw this photo, their expressions suddenly changed, and they appeared very solemn. Each of the 9 demon emperors rules over a region. Normally, even approaching each other slightly would result in an earth-shattering battle to the death, let alone meeting with each other. However, they are all gathered in the Black Wind Canyon, and there are no signs of fighting among themselves. We need to prepare for the worst. That terrifying demon in the Black Wind Canyon may be about to awaken. What it's really about to awaken. The expressions of the 9 sages changed drastically to looks of horror. Chapter 185 Mental Power Sphere. Chapter 185 Mental Power Sphere. At the mention of the Black Wind Canyon, all the sages' expressions changed drastically. Ever since the birth of sages with 4 life transitions in human society, humans had expanded everywhere and were on the offensive against the surrounding dire beasts. The 9 sages could even deal with some known demon emperors. However, only the Black Wind Canyon, the Dead Sea of Abyss, the Tashekar Desert, and the 18 grottos of Dragonhead were classified as the 4 forbidden places by the 9 sages. This was because they could not venture deep into each of these forbidden places, and it seemed like there were astounding secrets hidden within them. Among them, Elder Kang and the other 3 sages had once joined forces to scout the Black Wind Canyon. In the end, they were stopped by a few demon emperors. However, Elder Kang and the others could sense a faint terrifying aura in the Black Wind Canyon. Just that aura alone made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. It was obvious that there was a terrifying greater demon in the Black Wind Canyon that far exceeded the demon emperors. However, for some reason, it seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Elder Kang was stationed near the Black Wind Canyon, specially to monitor every move in the Black Wind Canyon. If, as the sages had expected, the terrifying greater demon in the Black Wind Canyon had awakened, even if the 9 sages joined forces. They might not be able to stop that demon. At that time, the entire human race would suffer a devastating blow. Hence, when they heard that there was movement in the Black Wind Canyon, all the sages could no longer remain calm. Elder Kang shook his head and said, "I'm not sure if that greater demon has awakened, but I've already increased the surveillance. I'll inform you the moment there's any movement. That's why I feel that time is of the essence. We may not have that much time to allow human society to develop step by step. We need a period of explosive growth, more powerful martial artists, and more sages. Even the martial arts competition this time is limited to metamorphic realm martial artists. Apart from hoping that they can set an example to attract the attention of the entire society, there's another important goal. It's to choose the strongest metamorphic realm martial artist to enter that ancient ruin." The invincible fist sage's heart skipped a beat. He said in a low voice, "Elder Kang, you mean to allow the martial artists who won the martial arts competition this time enter that ship? We already know that that ship should be an ancient civilization's weapon of war. Only metamorphic realm martial artists can enter without encountering violent attacks. However, we've already sent so many people in before, and they all failed. Isn't this too dangerous?" Elder Kang shook his head and sighed. "What else can we do? That ancient civilization ruin left behind a weapon of war. Once we can obtain it, it will even be equivalent to having another sage. It's worth the risk." The other sages also fell silent. Although human society seemed to be thriving and flourishing, who could tell that human society had long been in crisis? Humans were so insignificant in this world. In that case, we'll do as Elder Kang says. The invincible fist sage, Sage Bingyu, and Sage Cass looked at each other. In reality, Elder Kang and the other three sages must have already discussed it beforehand when they came together. They were just waiting for the three of them to agree. Although the three of them did not really want to do this, the situation compelled it. Just as Elder Kang had said, humans did not have much time left to develop step by step. Alright, let's confirm the date of the martial arts competition first. Then, the 5 major factions will mobilize all the channels to promote the martial arts competition in advance. Everyone will know about it, and it will become a grand event for all of humanity. No problem. Our consortium faction can mobilize the media to publicize it. Our military faction can also publicize it in the military. Our academic faction will immediately inform all the metamorphic realm martial artists under our command. The 9 sages had reached a consensus. The rest could be left to the 5 major factions. In the secret chamber of the South Mountain Base, Lin Feng repeatedly induced his mental power to explode before condensing it again. Even though his mental power was growing rapidly, the pain really exhausted him physically and mentally. This had nothing to do with will. No matter how strong one's will was and how much pain one could endure, if one's mind was tense for a long time and they were in extreme pain, their body would not be able to withstand it. It's about time. I can condense a mental power sphere now. Lin Feng took a deep breath and controlled the mental power in his mind to spin wildly. Buzz! A storm had already brewed in Lin Feng's mind. A large amount of mental power spun and compressed like a tornado. Finally, as it continued to spin and compress, it gradually condensed into a small sphere emitting white light. Success! I finally mastered the first level of the Imminent mental guidance technique. Lin Feng was very happy. After such a long time and enduring a pain worse than death for so many times, he had finally succeeded. The white sphere as thick as a thumb condensed in his mind was the mental power sphere. The mark of the first level of the Imminent mental guidance technique was to condense a mental power sphere. What did it feel like to cultivate the mental guidance technique? Lin Feng felt that his mind was especially clear now, and it was as if there was an invisible eye. As his mental power extended, he could see the distant scenery very clearly. More importantly, Lin Feng could now control his mental power freely. This was the most important thing. What did this mean? It did not just mean that when he underwent another life transition in the future, he could guide his genes to restructure into a combat body. Even now, Lin Feng could easily do one thing: compress astral power. 8,006 strands of astral power. Previously, I felt that it would take an indefinably long amount of time to compress astral power and break through to the third level of metamorphic realm. But now, after condensing the mental power sphere, a mere 8 strands of astral power is nothing. Lin Feng had great confidence. After he mastered the first level of the mental guidance technique, the first thing he did was compress astral power and break through to the third level of metamorphic realm. Astral power compression. Lin Feng mobilized all his astral power. More than 8 strands of astral power were simply too massive. In the past, Lin Feng would not have dared to compress such a massive amount of astral power so casually. But now, forget about a mere 8 strands of astral power. Even if there were several times more, Lin Feng could still easily compress them. Buzz. The mental power sphere in Lin Feng's mind shook slightly, then spun. He only mobilized a portion of his mental power. Immediately, the formidable mental power seemed to have transformed into a huge hand that suppressed the boiling astral power forcefully. More than 8 strands of astral power were compressed in an instant. Moreover, no matter how much they struggled, they could not break free from the suppression of mental power. Astro Devourer. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng quickly circulated the Astro Devourer technique, attracting a massive amount of star power from the cosmos. In an instant, it descended into the secret chamber. The cold star power surged towards Lin Feng like a rolling wave, enveloping Lin Feng's entire body tightly, and transferring star power continuously. Chapter 186 Another Breakthrough. Chapter 186 Another Breakthrough. Boom! Lin Feng's body shook violently, as a large amount of star power surged in and transformed into a large amount of astral power. Lin Feng's body boiled. He already had more than 8 strands of astral power initially, and now, they were all boiling. Third level of metamorphic realm. Lin Feng broke through again. The speed was so fast that even Lin Feng himself found it unbelievable. It had only been a month since he broke through to the second level of metamorphic realm. It had only been 3 months since he came to the South Mountain Base, third level of the metamorphic realm. The current Lin Feng was already genuinely in the third level of metamorphic realm. In reality, under the cosmic cultivation system, there were not so many minor realms between the first and second life transitions. Astral power was just a product of martial artists taking the wrong path. The minor realms divided according to astral power were even more ridiculous. Lin Feng had condensed a mental power sphere. If he wanted to break through a minor realm, it would naturally be as simple as eating and drinking. As more than 8 strands of astral power boiled in his body, the speed at which Lin Feng converted astral power also increased greatly. Fortunately, Lin Feng had fused the genes of the pangolin beast demon, and his physique had improved substantially. Hence, the speed at which he converted astral power also increased immensely. Condensing 1,000 strands of astral power a day was not a problem. Lin Feng's astral power increased explosively. Gaining 1 strands of astral power per day meant gaining 10 strands in 10 days, and it was still increasing rapidly. 1 month, 2 months. Lin Feng's seclusion period was very long. It had almost been 3 months. But he had never left the secret chamber meanwhile, including the time spent cultivating the mental guidance technique. Lin Feng had been in the secret chamber for almost 4 months. This was also the longest time Lin Feng had been in seclusion. Finally, when Lin Feng's astral power reached 80 strands, the speed of condensation gradually slowed down, and finally reached 80 strands. That was 89 strands of astral power. How massive was that? At least now, Lin Feng felt that every move he made contained unimaginable power. Having over 80 strands of astral power gave Lin Feng a great sense of security. Once all 80 strands of astral power erupted, how powerful would Lin Feng's strength become? Even Lin Feng himself would find it difficult to predict. However, Just unleashing astral power was too wasteful. Astral martial arts were what could truly utilize astral power. Lin Feng deployed the void bubble. The beautiful void bubble was Lin Feng's strongest technique at the moment. However, in the past, he could only infuse at most 4 strands of astral power to form the astral bubble. If he tried to add more, he would be unable to control the stability of the astral bubble. Actually, it was precisely because Lin Feng's mental power was insufficient. Now, Lin Feng's mental power had increased by countless times, and his control methods had also improved substantially. Hence, Lin Feng was also looking forward to how much astral power he could infuse into the void bubble now. Lin Feng began to infuse a large amount of astral power into the magnificent astral bubble. 4,000 strands, 5,000 strands, 6,000 strands, 10,000 strands. In a brief moment, the astral bubble had been infused with 10 strands of astral power. However, Lin Feng did not feel any pressure at all, and seemed to be very relaxed. Continue. 20,000 strands, 30,000 strands, 40,000 strands. Lin Feng's astral power surged into the astral bubble in a frenzy. The astral bubble in Lin Feng's secret chamber was only 1 meter in diameter. It was originally translucent, but now, the light had turned iridescent. Like a rainbow, it emitted a dreamy aura that was even more intoxicating. With so much astral power fused into the astral bubble, Lin Feng began to become cautious. This was no joke. Once the astral bubble collapsed, how terrifying would that be? However, Lin Feng still did not feel any pressure from 40 strands of astral power. He simply let go. In any case, his mental power sphere still had a large amount of mental power. 50,000 strands, 60,000 strands, 70,000 strands, 80,000 strands. In the end, Lin Feng fused all 80 strands of astral power into the astral bubble. However, his mental power was still at ease, and he did not feel much pressure at all. Lin Feng was very shocked. Compared to before, his use of mental power had improved by simply too much. The two were not even comparable. Before cultivating the mental guidance technique, Lin Feng could not even control his mental power. After cultivating the mental guidance technique, not only could Lin Feng easily break through to the 3rd level of metamorphic realm, he could also easily control the stability of the astral bubble, even without cultivating the combat body. This mental guidance technique had also brought tremendous changes to Lin Feng. Unbelievable. Breaking through realms is one thing, but in reality, in the cosmic cultivation system, there is no distinction between 1st, 2nd and 3rd levels for the 1st and 2nd life transitions. With the mental guidance technique, one can control their mental power freely. The 3 minor realms of the metamorphic realm are not difficult at all. However, what surprised Lin Feng even more was how mental power improved the void bubble. The martial artist who created the void bubble originally wanted to simulate the collapse of celestial bodies, so as to infinitely increase the power of the void bubble. However, due to the restriction of mental power, he was unable to control the astral bubble, which naturally limited the power of the void bubble. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated the mental guidance technique, his mental power had been reshaped wholly, and he could control his mental power freely. Hence, as long as he had enough astral power, he could unleash the strongest power of the void bubble. How powerful was an astral bubble condensed from 80 strands of astral power? Actually, even Lin Feng himself did not know. He could only sense that it contained an extremely terrifying power. Once it erupted, it would be unimaginable. Phew! Lin Feng waved his hand. With a thought, the astral bubble dissipated and disappeared. He was very satisfied with his current strength. He did not believe that there was anyone stronger than him in the metamorphic realm. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to practice non-upper body tempering with his current physique, without considering the 9th level. The 5th and 6th levels at least should not be a problem. It was just that Lin Feng did not have time to practice when he was underground. Actually, at this point, Practicing non-upple body tempering was no longer very meaningful to Lin Feng. After all, even if he reached the 9th level of non-upple body tempering, could it compare to the astral bubble condensed from 80 strands of astral power? Although Lin Feng had never tried it before, there was no need to. He knew very well that it definitely could not compare. The only use of non-upple body tempering now was that it could conceal the abnormality in Lin Feng's body. After all, he could not mobilize the 80 strands of astral power in his body casually. Normally, Lin Feng could only display the standard of 999 strands of astral power. This was the only way to conceal the abnormality of as many as 80 strands of astral power in his body. It was not that Lin Feng wanted to hide it, but that human nature was unpredictable. After experiencing the incident in Stone City, Lin Feng truly understood the fickleness of human nature. Even biological brothers could turn against each other if so much as a little of the various secrets contained in his body was leaked. The consequences would be unthinkable. Hence, while he did not want to hide it, concealing it now was only to protect himself better. Only when his strength reached a level where no one could threaten him would he not care if these secrets were leaked. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Lin Feng's communicator rang. Lin Feng picked up his communicator and realized that it was a call request from Dragon Rider Hao Shi. Lin Feng immediately picked up. Lord Hao Shi, why are you looking for me? Lin Feng, you've done a good job at the South Mountain base. I'm here to give you a message. The global martial arts competition is about to begin. I hope you can participate. Although your strength is a little lacking, seeing true top geniuses will also be very beneficial to you in the future. Global martial arts competition, what's that? Lin Feng was a little confused. He had never heard of this competition. I'm surprised you don't know. Go to the Martial Domain Network and take a look. Hurry up and sign up. With that, Hao Shi switched off his communicator, leaving Lin Feng with a confused expression. Chapter 187 Global Martial Arts Competition. Chapter 187 Global Martial Arts Competition. Global Martial Arts Competition. Lin Feng was confused. Could something major have happened recently outside while he was in seclusion? Hence, Lin Feng quickly entered the Martial Domain Network and headed straight for the Martial Domain Forum. As expected, the Martial Domain Forum had almost been covered by the Global Martial Arts Competition. Almost every post was about the Global Martial Arts Competition. It turned out that this was really a huge matter. The 5 major factions had jointly announced that the first Global Martial Arts Competition would be held at the Polar Academy. It would be held every 10 years in the future. Moreover, there was only one requirement for registration, and that was being a metamorphic realm martial artist. Only metamorphic realm martial artists were qualified to register for the Global Martial Arts Competition. The Global Martial Arts Competition had already been publicized through various publicity channels. Now, almost everyone knew about the Global Martial Arts Competition. As long as one was in the top 10 of the Global Martial Arts Competition, they would receive very generous rewards. From wealth and status to reputation, almost all were awarded. The merit value that martial artists valued the most was also there, and the award for first place was as high as 10. The merit value provided by the 5 major factions. The 10 merit value was enough to drive anyone insane. It had to be known that even if Lin Feng turned the tide in Dragonlit City and obtained the Hero of Humanity medal, and agreed to join the academic faction, he was only rewarded 1 merit value. A reward of 10 merit value at once was really generous. Even many Divine Realm experts would have to accumulate merit value for decades to obtain so much. What was hidden behind this was somewhat intriguing. Moreover, the 5 major factions held the Global Martial Arts Competition in such a grand manner, and even the 9 sages would deploy their projections to spectate the battle in the end. Practically all of these gave the Global Martial Arts Competition a lot of standing. Why was that? It was to build momentum without a doubt. This was to build momentum, and what was the purpose of building momentum at a global martial arts competition? At most, They could choose some outstanding metamorphic realm martial artists. However, even if these metamorphic realm martial artists all underwent a second life transition and became divine realm martial artists, they were still not worth so much attention from the 9 sages and the 5 major factions. Many people speculated and analyzed on the forum, but in Lin Feng's opinion, those were all nonsense. None of them hit the mark. Although 10 merit value is a lot, merit value doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Lin Feng muttered softly. He exited the martial domain forum. It was true that 10 merit value was indeed a huge number, and even divine realm martial artists were tempted. If any metamorphic realm martial artist obtained so much merit value, they would definitely be able to attain great success in a short period of time, and obtain any resources they wanted. However, Lin Feng was not interested at all. He had already embarked on the cosmic cultivation system. He did not have much need for astral martial arts, items that studied astral power, or resources that involved astral power. Most of the things in the Martial Domain Network's online shop were some astral power cultivation techniques, astral martial arts, or some protective armor, weapons, and so on. In the past, Lin Feng might have been envious, but with his current strength, he did not need them at all. If he could undergo a second life transition in the future, he would only condense a combat body. Why would he need those astral martial arts? These 10 merit value were not attractive to Lin Feng at all. In fact, who knew if there was any hidden agenda behind the 5 major factions' great effort to promote the global martial arts competition? Hence, Lin Feng's interest in participating in the global martial arts competition naturally faded. Perhaps only the fact that the Polar Academy was organizing this global martial arts competition touched Lin Feng's heart slightly, because there was still someone in the Polar Academy that Lin Feng could not forget. You must go to the global martial arts competition suddenly. A familiar voice sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Lombitham. Lin Feng picked up his communicator. It was Lombitham. During this period of time, Lombitham had been roaming the internet. Lin Feng did not even know if Lombitham had caused any trouble. Why must I go? Lin Feng asked instead. Lombitham actually made a projection from the communicator. It was unknown how he did it. After all, the screen of the communicator did not have the function of projecting. It is quite good that you can master the first level of the mental guidance technique and condense a mental power sphere in such a short amount of time. Do you still want to undergo a second life transition in the future? Of course. If I can't undergo a second life transition, why would I work so hard to cultivate the mental guidance technique? Lin Feng was not humble. At the very least, he had to achieve the second life transition. In fact, his ambition did not stop there. He hoped to achieve 3, 4, or even 5 life transitions. Since he already knew about the vast universe and such a miraculous cosmic cultivation system, how could he not look forward to being able to travel freely in the cosmos one day? Lombitham's face seemed to have become more expressive. Its projection shook its head and said, "Since you want to undergo a second life transition and even want to cultivate the combat body, you must participate in this global martial arts competition. Although you are still some distance away from a second life transition, do you know how much energy is needed to cultivate the combat body? With your current wealth and status, it is impossible for you to obtain so much energy. I have also learned about the distribution of resources within your society on the internet. Without a doubt, a large amount of resources is under the control of martial artists like you. If you want to obtain these resources, you must purchase them with merit value. You can buy a lot of energy with 10 merit value. Although it is still not enough to support your cultivation of the combat body, it should suffice as long as you work hard to collect some more energy in the future. Therefore, you must participate in the global martial arts competition and get the first place in order to obtain the 10 merit value." Lin Feng looked at Longbitham carefully. He was also considering it. Cultivating the combat body required a lot of energy. On careful thought, it was true. If a second life transition combat body could really reach over 100 meters, then such a massive combat body would indeed require a massive amount of energy. It was just like how Lin Feng needed a large amount of nutrient solutions when fusing the genes of dire beasts to allow the various attributes of his body to improve rapidly. Those nutrient solutions were actually also a source of energy. It was hard for Lin Feng to imagine how much energy was required for a combat body over 100 meters. In terms of nutrient solutions, it would probably far exceed a few or dozens of bottles. What else, since you're so powerful online? Have you found the real reason behind this global martial arts competition? Lin Feng had a sudden thought. Since Lombitham was omnipotent on the internet, perhaps it could learn of some secrets behind this global martial arts competition. Chapter 188 Departure. Chapter 188 Departure. The secrets behind it. Even you sensed the abnormality of this global martial arts competition. Looks like you were not too stupid. Lombitham had always flaunted its superior intelligence. Lin Feng could only shake his head. It was meaningless to talk about intelligence with a mechanical life form. They had lived among all kinds of data and information since they were young. When it came to grasping data and information, it was very difficult for any human to surpass a mechanical life form. This global martial arts competition is jointly promoted by the 5 major factions. According to the clues, they probably want to push your society to enter the martial arts era. The martial arts era with martial arts as the focus and technology as the supplement. Lin Feng was a little stunned, because this kind of debate had been going on for a long time in the past, but never came to a definitive conclusion. Each side had its own supporters, and neither could convince the other. In the past, the 5 major factions did not interfere directly and allowed the 2 parties to continue debating. They probably wanted society to develop step by step. Why were they in such a hurry to directly interfere with this kind of social change now? I also continued to investigate and found that the ultimate source was the 9 sages. The 9 sages of your human society are very interesting. They usually do not interfere with developmental matters of human society. But this occasion is an exception. There must be a reason behind it. However, there is very little information regarding this on the network, and I am unable to obtain any valid information. However, this global martial arts competition is an opportunity. Perhaps the 9 sages will reveal some information then. Lin Feng nodded. Since the 9 sages were involved, there was no way to investigate further. Originally, Lin Feng did not intend to participate in the global martial arts competition. However, since Lombitham said that cultivating the combat body required a massive amount of energy, he would have to participate. Hence, Lin Feng logged into the Martial Domain network again and found the academic faction panel. There was a direct link for registration on it. Sign up. Lin Feng filled in his detailed information. As for his cultivation level, he directly filled the 3rd level of Metamorphic Realm. It had actually only been half a year since he broke the genetic lock. Breaking through from the 1st level of Metamorphic Realm to the 3rd level of the Metamorphic Realm in half a year was certainly unprecedented, if not definitely unsurpassed in the future. Although this might attract some attention, there was nothing Lin Feng could do if he relied on the standard of the 1st or 2nd level of Metamorphic Realm alone. No matter how strong the power of his physical body was, there was no way he could obtain first place in the global martial arts competition. To Lin Feng, his only goal was first place. If he did not obtain first place, it would be a failure. Lin Feng looked at the time on it. There were still 2 or 3 months left, which was more than enough. During this period of time, he could also make arrangements for the South Mountain Base. Everyone in the South Mountain Base had also heard that Lin Feng was going to participate in the global martial arts competition. They were naturally very supportive. Lin Feng's performance at the South Mountain Base and the North Mountain Base had already convinced everyone in the South Mountain Base. They knew that Lin Feng already had the strength of a 3rd level Metamorphic Realm expert. Then, taking advantage of these 2 or 3 months, Lin Feng worked hard to master the 5th and 6th levels of non-upple body. Tempering However, the 6th level was almost Lin Feng's limit at the moment, unless his physical body could continue to strengthen. The 6th level was his limit. It was impossible to cultivate to the 9th level. Lin Feng was even dubious of what the invincible fist sage was trying to achieve by creating this martial technique. Even Lin Feng, who had such a powerful body, could only cultivate it to the 6th level. Could it be that he could only cultivate it to the 9th level after cultivating the combat body? But if he really cultivated the combat body, the non-upple body tempering would probably be useless. However, the 6th level was not bad either. This gave 6 spiral forces. If they erupted at full force, there would be 600 tons of strength. In addition to the original 600 tons of strength, there would be more than 4,000 tons of strength in total. This was just the raw strength of the physical body. In fact, this was already quite powerful. It was unheard of for a physical body to unleash 4,000 tons of strength. The eruption of 1,000 strands of astral power was equivalent to 4,000 tons of strength. But how many third-level metamorphic realm martial artists would dare to unleash 1,000 strands of astral power so lightly? Even if they did, how many times could they unleash it? At most, they could only unleash it 9 times. However, with Lin Feng's physique, he could unleash the 6 spiral forces dozens of times without any problems. Moreover, Lin Feng still had astral power, even if he only displayed the limit of an ordinary third-level metamorphic realm martial artist, which was only 999 strands of astral power. These 999 strands of astral power could all be infused into the void bubble. How strong could a void bubble that erupted like that be? Moreover, Lin Feng had all kinds of incredible innate abilities. Hence, Lin Feng was determined to get first place in the global martial arts competition this time. 5 days before the global martial arts competition, Lin Feng received a call request from Chief Commander Mo Lei of the North Mountain Base. Mo Lei had also signed up to participate in the global martial arts competition. After all, such a grand event was held once every 10 years. Mo Lei was already a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist, so he was naturally qualified to participate. Brother Lin Feng. Mo Lei landed at the South Mountain Base in a small airship. Brother Mo Lei. Brother Lin Feng. Get on the airship. Let's go to the Polar Academy together. Then I won't deny your generosity. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony. In terms of speed, the airships from the North Mountain Base were faster. The two of them boarded the airship. After bidding farewell to the people in the South Mountain Base, the airship set off and quickly left the South Mountain Base. The airship was very stable, and the facilities inside were very luxurious. Mo Lei and Lin Feng sat at the dining table. They even opened a bottle of wine. The sumptuous food on the table emitted an alluring fragrance. Mo Lei smiled and said, "Come on, Brother Lin Feng. Let's have a good drink today. I haven't thanked you properly for saving the North Mountain Base with your men. Brother Mo Lei, you're too kind." It was a rare opportunity for Lin Feng to relax, so he started drinking with Mo Lei. The two of them chatted about all kinds of things, and their interests aligned. Gradually, they became closer. Brother Lin Feng, you're the most talented martial artist I've ever seen. In half a year, you've advanced from the first level of Metamorphic Realm to the third level of Metamorphic Realm. You'll definitely shine in this global martial arts competition. Thank you for your kind words. Brother Mo Lei. Lin Feng did not conceal his realm. After all, it would be made public sooner or later. However, Mo Lei was only a little surprised, and not too taken aback. After all, back at the North Mountain Base, the strength Lin Feng had displayed was already not inferior to a third-level Metamorphic Realm martial artist, and might even be stronger. Brother Lin Feng, martial artists like us are determined to advance without leaving any regrets within. Otherwise, how can we break the genetic lock? You have to seize the opportunity to go to the Polar Academy this time. Follow your heart. We must fight for those who are worth fighting for. With your strength and your current achievements, what's there to be afraid of? Mori gave a half-smile, implying something with his words. Lin Feng did not know if he was really drunk, or if it's because of the person in his heart, whom he could never let go. He actually told Mo Lei about such a thing. However, Mo Lei's words made a ripple in Lin Feng's heart, which could no longer be calmed. Chapter 189 Polar City. Chapter 189 Polar City. The airship was very fast. As Lin Feng was drunk, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he could already see a huge city ahead. Brother Lin Feng, how was it? Did you sleep well? Mo Lei asked with a faint smile. Lin Feng felt that Mo Lei's smile seemed a little strange. I haven't slept so well in a long time. Have we arrived at the Polar Academy? Look, the Polar City is ahead. The Polar Academy is in the Polar City. A lot of people have come to the Polar City from everywhere. Recently, as expected, Lin Feng saw many airships outside their airship, densely packed as they flew towards the Polar City. Back when Sage Bingyu established the Polar Academy, her original intention was just to nurture some martial artists. Hence, she built the Polar Academy at the front line, where it often faced the threat of dire beasts. However, over the years, the dire beasts around the Polar Academy had long been driven away by the martial artists of the Polar Academy. This place was no longer the front line, but a prosperous city. Around the Polar Academy, there were even clusters of economically prosperous cities with large populations. Lin Feng also secretly admired Sage Bingyu. As the only woman among the 9 sages, Sage Bingyu's growth had long been legendary. What was even more legendary was that after Sage Bingyu became a sage, she established the Polar Academy near the front line, allowing the martial artists of the Polar Academy to often face the threat of dire beasts. In the end, she actually opened up a large area of rich frontier for humanity. Thinking about it, the Myriad Academy and the Holy Capital Academy were both established in the most prosperous places. It was no wonder that the Polar Academy was vaguely the leader of the 3 major martial academies. It was not that Sage Bingyu was the strongest, but that the overall strength of the Polar Academy was indeed stronger than the Holy Capital Academy and the Myriad Academy. Where here, the airship slowly flew into Polar City. There were staff specifically in charge of guiding the airship to land. Lin Feng and Mo Lei walked out of the airship and realized that there were already countless airships stocked here. The two of them walked to the main street, where martial artists were densely packed everywhere. There were also a large number of ordinary people, especially some reporters, who interviewed some martial artists on the spot. Some of these martial artists were humble, while others were more confident and spoke eloquently. They appeared intent about showcasing their skills at this global martial arts competition. There were also some merchants who waved large amounts of money and asked some martial artists to endorse. As long as they wore the clothes of the merchants or printed some advertisements when participating in the competition, they could obtain a large sum of money. These businessmen were all very shrewd. This was also the first time such a martial arts competition was held. The 5 major factions had spent a lot of money to build it, and there was overwhelming publicity all over the world. When the time came, it would also be broadcast live on television and online. How huge a business opportunity would this be? However, very few martial artists agreed to be sponsored. After all, martial artists who could participate in the global martial arts competition were basically all metamorphic realm martial artists who had broken the genetic lock. Who would care about a little endorsement fee? They wanted merit value. But these merchants did not have the ability to obtain merit value. Only the 5 major factions were qualified to distribute merit value. How lively. Mo Lei also sighed. In all the years he had been an inhuman expert, he had never encountered such a grand martial arts competition. This could be considered globally participated. Brother Lin Feng, let's go. Some of my good friends have also arrived. They are all chief commanders of some bases. I'll introduce you to them. Lin Feng nodded. He did not know many people in the Polar Academy, so he might as well follow Mo Lei to meet other martial artists. After all, In terms of connections, Lin Feng had only broken the genetic lock for more than 8 months. How could he compare to Mo Lei, who had been inhuman for decades? He followed Mo Lei to a hotel. More than 10 martial artists were gathered in the lounge inside, chatting and laughing. When Mo Lei entered, the martial artists also greeted him. Come on, let me introduce everyone. This is Brother Lin Feng from the South Mountain Base. He's also here to participate in a global martial arts competition. The other martial artists had actually noticed Lin Feng long ago. He looked a little familiar, but they did not ask. Hearing Mo Lei's introduction, some martial artists asked in surprise, could it be Lin Feng, who obtained the Hero of Humanity medal? That's right. It's Brother Lin Feng. Mo Lei laughed and introduced these martial artists to Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng. This is the Chief Commander of the Freelance Cultivators Union's Nimbus Base. This is the Chief Commander of the Gloaming Base. This is. Lin Feng also exchanged a few pleasantries with them one by one. Although these martial artists all felt that Lin Feng was very young, they were naturally very polite to Lin Feng, seeing Mo Lei's proper introduction, and that he was the owner of the Hero of Humanity medal. Lin Feng, I heard that the new policy for martial artists was implemented so quickly because you caused a scene in Stone City. All the martial artists at the front line have you to thank. That's right. Let those cowards from the government faction have a taste of life-or-death battles with dire beasts at the front line. Haha. Ever since the new policy for martial artists was implemented, the inhuman experts of those government factions went to the front line. I heard that there were heavy casualties. Tisk tisk. It's so satisfying. Those cowards didn't dare to go to the front line in the past. It's time to make them suffer now. Most of these martial artists were martial artists from the Freelance Cultivators Union. After all, Mo Lei was also a martial artist from the Freelance Cultivators Union. They all had the same attitude towards martial artists from the government faction, and looked down on them. Then, these martial artists discussed the matter of this global martial arts competition. Although they had all signed up to participate in the global martial arts competition, in reality, they knew their own limits. No one was really arrogant enough to think that they could enter the top 10. This was a gathering of most of the metamorphic realm martial artists in the world. Who would dare to claim that they would definitely be able to enter the top 10? They just wanted to show off a little on this big stage. After all, it would be a pity if they did not participate in such a grand event. Personally, Mo Lei chatted enthusiastically with everyone, but Lin Feng was a little dispirited. These people were ultimately Mo Lei's friends, not his. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of Yu Shan. Initially, Lin Feng wanted Yu Shan to come along, but Yu Shan said that it would be too embarrassing for a mere first-level metamorphic realm like himself to participate in a global martial arts competition. No amount of persuasion could get him to come. Great. Now Lin Feng was alone in Polar City. As if sensing that Lin Feng was somewhat uncomfortable, Mo Lei asked softly, Brother Lin Feng, how about we return to the hotel first? Lin Feng shook his head and said, you haven't met your friends for many years. How can you leave so soon? Fine. I'll return to the hotel myself first. Mo Lei thought for a moment and did not insist. In any case, they had exchanged contact methods. They could just contact each other when the time came. Hence, Lin Feng bade farewell and left. However, he did not return to the hotel. Instead, he strolled along the streets alone. Suddenly, his communicator rang. Lin Feng took out his communicator and saw that it was Dragon Rider Hao Shi. Lin Feng, you've arrived at the Polar City. Lord Hao Shi, I just arrived at the Polar City. All right, come to the Polar Hotel quickly. Hao Shi did not care if Lin Feng agreed or not. With that, he hung up. Although Lin Feng was a little taken aback, he could only rush to the Polar Hotel. Chapter 190 Disclosure. Chapter 190 Disclosure. The Polar Hotel was the most luxurious hotel in Polar City. It was usually open for business. But since the global martial arts competition was held, the Polar Hotel had to accommodate the global martial arts competition. Hence, only Divine Realm and Meta-Divine Realm martial artists could stay in the Polar Hotel. Lin Feng was stopped at the entrance of the hotel and could only contact Hao Shi. With Hao Shi's confirmation, the hotel staff let Lin Feng in. The facilities in the hotel were naturally top-notch. Otherwise, why would they specially accommodate distinguished Divine Realm and Meta-Divine Realm experts? When Lin Feng arrived at the conference hall according to Hao Shi's instructions, he realized that there were more than 10 martial artists inside. All of them had an obscure and oppressive aura. Divine Realm. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was the second time he had seen those of the Divine Realm. In the past, the only Divine Realm experts he had seen were Shang Zifeng and Hao Shi. However, both Shang Zifeng and Hao Shi made Lin Feng feel oppressed. It was a pressure in terms of the level of life. This time, when Lin Feng saw Hao Shi again, although he still felt that sense of oppression, he was no longer the same as before. In particular, the large amount of astral power in his body far exceeded that of any third-level metamorphic realm martial artist. In fact, he might even be a match for a Divine Realm martial artist, but he would only know after actually fighting them. Hence, he also had some confidence, and his attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Lord Hao Shi, Lin Feng said calmly. Lin Feng, come in quickly. Xia Laogui. This is the young lad I was talking about. Lin Feng, Hao Shi said to a tall elderly man with a ruddy face. Xia Laogui was naturally also a Divine Realm martial artist. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Oh, so you're Lin Feng Tesk. Not bad. Not bad at all. You obtained the Hero of Humanity medal in Dragonlith City and caused a stir in Stone City. The little fellow can really cause trouble. But even Lord Sage remembers your name. He even introduced the new policy for martial artists in advance. Not bad. Indeed." Xia Laogui seemed to be very impressed by Lin Feng and kept praising him. Lord Hao Shi, why did you call me here? Lin Feng looked at these Divine Realm martial artists. All of them were actually Divine Realm martial artists. It was incredible that so many Divine Realm martial artists could gather in ordinary times. It's good for you to get to know these seniors. As soon as Hao Shi finished speaking, Xia Laogui laughed loudly and said, "Haha, Hao Shi, you want this young lad to support you, right? None of the disciples you accepted in the past are worthwhile. What now are you asking young Lin Feng to fight for your reputation this time?" Lin Feng gave Hao Shi an odd look. In the past, he had thought that Hao Shi was a little cold and aloof. But now, it seemed like that was not the case at all. Hao Shi's tone became harsher as he said, "HMPH. What are you envious? Although Lin Feng is only at the first level of metamorphic realm, his ability is comparable to a second level of metamorphic realm martial artist. Can any of your disciples do that?" Lin Feng felt a little helpless. This was really why Hao Shi had called him over for. However, he glanced at the surrounding Divine Realm martial artists. They were all dignified Divine Realm martial artists. Was it necessary for a mere metamorphic realm martial artist like himself to fight for his face? "Heh, I don't believe you. Hao Shi, you're indeed very strong. We all admit that." Although Lin Feng also obtained the Hero of Humanity medal, that was a coincidence. I remember that he had just broken the genetic lock for a few months. Less than a year. Right, doesn't it embarrass you to ask him to sign up for the global martial arts competition? Why? Xia Laogui, you're not convinced? Then just ask your disciple to spar with Lin Feng. Hao Shi looked at Xia Laogui provocatively. He was very confident in Lin Feng. Alright, Umo, go up and spar with Lin Feng. Yes, master. A tall and beautiful girl walked out from behind Xia Laogui. However, she was not just ornamental in her beauty, but a second-level, metamorphic realm martial artist. She was also a disciple Xia Laogui was proud of. This time, Xia Laogui brought his disciples to the Polar City to broaden their horizons. Although he did not let Umo sign up for the global martial arts competition, he was very confident in Umo. Umo was not an ordinary second-level metamorphic realm martial artist. With the guidance of Xia Laogui, a divine realm martial artist, how could she be poor? Lin Feng, go and give it a try. Take it as the warm-up for the global martial arts competition. How she also patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said in an encouraging tone, Lin Feng glanced at Umo, then at the excited surrounding Divine Realm martial artists. Were these actually Divine Realm martial artists? The Sheng Zifeng he saw back then was a high and almighty self-proclaimed deity. Even Hao Shi back then was peerlessly domineering. How did so many Divine Realm martial artists end up like this when they gathered together? Brother Lin, please enlighten me, Umo also said seriously. Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, Hao Shi said, Lin Feng, hurry up and go. Don't tell me you haven't improved at all after being in the South Mountain base for so long. You weren't so timid in Stone City back then. Don't worry. I've got your back. Zia Laogui isn't such a petty person. If you win, Zia Laogui will definitely give you some rewards. Isn't that right? Zia Laogui. Hao Shi. You really know how to fight for benefits for the young lad. But are you so confident that Lin Feng will definitely win? Zia Laogui was tit for tat. Lin Feng looked at Yumo in front of him. Actually, Yumo was a little older than him, but she appeared more juvenile. Moreover, she appeared very nervous among the many Divine Realm martial artists. Clearly, she was affected by these Divine Realm experts. There were very few metamorphic realm martial artists like Lin Feng, who was completely unaffected by Divine Realm experts. Senior Zia. Lord Hao Shi. I think there's no need to compete anymore. Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Why do you look down on Umo? Zia Laogui's expression darkened. He seemed very amiable now, but that was before Hao Shi and the other Divine Realm experts. If they were outside, he would be very strict indeed. No, Senior Zia has misunderstood. Lin Feng hurriedly explained. Lin Feng, don't be wishy-washy. Just do it. Hao Shi was also a little displeased. Lin Feng seemed so efficient usually. Why was he so reluctant today? Lord Hao Shi, I'll be honest. I've already broken through to the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. Lin Feng did not hide it anymore, and said it directly. What did you say? 3rd level of metamorphic realm? Hao Shi's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Feng. Yes, sir. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and nodded directly. In any case, he was here to participate in the global martial arts competition. So, he had to display the strength of someone from the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. Hence, it made no difference whether he disclosed it sooner or later. Seeing Lin Feng nod with a solemn expression, all the Divine Realm martial artists in the conference hall stared at Lin Feng intently. Time seemed to have stopped. The entire conference hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one spoke for a long time. Chapter 191 True Genius. Chapter 191 True Genius. Good. Good. Zia Laogui's eye seemed to be gleaming as he stared intently at Lin Feng. Moreover, he did not mention anything about sparring anymore. What a joke. Wouldn't asking Yumo from the 2nd level of metamorphic realm to compete with Lin Feng from the 3rd level of metamorphic realm be asking for humiliation? Umo also bit her lip, her expression rather complicated. Lin Feng was much younger than her, yet he was already at the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. This was simply incredible. Young lad, do you have a sweetheart? Zia Laogui, get lost. Hao Shi quickly came in front of Lin Feng. With a solemn expression, he asked in a low voice. Lin Feng, you're not lying to me. Have you really broken through to the 3rd level of metamorphic realm? Lin Feng nodded and said, I fought with dire beasts in the South Mountain base and was fortunate enough to break through in a life-or-death situation. I'm indeed at the 3rd level of metamorphic realm now. In fact, the most important aspect of the metamorphic realm was mental power. If one's mental power was not strong, one would not be able to compress astral power, and naturally could not break through. Lin Feng could only use this compromise to make others think that he had broken through because his mental will improved greatly in battle. Although breaking through to the 3rd level of metamorphic realm in 9 months was somewhat exaggerated, it was not impossible. After all, transcending the 3 minor realms within the metamorphic realm was far less difficult than life transitions. Haha. Good. I remember that it's been less than 9 months since you broke the genetic lock. Right, in 9 months. You broke through 3 realms in a row and reached the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. You've already broken Don Fengsheng's record and become the martial artist with the fastest breakthrough speed among all the martial artists in our Myriad Academy. Oh, Don Fengsheng, the Demon King of the Myriad Academy. Don Fengsheng. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had defeated Don Fengsheng in the virtual battle chamber, but he knew that Don Fengsheng had long broken the genetic lock. As the most talented student in the history of the Myriad Academy, Don Fengsheng had long been a legend of the Myriad Academy. However, the strange thing was that after Lin Feng broke the genetic lock, he rarely heard about Don Fengsheng again. That's right. Don Fengsheng is gifted, but he's also sufficiently hardworking. He has always been cultivating arduously. Ordinary people don't know about it. However, even a genius like Don Fengsheng took a year and 3 months to break through from the 1st level of metamorphic realm to the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. You were faster than him by half a year. A strange look flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Originally, he thought that Don Fengsheng was only very strong at the level of a professional martial artist. After all, at that stage, one would have a huge advantage if they had strong innate abilities. However, he did not expect Don Fengsheng to still be so strong after breaking the genetic lock. He only took a little over a year to reach the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. Although he was a little surprised, Lin Feng was relieved. He had used 9 months to reach the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. Although it was a little shocking, with Don Fengsheng's example before him, it was not unbelievable. At most, had just be more gifted than Don Fengsheng. At the very least, it could temporarily conceal his abnormality. Lord Hao Shi, will Don Fengsheng participate in this global martial arts competition? Lin Feng was actually somewhat interested in Don Fengsheng now. Will Don Fengsheng participate in the global martial arts competition? Everyone's gaze was a little strange. In the end, it was Xia Laogui who said, "Young lad, Don Fengsheng won't participate in the martial arts competition. Even if he does, he won't be a contestant, but an invited guest. Do you know how many life transitions Don Fengsheng has undergone?" Lin Feng frowned. He had also learned about Don Fengsheng before. He was actually only 20 or 30 years older than Lin Feng, and could be considered very young among martial artists who had broken the genetic lock. Could such a young martial artist have reached the divine realm through a second life transition already? Has Don Fengsheng undergone a second life transition and become a divine realm martial artist? Xia Laogui chuckled and said, "Of course he's not a divine realm martial artist. A few months ago, Don Fengsheng went deep into the volcanic lava to cultivate. He underwent 3 life transitions and became a divine realm martial artist before the age of 50. What 3 life transitions? Even Lin Feng was stunned. He knew how difficult 3 life transitions were. Forget about 3. Even martial artists who underwent 2 life transitions were very rare. Normally, one could only undergo a second life transition in their 70s or 80s. As for 3 life transitions, practically all happened after they were over 100 years old. Only Don Fengsheng had actually undergone 3 life transitions before the age of 50. This was not just the 3 minor realms of the metamorphic realm, but a life transition. Even if he obtained the genetic fusion device, it was actually just an aid. It could not directly help martial artists undergo life transitions. Hao Shi also heaved a long sigh and said, "I didn't think I'd admire anyone other than the 9 sages. Even for those meta-divine realm martial artists, I firmly believe that I can surpass them one day. But this Don Fengsheng is my junior, and he has already surpassed me. Most martial artists even assert that Don Fengsheng has a high chance of becoming the 10th sage." Lin Feng did not expect Don Fengsheng to be so highly rated in the martial arts circle. He was actually already a meta-divine realm martial artist. This Don Fengsheng is very good. If he had obtained the genetic fusion device, he might be able to meet Master's conditions and obtain Master's true legacy. A voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. It was Longbitham's voice. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not know what method Longbitham had used, such that its speech only occurred in Lin Feng's mind, and outsiders could not hear it at all. However, Lin Feng could not respond now. Moreover, he also felt that this Dongfeng Sheng was indeed a true genius. At this moment, Hao Shi's gaze became much gentler. He said with a smile, "You actually hid this from me. Lad, are you holding back your big move and preparing to shine at the global martial arts competition?" Lin Feng did not know how to answer. The other Divine Realm martial artists all laughed heartily. "All right, since you're so talented, this global martial arts competition may be your chance to rise to success. I heard that the 9 sages have prepared some good stuff for the top 10 of this competition. You have to seize the opportunity." Good stuff? Could there be other rewards besides merit value? Of course there are. Do you think the 9 sages would cast projections personally just to distribute some merit value to you people? Not sure what exactly it is, though. The 9 sages' confidentiality measures are all very good this time, but the Invincible Fist Sage did reveal one thing. That is, our Myriad Academy must send out the strongest lineup and strive to get into the top 10. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Lin Feng nodded, deep in thought. Even Longbitham had not found out what other rewards there were in the competition. Hao Shi had only obtained a bit of information. 2. It seemed like the 9 sages' purpose for holding the global martial arts competition was definitely not that simple. But no matter what, Lin Feng's goal was getting the first. It would naturally be clear when the time came. Chapter 192 Call. Chapter 192 Call. Lin Feng, you haven't taken a good look around the Polar City yet, have you? I do know a few good places. Do you want to come with me? He did not know what Xia Laohui had told Umo, but after Lin Feng left the hotel, Umo followed him out. Lin Feng had come into contact with many female martial artists, but there were indeed very few who could break the genetic lock. Moreover, Umo was at the 2nd level of metamorphic realm, so his strength should be quite good. Lin Feng felt a little helpless about Umo's enthusiasm, him going back to prepare for the competition in a few days. So, Lin Feng rejected her tactfully. Umo naturally understood. Her eyes were a little dim, but she forced a smile and said, "All right, we'll talk another day. I wish you good results in the martial arts competition in advance." With that, Umo turned around and returned to the hotel. Lin Feng shook his head. He left the hotel and walked aimlessly on the streets. He was not in a hurry to go back and make preparations. It was just an excuse to Umo. Could Dongfeng Sheng have obtained the genetic fusion device? Lin Feng was still thinking about Dongfeng Sheng. Impossible. Of course, I know about the genetic fusion devices I placed. According to the terms of you humans, this Dongfeng Sheng is a top genius. Longbitham also seemed to have found some information about Dongfeng Sheng. I can also accomplish 3 life transitions before I turn 50. Lin Feng was not discouraged at all. He was now 21 years old, and had already reached the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. He was just one step away from a 2nd life transition. However, just this step alone had stumped countless people. Actually, according to what Longbitham said, only when Lin Feng's mental power could break through to the 2nd level could his life transition be foolproof. Otherwise, if his mental power was insufficient to guide his combat body, even if his life transition was successful, he would not be able to cultivate the combat body. Normally, cultivators in the cosmic cultivation system mainly focused on mental power cultivation, and thought of all kinds of ways to break through their mental power. On the other hand, there were only too many miraculous things in the universe for life transitions. Some miraculous items could help cultivators undergo life transitions, but those miraculous things were just too rare. At least, there were no such miraculous things on this planet at the moment. Hence, in a sense, life transitions and mental power breakthroughs were equally difficult. Lin Feng wanted not just a life transition, but also a breakthrough in mental power. During this period of time, Lin Feng did not give up on cultivating the Imminent mental guidance technique. The mental power sphere in His mind had actually expanded by onefold, which meant that his mental power had indeed increased by a lot during this period of time. However, there was still a gap before he could break through to the second level. Lin Feng walked aimlessly on the streets. Suddenly, he looked up and realized that there was a huge, heavily guarded building complex. In front of him, the Polar Academy. Lin Feng saw the huge sign. This was the Polar Academy. Unknowingly, Lin Feng had already arrived outside the Polar Academy. The Global Martial Arts competition was held in the Polar Academy, but the competition had not started yet, and the Polar Academy was not open. Outsiders were not allowed to enter at all. There were only many reporters and tourists loitering outside the Polar Academy. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Although he had never been to the Polar Academy, there was someone he could not forget inside. He took out his communicator and searched for the familiar names on it. When the screen froze on a contact, however, Lin Feng hesitated. After a long while, Lin Feng suddenly pressed the call button. As the Global Martial Arts competition approached, the atmosphere in the Polar Academy also became enthusiastic. There were people coming and going everywhere. Many seniors who had gone out had also returned, especially some celebrity seniors. All of them had broken the genetic lock, so they could enter the Polar Academy. When these seniors returned to their alma mater, they were naturally warmly welcomed by their juniors. Today, the Polar Academy welcomed a heavyweight senior. The Polar Academy even held a welcome party for him. Chen, Senior Lai Zhang's welcome party is really packed with people. However, it's no wonder. Senior Lai Zhang is not even 30 years old, but he has already become a top metamorphic realm martial artist. I heard that he has a chance of becoming a divine realm martial artist. Moreover, he has made extraordinary contributions in guarding the Rock Mountain base, and even obtained the Protector of Humanity medal. Currently, Senior Lai Zhang is a popular candidate for the top 10 in this global martial arts competition. There are so many people at his welcome party that I couldn't get a good seat even if I wanted to. The companion beside Chen was still complaining, seemingly very vexed. There's no use complaining to me. I don't know Senior Lai Zhang, Chen said helplessly. Chen, that's not necessarily the case. Everyone knows that Senior Lai Hang is pursuing you. Heh, I heard that Senior Lai Hang is Senior Lai Zhang's biological brother. If you ask Senior Lai Hang to get a better seat, I don't believe he want help. Chen frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Ever since she came to the Polar Academy, she had received a few favors from Lai Hang. This Lai Hang was already a grade 9 professional martial artist. Although his family background was extraordinary, he was very talented and came to the Polar Academy. He did not put on airs and had a gentle personality. He pursued Chen, and even though Chen did not agree, Chen could not get angry at someone like Lai Hang, so she let him be. Chen's companions all knew about this. I want to ask Senior Lai Hang, why don't you go and see if there are any seats for resale? Alas, looks like that's the only way. Chen's companion did not insist. Chen, are you going to my big brother Lai Zhan's welcome party? I have a few good seats here. Let's go together. As they spoke, Lai Hang arrived. Senior Lai Hang, there's no need. Chen shook her head. She did want to attend the welcome party, but she did not want to trouble Lai Hang. Who says there's no need? Senior Lai Hang. Chen had wanted to participate in the welcome party for a long time. It's just that we don't have a good seat. Thank you, Senior Lai Hang. Chen's companion agreed to it immediately. Chen opened her mouth, but did not refuse. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Chen's communicator rang. Chen's expression froze slightly when she saw the name on the communicator. You came to the Polar City? Yes. I haven't contacted you in a long time. How are you doing? I'm doing well. On the other hand, you've become quite the influential figure. You're here to participate in the global martial arts competition. Right. That's right. An event of this magnitude is not to be missed. Then I wish you good results in advance. Thank you. It was just a few simple words, and they had not even spoken of meeting. Yet Chen's gaze became very gentle. Lai Hang had pursued Chen for a long time, but he had never seen her like this. Hence, his heart skipped a beat. From the corner of his eye, he saw the name on Chen's communicator. Lin Feng. There was no mistaking that name. Lai Hang maintained his smile, but he was a little depressed. His family background was very well off. In fact, he could have gone to either the Myriad Academy or the Holy Capital Academy. But he chose Polar Academy because he wanted to work for his achievements in Polar Academy. His brother had become an inhuman expert and was an influential figure in the Polar Academy. He was not bad himself. He had even begun preparing to break the genetic lock, and there was a high chance of success. However, his only sense of defeat came from Chen. The girl in front of him was confident, independent, beautiful, and kind. The first time he saw Chen, he had fallen in love with her. However, he had failed. After pursuing Chen for so long, Chen still maintained a very indifferent attitude towards him. But now, an unfamiliar call actually made Chen beam with happiness. Lin Feng, he remembered this name. He must investigate this properly in the future. At the very least, he must know who his competitor was. Chen, let's go. The welcome party is about to begin. Lai Hang would not give up. No matter who Lin Feng was, he still had many opportunities in the Polar Academy. He believed that with his sincerity and excellence, he would definitely be able to move Chen. Chapter 193 Someone Investigating You. Chapter 193 Someone Investigating You. On the street, Lin Feng put down his communicator. All along, he had been concerned about something. The figure in his mind could not be erased. He even deliberately avoided the Polar Academy. Lin Feng had mixed feelings about the Global Martial Arts Conference being held at the Polar Academy. However, when he connected to Chen's communicator and exchanged a few simple words, despite not even meeting her, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from the depths of his heart. He suddenly relaxed. So, it's that simple. Lin Feng understood, and his mood lifted. Although he did not meet Chen, and they just greeted each other like friends. This was enough. It was really enough. He had already broken the genetic lock. He was no longer plagued by the strange illness. From the moment he broke the genetic lock, he had embarked on a new chapter in his life. It was time for his relationship with Chen to embark on a new chapter. 2. Time passed in a flash. The Global Martial Arts Competition was held as scheduled. The Polar Academy opened, and all martial artists who signed up could enter the Polar Academy. As for the others, martial artists above the divine realm could enter directly. As for some government personnel, upper echelons of the military, celebrities from all walks of life, reporters, and so on, they all required an invitation card for entry. This also caused dissatisfaction in many people, feeling that it was a little unfair. However, wasn't this what the 5 major factions had been pushing for? Martial artists had the priority in all things. Furthermore, martial artists above the divine realm enjoyed preferential treatment. However, no matter how many people were dissatisfied, they could not change the rules of the 5 major factions. The 5 major factions had actually already sent out many invitation cards, but there were simply too many people who wanted to enter the Polar Academy and watch the Global Martial Arts Competition on site. Some wealthy people were even willing to pay a high price to purchase them. Currently, the price of an invitation card had already risen to over 1 million, but there were still very few of them for sale. No one was willing to give up such an invitation card and miss this grand event. As for the ordinary people who did not have any channels, they were all gathered in front of the television or watching the Global Martial Arts Competition online. On this day, large companies and corporations would even make some time specifically for their employees to watch the Global Martial Arts Competition. The 5 major factions must have secretly added to the momentum. The goal was to build the world's grandest event, and even push the society to enter the era of martial artists. Lin Feng and Mo Lei walked slowly into the Polar Academy together. The participating martial artists and the spectators took two different passages for distinguishing to avoid confusion due to the large number of people. Even so, Lin Feng looked over and realized that the martial artist queue was very, very long. There were literally tens of thousands of them. Why were there so many metamorphic realm martial artists participating in the global martial arts competition? Brother Mo Lei, do you know how many metamorphic realm martial artists are participating in this competition? Lin Feng asked. Curiously, Mo Lei shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but there must be tens of thousands of people. Actually, there are many human martial artists. Metamorphic realm martial artists appear to be very few. But that's because they are scattered all over the world. There are 10 billion people in the world. Even if only 100 million people practice martial arts, and 1 in 100 of them succeeds, there would still be many martial artists who can break the genetic lock in the end. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Actually, he had never paid much attention to the number of human martial artists. Now that he heard Mo Lei's words, it seemed like there were really quite a lot of human martial artists. Lin Feng, there are really a lot of martial artists who signed up for the global martial arts competition this time. There are a total of 36,981 people. Suddenly, Longbitham's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Longbitham was omnipotent in the virtual network. It was only too easy to investigate this information. Over 36 people. That's indeed a lot. Lin Feng's heart also skipped a beat. It had to be known that most of the people participating in the global martial arts competition this time were third-level metamorphic realm martial artists. Apart from a very small number of first-level and second-level metamorphic realm martial artists who would sign up, the rest were all third-level metamorphic realm martial artists. After all, if one did not have the strength of the third level of metamorphic realm, it would be a wasted trip. Moreover, this global martial arts competition would be broadcast live worldwide before 10 billion viewers. If they were clearly not strong enough and came here to be trounced, it would be embarrassing to be seen by their acquaintances. The martial artists who signed up to participate more or less had some strength. Of course, while there were more than 30 third-level metamorphic realm martial artists, if one did a rough calculation, even if there were hundreds of thousands of metamorphic realm martial artists, or even millions of metamorphic realm martial artists, they would still be nothing compared to all the dire beasts in the Outland. The number of demons among those dire beasts was simply infinite. In terms of numbers alone, even if human martial artists expanded by another 10 or 100 times, they still would not be on par with the many dire beasts in the Outland. Lin Feng, people on your network have voted for the top 10 popular candidates. Do you want to know who they are? Having roamed the internet for so long, Longbithem had actually become quite nosy too. I'm not interested in knowing. In any case, I'm not one of them. Lin Feng also had some self-awareness. Although he had obtained the Hero of Humanity medal and caused a stir in Stone City, the time since he's broken the genetic lock was too short. It was impossible for him to become a popular candidate. He could only appear as a dark horse in this global martial arts competition. What a bore. However, someone has been investigating your information on the network for the past few days. Investigating my information who? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had not offended anyone recently. Why would someone investigate his information? He thought of the legate of Stone City, Zhang Zifeng. Although this Zhang Zifeng was a divine realm expert, he had a high and almighty attitude like a deity. Zhang Zifeng had also left with his tail between his legs after how she taught him a lesson for Lin Feng's sake. Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised at all if Zhang Zifeng wanted to kill him. There was also the Zhao family of Central Sea. Due to the matter of Zhao Peng, even if Lin Feng did nothing, he would still be a thorn in the Zhao family's side. The stronger Lin Feng was, the higher his status, and the greater his influence, the more uneasy the Zhao family would be. That said, the Zhao family knew the Lin family very well. They didn't need to investigate online. It is someone called Lai Hang. He is a student of the Polar Academy. A student from the Polar Academy investigated me. I don't know anyone called Lai Hang at all. Lombitham. You must have investigated. The reason? Right. Of course I have investigated thoroughly. Lai Hang was just investigating your information. And it was all public information. I traced it to his account and found something interesting. According to how you humans put it, he should be your love rival. Right, he is investigating your relationship with that girl you called yesterday. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. So it was because of Chen. As for love rival, Lin Feng did not care at all. Chen was so outstanding that she had no lack of suitors back in Central Sea University, let alone in Polar Academy. Having suitors was all too normal. If that Lai Hang wanted to investigate, Lin Feng did not pay heed to it at all. He was just a student of the Polar Academy who had not even broken the genetic lock. Why would Lin Feng care? The current Lin Feng was no longer that boy plagued by a strange illness. Instead, he was a genius martial artist who had broken the genetic lock and had boundless potential. He was confident that he could be on par with any genius. Chapter 194 9 Sages. Chapter 194 9 Sages. The square of the Polar Academy was huge, enough to accommodate 100 people. However, such a huge square was already filled with people. Some people of status were sitting in premium seats. The strange thing was that the surroundings of the square were densely filled with screens and projectors, ensuring that everyone in any position could clearly see the scene of the global martial arts competition. Those with very high statuses were naturally some meta-divine and divine realm experts. As for the projections of the 9 sages, they had yet to appear. The other high-ranking government officials, military executives, and elites from all walks of life all had their own positions. There was also the press box. Many reporters were busying about. For the sake of this live broadcast for the whole world, they could not let their guard down. They were probably the busiest people in this global martial arts competition. There was another place specially reserved for the students of the Polar Academy. This could be considered a benefit for the students of the Polar Academy. After all, the global martial arts competition was held at the Polar Academy. As students of the Academy, they could watch it directly. At this moment, the seats of the Polar Academy students were already filled with people. Chen and her companions had relatively good seats, and this was thanks to Lai Hang. It had to be said that Lai Hang was considered an influential figure in the Polar Academy. It was naturally easy for him to get a few good seats. These Polar Academy students were all very excited. In their eyes, those who could participate in the martial arts competition this time were all geniuses and renowned martial artists. Even though they were students of the Polar Academy, it was not that easy to break the genetic lock. If they could not break the genetic lock in a few years, they would also be forced to leave the Polar Academy. Hence, being able to break the genetic lock was enough to make them envious. Moreover, these participating martial artists might be the cream of the crop among metamorphic realm martial artists. Of course, the most popular ones were still the seniors from the Polar Academy. After all, the Polar Academy could be considered their home ground. Look, isn't that Senior Rose? I heard that Senior Rose usually fights with those savage dire beasts at the front line. I didn't expect her to come this time. There's also Senior Zhu Chengwang. Tisk tisk. I heard that he once escaped from a demon general. He's very strong. Heh. No matter how strong he is, how can he be stronger than Senior Lai Zhang? Look at the popular vote on the internet. Senior Lai Zhang is one of the top 10 popular candidates and has a chance of entering the top 10. That's right. In the past, our Polar Academy always had an overwhelming advantage in the martial arts competitions between the 3 major academies. No matter what, the seniors of our Polar Academy will definitely obtain good results this time. That's hard to say. I heard that there's a top genius in the Freelance Cultivators Union. The students of the Polar Academy were enthusiastically discussing all kinds of gossip. They were especially interested in the genius martial artists who were participating in the competition. However, Chen did not participate. Her gaze seemed to be searching through the participating crowd, as if she was looking for someone. Lai Hang was silent. He had also investigated Lin Feng in the past few days. Although there was only a name, with his ability, he could still find out many things. Moreover, he now knew that Lin Feng was a celebrity. With the crisis in Dragonlit City some time ago, the incident in Stone City, and the launch of the new policy for martial artists, Lin Feng was an influential figure through and through. Lin Feng's news was everywhere online. Initially, Lai Hang was not too sure that the recipient of the Hero of Humanity medal, Lin Feng, was the Lin Feng who had contacted Chen. However, when he found out that Lin Feng was also from Central Sea City and used to be in the same university as Chen, he was basically certain that his love rival was Lin Feng, whose news was widespread on the internet. Lai Hang was originally very confident that he was not inferior to anyone. In fact, he was even more outstanding than his peers. Be it his family background or himself, he was well off. However, when he investigated Lin Feng, Lai Hang felt a little less than confident for the first time. Lin Feng had broken the genetic lock at the age of 20 and obtained the Hero of Humanity medal. It had to be known that even the most outstanding person in his heart, his brother Lai Xiang, had only obtained the Protector of Humanity medal. Perhaps in terms of family background alone, Lai Hang might have a slight advantage over Lin Feng. However, for martial artists, it's their own strength that counted the most. Lin Feng could support a family alone, and Lin Feng himself spoke for his family background. No matter what, Lai Hang could not compare to this. Lai Hang had been a little discouraged in the past, but he thought it through later. So what if Lin Feng broke the genetic lock? He would be able to break the genetic lock sooner or later. He was confident of it. Moreover, he had an incomparably outstanding big brother who had a chance of becoming a divine realm martial artist when the time came. With his big brother taking care of him, he also had a chance of becoming a divine realm martial artist. Chen would not suffer or lose out if she followed him. Lin Feng was only slightly ahead of him. Moreover, Lin Feng had only broken the genetic lock for a few months. How strong could he possibly be? Yet he had actually participated in the global martial arts competition. When the time came, Lin Feng's crushing defeat in front of Chen might be Lai Hang's chance. Why isn't he here? Chen frowned. She did not see Lin Feng, mainly because there were just too many people. She wanted to call Lin Feng again, but, after some thought, she felt that she should not disturb Lin Feng. After all, this was the eve of the competition. She did not want to affect Lin Feng. Chen did not know that Lai Hang's heart ached when he saw her worried expression. However, he was also slightly jealous, because Chen was not worried about him, but someone else. They are here. They are here. The projections of the 9 sages have appeared. The already noisy atmosphere in the square became even more lively all of a sudden. The sages, the strongest martial artists in human society, finally cast their projections. Even though they were just projections, they still excited countless people. These were sages. Their deeds were already familiar to everyone. They had even become legends. At this moment, be it martial artists, government officials, military generals, famous scholars, entrepreneurs, and so on, everyone stood up and bowed to the 9 sages. Lin Feng also stared intently at the projections of the 9 sages. Among the 9 sages, he had only met the invincible fist sage. He had never met the other 8 sages. But this did not stop him from knowing the identities of the other 8 sages. After all, the 9 sages had already become legends in human society. Their appearances and deeds had long spread, and almost everyone was familiar with them. Invincible Fist Sage of the Myriad Academy, Sage Bingyu of the Polar Academy, Sage Cass of the Holy Capital Academy, Sage Kang, renowned as the Pioneer, from the government faction, Sage Klaus from the government faction, Sage Shu Tanki from the military faction, Sage Paman from the military faction, Sage Batai from the consortium faction, Sage Yuani from the freelance cultivators union. The 9 sages of humanity, invincible experts who had undergone 4 life transitions, all projected their images. The global martial arts competition entered its climax at this moment. Even if the 9 sages did nothing and just gathered the 9 projections, they would be improving the standard of the global martial arts competition by countless times. Only at this moment could global martial arts competition truly be considered the focus of the world. Chapter 195 Virtual Combat System. Chapter 195 Virtual Combat System. The 9 sages all cast their projections. Looking at the dense crowd below, the 9 sages all appeared very calm. Sage Bingyu. Let's begin, Elder Kang said calmly. Sage Bingyu also nodded at a deputy dean of the Polar Academy. That deputy dean was also a dignified divine martial artist with a respected status. But in front of the 9 sages, he did not dare to be anything less than respectful. The global martial arts competition begins now. There are a great number of participants, up to tens of thousands of martial artists. Moreover, once they fight at full force, casualties are inevitable. Therefore, we have decided to employ the most advanced virtual combat system for this global martial arts competition. This virtual combat system is currently the most advanced virtual system of humans. It can perfectly imitate any power in a martial artist's body, including the strength of the physical body, astral power, innate abilities, weapons, and so on. It's almost identical to strength and reality without any deviations. Therefore, feel free to fight to your best ability in the virtual combat system. Hearing the host say that they would use the virtual combat system to fight, everyone was very surprised. This was because they had not received any news beforehand. This was probably extremely confidential news. Is the virtual combat system really that miraculous? Our Myriad Academy does have a combat system, but it doesn't seem to be very practical for martial artists who have broken the genetic lock or above. It can't perfectly simulate their own strength. Is this system really that advanced? There are also benefits to using the virtual combat system. It can at least accommodate tens of thousands of martial artists for battle at the same time. Otherwise, if we fight one by one, wouldn't the global martial arts competition take a very long time? I wonder what the rules of the virtual combat system are. Some people questioned it, while others were thinking of countermeasures. However, there was no doubt that many people were not confident about using the virtual combat system to fight. At this moment, Sage Bingyu suddenly said, "This virtual combat system is completely different from before. Everyone, do not worry. After entering the virtual combat system, participating martial artists can try it out first. If you have any doubts, you can raise them immediately." With Sage Bingyu speaking personally, the discussions below gradually subsided. Beside her, Sage Kang said with a smile, "It wasn't easy for Sage Yuan and I to obtain the system from that ancient ruin. That ancient ruin should be left behind by a technological civilization, and it's much stronger than our virtual system. After several years of improvement, there won't be any problems." That's right. The limit of this system's simulation is a divine realm expert, therefore, there would be no problem at all simulating these metamorphic realm martial artists. Sage Yuan nodded as well. He and Sage Kang had spent many years entering that ruin. Although they had obtained a lot of technology, this virtual system was their greatest gain. With the help of this global martial arts competition, if it succeeded, it wouldn't even be a problem to promote it globally. Then, the Deputy Dean of Polar Academy announced the start of the global martial arts competition. The martial artists walked into the open space in the square, one after another. However, Lin Feng was a little worried. He did not expect that the global martial arts competition would actually be conducted through the virtual combat system. If he had known earlier, he would not have participated. No matter how much 10 merit value was worth, he did not want to risk being exposed, since the virtual combat system could perfectly simulate the astral power, innate abilities, and other powers in a martial artist's body. Would the virtual combat system be able to simulate the 80 strands of astral power in his body as well? Lin Feng would no longer be able to keep any of his secrets. Lombitham, quick, think of something. If there's really no other way, He'll forfeit and not participate in this martial arts competition. Lin Feng was very anxious as he watched the martial artists enter the square one after another. The time had arrived for him to make a decision. Do not worry. It is just a virtual combat system. Your sages must have obtained this system after they discovered some ancient ruins. Perhaps the ruins of a technological civilization. If it were anything else, I might not be able to do anything. However, it is merely a virtual system. You can enter the virtual combat system without worry. I will help you to conceal the abnormality in your body. And only maintain the amount of astral power for the third level of metamorphic realm. Lombithim finally responded. Lin Feng's heart rejoiced. But he was still a little uneasy. Lombithim, can you really handle that virtual combat system? Of course. I am a great mechanical lifeform. A mere virtual system is nothing. Seeing how confident Lombithim was, Lin Feng could only choose to trust Lombithim now. Otherwise, withdrawing from the competition at the last minute would probably arouse suspicion instead. More than 30 participating martial artists entered the square. If this was like the previous virtual battle chamber, they would at least need virtual cabins. However, how could more than 30 virtual cabins be installed in the square at once? Everyone, pay attention. Focus. The virtual combat system will be activated immediately. As soon as the deputy dean finished speaking, countless things that looked like headlights appeared in the sky above the square, emitting a gentle white light. When the white light enveloped all the participating martial artists in the square, all their bodies shook. Swoosh! Lin Feng's vision turned black. He felt as if he was in an arena with a special environment. This is the virtual combat system. Lin Feng was a little curious. He had also entered the virtual battle chamber of the Myriad Academy before. But the feeling this gave him was very realistic. Far more realistic than that in the Myriad Academy. Although the virtual battle chamber of the Myriad Academy was also a virtual system, basically everyone who entered could clearly feel that it was virtual. Now, even though Lin Feng knew that this was also a virtual system, he could not distinguish the illusory aspects of it. This was even more realistic than reality. The astral power in my body, my physical strength, and my innate abilities, they've all been perfectly simulated. Lin Feng was really surprised. His innate abilities came from the genes of 5 dire beasts. Yet they could actually be perfectly simulated by the virtual combat system. It was really amazing. As for astral power, it had also been simulated. But there were only 999 strands. Lombithim must have done something to make the system mistakenly believe that Lin Feng only had 999 strands of astral power. As for the principle behind it, it was too profound. Lin Feng did not know either. Moreover, he did not need to know it so clearly. As long as the astral power in his body was not exposed, it was the best outcome for him. The other martial artists were just like Lin Feng. They were all very surprised. They also tried to use some of their strength, and found that it was almost identical to reality. No one raised any doubts. Please read the rules of the martial arts competition carefully. The global martial arts competition will officially begin in 5 minutes. A pleasant mechanical female voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. It must be the voice of the virtual combat system. At the same time, several rules of the martial arts competition appeared in front of Lin Feng. Chapter 196 The First Opponent. Chapter 196 The First Opponent. The global martial arts competition is divided into elimination rounds and qualifying rounds. The elimination rounds are conducted through combat. The system will randomly assign martial artists to combat against each other. The winner will continue to combat, while the loser will be eliminated. The top 10 martial artists with the highest winning streak will enter the qualifying rounds in the end. The one with the highest winning streak will combat against the one with the lowest winning streak to determine the top 10. In the elimination rounds, after every match won, you will recover to your peak condition. You may take the initiative to admit defeat and may use certain weapons. Seeing these rules, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like the 9 sages had thought it through very thoroughly. First, The elimination rounds would determine the final 10 martial artists through the number of consecutive wins. Moreover, winning streaks were very useful in the qualifying rounds. One has to give their all to get winning streaks. And the greater the winning streak they had, the higher the possibility of encountering weaker opponents in the qualifying rounds. After all, there must be a certain gap between a martial artist who had won 100 consecutive victories and a martial artist who had won a few dozen consecutive victories. This way, they wouldn't encounter very powerful martial artists in the qualifying rounds, leading to lower rankings due to poor luck. Perhaps there might be some martial artists who were very strong, but had fewer consecutive victories for some reason, who would eventually encounter powerful opponents. However, overall, this rule was relatively fair. This way, even powerful martial artists who were very confident in themselves would not deliberately go easy on their opponents. They would definitely do their best to fight for winning streaks. That's just as well. These rules suit me just fine. Lin Feng approved it inwardly. He was rather satisfied with the rules. Moreover, only such fast-paced rules for elimination rounds could eliminate tens of thousands of participating martial artists in a very short period of time, and ultimately determine the top 10 experts. 5 minutes are up. The global martial arts competition has officially begun now. We will randomly assign martial artists to combat with each other. Let the elimination rounds begin. As soon as the system finished speaking, all the participating martial artists' hearts skipped a beat. They hurriedly suppressed their excitement and gradually calmed down. This was the global martial arts competition, and it was the center of attention to the world. No participating martial artist would let their guard down. Look, it's starting. In the Lin family in Central Sea, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, and even his sister, Lin Qian, were all sitting in front of the television, watching the global martial arts competition. Today happened to be a Sunday, and it was rare for the family to gather, so they decided to pay attention to this global martial arts competition. Lin Qian said with some regret, "I wonder how third brother is now. He would attend this grand martial arts event." Right. Lin Feng had not actually told his family about his participation in the martial arts competition. Mr. Lin shook his head and said, "Lin Feng has just broken the genetic lock. The top metamorphic realm martial artists in the world are participating in this global martial arts competition. It would be pointless for Lin Feng to go." Lin Qian mumbled. She was about to graduate as well, and still didn't know what she was going to do yet. Ever since Lin Feng broke the genetic lock, the Lin Corporation had a much easier time. Even the Zhao family, who had always been at odds with them, no longer dared to make things difficult for the Lin Corporation. I really wonder when third brother will return. Lin Qian was a little bored. A martial arts competition without her third brother was not something she was interested in watching. In reality, ordinary people like the Lin family, who usually did not pay much attention to the martial arts world, were also gathered together today to watch the global martial arts competition. After all, just seeing the 9 sages alone would be worth it. About 60 or even 70 of the 10 billion people in the world were watching the global martial arts competition through various channels. Every television station was broadcasting this competition. With the combined efforts of the 5 major factions and the support of the 9 sages, the global martial arts competition had undoubtedly become the most important competition in the history of human society. It's begun. I wonder who my first opponent is. Lin Feng stood calmly in the virtual combat system. He believed that this virtual combat system definitely did not randomly choose martial artists to fight. Some martial artists with good data would definitely be seeded contestants and would not meet in advance. This was also one of the benefits of using the virtual combat system. Lin Feng did not know if his data would allow him to become a seeded contestant. In reality, he did not really care if he became a seeded contestant, because if he wanted to get the first place, he had to defeat everyone. Swoosh! As the martial arts competition began, the environment around Lin Feng also changed rapidly. The surroundings darkened slightly, and then dazzling lights appeared, as if it was daytime. Lin Feng found himself in an antique courtyard. The courtyard was huge, and there were some maple trees. Red leaves were falling, giving it a rather aesthetically pleasing sense. Interesting. Lin Feng also found it intriguing. Even the clothes on his body had changed, turning him into the appearance of an ancient vigilant. Only, in the virtual combat system could such a scene appear in an instant and change the clothes on martial artists. This was definitely also to give a backdrop to the battle, make the battle more attractive, and increase the popularity of the global martial arts competition. However, for participating martial artists, it did not matter how the external environment changed. What was important was their opponents. Lin Feng's opponent also appeared. He was a saber user. He had thick brows, big eyes, and a stocky build. With one look, one could tell that he was powerful. Moreover, the astral power on his body fluctuated faintly. He was not weak. Chen Liang from the Freelance Cultivators Union. Lin Feng of the Myriad Academy. I know you. You're the of the Hero of Humanity medal. But you've only broken the genetic lock for a few months. Right, perhaps your innate talent is not bad, but you don't have any chance against me. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Lin Feng was also very surprised that this Chen Liang actually knew him. However, considering that he was actually not unknown after the affairs in Dragonlith City and Stone City, in a sense, he was much more famous than ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists. It was not too surprising that he was recognized. Is he really lucky? I'm afraid not. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. This Chen Liang might not be lucky, but too unlucky. Alright, I will respect you as a hero of humanity. I will unleash my full strength with only one strike. This Chen Liang was interesting. He slowly drew the saber from his back, and his aura suddenly changed. Fleeting blade. Chen Liang slashed down with one hand. His speed was fast and ruthless, and it was as if an aura had locked onto Lin Feng, making it impossible for him to dodge. Moreover, the other party's strike clearly contained astral power fluctuations. It was clearly also an astral martial art. What a powerful saber technique. It's much stronger than the lightning arc saber technique I used before. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Actually, he had rarely fought with true metamorphic realm martial artists. Back in Stone City, those law enforcement officers had reservations and did not dare to use their full strength. Legate Zhang Zifeng, on the other hand, was just too strong and meaningless for comparison. Only now, when facing Chen Liang, could Lin Feng truly be considered to be fighting a peak third-level metamorphic realm martial artist. With all his strength. Void Bubble. Since Chen Liang had given Lin Feng respect and used his strongest strike, Lin Feng naturally gave Chen Liang respect as well. Astral power instantly surged out of his body. A beautiful bubble appeared in the void. It was so beautiful that even Chen Liang was enthralled by it. Buzz! The astral bubble instantly enveloped Chen Liang, and even Chen Liang's fleeting blade was enveloped in the void bubble. If Lin Feng wanted to, he could even expand the astral bubble to over 100 meters, and envelope the entire courtyard. Hence, any kind of attack was actually meaningless to Lin Feng. Collapse. Lin Feng then waved his hand, and the magnificent astral bubble suddenly began to collapse violently. Whether it was Chen Liang's startling saber or the astral power in Chen Liang's body, they were all meaningless before Lin Feng's void bubble. Swoosh! The void bubble collapsed into a black dot and finally disappeared. Chen Liang's figure also dissipated as the void bubble collapsed. In the blink of an eye, he was already eliminated. Chapter 197 Elimination. Chapter 197 Elimination. Swoosh! In the square, Chen Liang woke up with a start. His expression was filled with shock. He had actually been eliminated just now. How was this possible? I already have 600 strands of astral power in my body. Although I haven't reached the peak of the third level of metamorphic realm yet, I used 5 strands of astral power with the fleeting blade just now. It can be said to be a definitively fatal strike. Why did I lose? Chen Liang could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He only vaguely remembered that Lin Feng had deployed a bubble. Then, he seemed to be mesmerized by the bubble. By the time he woke up with a start, he had already been eliminated. After Chen Liang was eliminated, the staff of the Polar Academy immediately invited Chen Liang out of the square to sit in the audience stand. His trip to the martial arts competition had already ended. He could only admire the grace of the other participating martial artists. As an audience member, Brother Chen Liang, you were eliminated too. That's right, Brother Chen Liang. Could it be that you encountered those top 10 martial artists otherwise? Even a peak third level metamorphic realm martial artist shouldn't be able to defeat Brother Chen Liang so quickly. By the way, Brother Chen Liang, who was your opponent? As soon as Chen Liang sat in the audience, he realized that there were many familiar martial artists around. These martial artists were all very surprised to see Chen Liang. They were also eliminated martial artists, but most of them were only second-level metamorphic realm martial artists who wanted to try their luck. Chen Liang, however, was at the third level of metamorphic realm. Although he had not reached the peak yet, his fleeting blade was still very formidable. Only those highly popular martial artists could eliminate Chen Liang so quickly. Chen Liang smiled weakly and said, I don't know how I was eliminated either, but I know his name. His name is Lin Feng. It's that Lin Feng from the Myriad Academy, the genius martial artist who obtained the Hero of Humanity medal in Dragonlith City. What, you were eliminated by that Lin Feng? That's right. We also know about Lin Feng. He obtained the Hero of Humanity medal in Dragonlith City, but he only broke the genetic lock for a few months. Less than a year. Right, even if he's very talented and can break through to the second level of metamorphic realm, he's definitely not your match. It's a pity that Lin Feng's winning streak hasn't entered the top 100 yet. Otherwise, there would be a scene of his battle. That's right. We must take a good look at this Lin Feng. He actually eliminated Brother Chen Liang. He's not so simple. In reality, Chen Liang was also confused. However, he had a vague feeling that Lin Feng was not just a second-level metamorphic realm cultivator. Could he be a third-level metamorphic realm cultivator? However, on second thought, it seemed impossible. Was it possible to break through to the third level of metamorphic realm in less than a year? Unfortunately, there was no battle scene of Lin Feng now. Actually, there were hundreds of screens in the entire square. The projectors also projected scenes of the martial artists fighting. However, only those martial artists who were ranked in the top 100 in consecutive victories could have battle scenes. Other martial artists did not. Lin Feng did not have any battle scene now. He had not entered the top 100 yet. But Chen Liang was very confident in Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng could eliminate him instantly, it should not be a problem for Lin Feng to enter the top 100. The global martial arts competition had just begun, but everyone was already thrumming with excitement. This state-of-the-art virtual combat system was also indispensable. Every battle setup was different. It could be in the desert, the vast, starry cosmos, or the depths of the ocean. In short, the virtual combat system could simulate all the battle scenes in reality. Battle scenes that could not possibly appear in reality, such as in the starry cosmos or at the bottom of the ocean, could also be simulated by the virtual combat system. Hence, every battle was magnificent and dreamlike. Whether they were on-site or in front of the television, everyone felt that it was more enjoyable than watching any movie. In particular, the destructive power of those martial artists was very astonishing. For example, one of the martial artists' innate ability was to control water. With a slash of his saber, waves surged in the sea, covering the sky and earth, displaying a supreme divine might. This battle scene was uploaded to video websites almost immediately. Countless people watched it repeatedly. It was just too beautiful and stunning. This was especially true for ordinary people. They might never have seen a metamorphic realm martial artist in their entire lives, let alone a great battle between metamorphic realm martial artists. They only knew about inhuman experts, and did not know that the metamorphic realm martial artists among inhuman experts were only at the first level, and were the weakest inhuman experts. However, With the rise of the global martial arts competition, they learned a lot of general knowledge about martial artists, especially inhuman experts, from some professional commentators. They also saw the overwhelming and terrifying power of those metamorphic realm martial artists. They revered that kind of power from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, some hot-blooded youths were even eager to become martial artists. It was foreseeable that once this martial arts competition came to an end, another wave of martial arts fervor would definitely rise in the entire human society. This was also what the 9 sages and the 5 major factions wanted to see. Everyone, how's this virtual combat system? Elder Kang asked with a smile. Not bad. The authenticity is 100. The intelligence level has also improved greatly. If we follow the original development of virtual technology step by step, we might not be able to develop it to this extent even in 100 years. The invincible fist sage nodded and said with some lamentation, That's right. Elder Kang and I took many years to conquer the ancient ruins before finally obtaining this virtual combat system. It's just that, according to our investigation, those ruins should have been left behind by a powerful technological civilization. Some of the things there could even pose a threat to us sages. It's obvious how glorious that technological civilization was at its peak. However, even such a powerful civilization was ultimately destroyed. I wonder why. Sage Yuan's words immediately turned the atmosphere heavy. Actually, the 9 sages had already excavated many ancient ruins in succession. They could determine that those ancient relics did not belong to the same era, or even the same civilization, but different civilizations. Just the ruins discovered were breathtaking. Those civilizations were not inferior to the current human civilization in their glory, but they were ultimately destroyed one by one. What was the reason behind the destruction of these civilizations? This lingered in the hearts of the 9 sages like a shadow. I hope the little fellows won't disappoint us this time. If they can enter that shipwreck smoothly and unearth the secrets inside, perhaps we'll have the answer. Elder Kang heaved a long sigh. All the sages looked at the screens again. At this moment, the highest winning streak on the screen had actually reached 10. The battle entered its climax almost without any respite. Chapter 198 Winning Streak. Chapter 198 Winning Streak. The top competitor has already won 10 matches in a row. Looks like I can't underestimate other martial artists. Having just eliminated Chen Liang, Lin Feng turned around and realized that someone had already won 10 consecutive victories. He did not really care about the number of consecutive victories, since he was determined to fight for first place in the martial arts competition. Whether he had the most or the least consecutive victories, he still had to defeat everyone. However, if he was too slow, the system might assign many stronger martial artists to him. Even though he had nothing to fear, it would still be rather troublesome. Hence, Lin Feng prepared to speed up. Whoosh! Lin Feng's second match appeared in a desert. The sun was blazing in the sky. He stood in the desert like this, with yellow sand dancing in the air. It was rather majestic. Swish! Without any warning, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. He had a faint feeling of danger. It was a beam of light. No, it was the edge of a dagger. A dagger that emitted fluctuations of astral power. This astral power was vast and surging. There must be at least 5 strands of astral power. Moreover, it was fast to the extreme. They did not even greet or introduce themselves. The moment they appeared, there was a killing intent. Lin Feng raised his brows. Although there was no need to introduce oneself or greet each other before a battle, this was only a competition, not a life-or-death battle. Was there a need to launch a sneak attack like this? HMPH. For a moment, a trace of coldness surged through Lin Feng as well. He did not even move as he immediately pointed. Buzz! Suddenly, a beautiful astral bubble enveloped the figure. Only when the astral bubble enveloped the other party did Lin Feng realize that the figure was a female martial artist. Moreover, she was very beautiful, but there was a hint of coldness, like perennial frost. The astral bubble was magnificent. Once it enveloped his opponent, Lin Feng had almost never seen anyone take the initiative to break free from the hallucinogenic dream. But now, this female martial artist had somehow barely sunk into it for a moment before snapping awake immediately. This surprised Lin Feng a little. Collapse. Although Lin Feng was a little surprised, he did not hesitate at all. The astral bubble with a total of 4 strands of astral power began to collapse rapidly. The female martial artist also understood the current situation. All the astral power in her body erupted. Boom! Even Lin Feng could feel the violent fluctuations in the astral bubble. They were fluctuations of astral power. How terrifying was the fluctuation of more than 9 strands of astral power. The other party must be a peak third-level metamorphic realm martial artist, and her strength was far stronger than Chen Liang's from before. With the will and actual combat methods displayed by this female martial artist, Chen Liang would not even be able to last 3 rounds. Lin Feng's expression also became a little solemn. He could clearly feel the violent vibration of the astral bubble. The 4 strands of astral power was still not quite enough. He immediately infused another 3 strands of astral power. The astral bubble condensed from a total of 7 strands of astral power, finally displayed its formidable power. The astral bubble quickly collapsed. There seemed to be some surprise and confusion in the female martial artist's eyes. In the end, she stared intently at Lin Feng, as if trying to remember him. Snap! The bubbles disappeared, and the female martial artist was eliminated. In the square, Qin Karen opened her eyes. There was a trace of coldness in her beautiful eyes. I was eliminated, Qin Karen muttered in a low voice, as if she was still in disbelief. Although her name seemed very elegant and gentle, in reality, Qin Karen was not gentle at all. In fact, she was very fierce. The art she had practiced since she was young was assassination. She had once led a dark and illegal life. In the end, she had to join the Freelance Cultivators Union to escape that dark life. Qin Karen was very strong, especially after joining the Freelance Cultivators Union. She also wanted to enter the top 100 in this global martial arts competition. By the time she met Lin Feng, she had already won 3 consecutive matches. Unexpectedly, she was already eliminated in the 4th round. Could that bubble be the void bubble? Qin Karen was knowledgeable and vaguely recalled the astral martial arts that Lin Feng had used. However, how could a normal void bubble be so powerful? Qin Karen did not know. In reality, even Lin Feng might not know. There were very few martial artists who could master the void bubble in the first place, and it was very difficult to master. Even if they mastered it, although its power was decent, it was absolutely impossible for it to kill a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist in an instant. Just now, Qin Karen was completely crushed and could not even fight back. This was abnormal. Qin Karen did not know who the martial artist that eliminated her was. Hence, she stared intently at the screen. She believed that since the other party could eliminate her, he would definitely be ranked in the top 100. She wanted to take a closer look at who had eliminated her. In the virtual combat system, Lin Feng frowned. He had already won 2 consecutive rounds. But why did it feel like each opponent was more powerful than the last? The system's random allocation was clearly treating him as a doormat, and specially assigned some stronger martial artists to him. Lin Feng shook his head. When the 3rd round arrived, the environment changed again. This time, it was deep in the modern streets, surrounded by tall buildings. His opponent for the 3rd round had already appeared. It was a 2nd-level metamorphic realm martial artist. He was very nervous. When he saw Lin Feng, void bubble, Lin Feng shook his head and waved his hand. The void bubble wrapped around his opponent and instantly collapsed. That martial artist did not even have the slightest ability to struggle or resist and was directly eliminated. They've become weaker. Could it be that after I defeated 2 powerful martial artists in a row, the system determined that I'm stronger, so I also have the treatment of a seeded contestant now? Lin Feng knew very well that the system definitely would not allocate contestants randomly. There would usually be some seeds. The stronger the seed, the weaker the opponent they would usually encounter. Lin Feng had established his status as a seeded contestant by winning 2 consecutive matches against powerful martial artists. Hence, the martial artist in the 3rd round was relatively weak. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's hypothesis. His hypothesis was then verified in the 4th, 5th, 6th rounds, and so on. Lin Feng also had a clearer idea of the methods of metamorphic realm martial artists. He also had a direct understanding of the strength of peak 3rd level metamorphic realm martial artists. In other words, he had lost interest in observing any longer. Hence, in the next few battles, Lin Feng won against almost all of them in seconds, winning in seconds the whole way. The 7th round, 8th round, 9th round, 10th round. Every time he faced his opponent, Lin Feng did not fight for more than 10 seconds. Moreover, Lin Feng became more and more familiar with deploying the void bubble. Just practicing in the past still had a huge difference with actual combat. In fact, he was becoming more and more proficient at deploying the void bubble. He could even infuse astral power into the astral bubble at any moment. As long as the astral bubble had not collapsed, Lin Feng did not anticipate such an unexpected surprise. Hence, he deployed the void bubble even more frequently in battle. As Lin Feng's winning streak continued to increase, his ranking also increased steadily. A winning streak of 20 rounds, 30 rounds, 40 rounds. Finally, Lin Feng's name appeared before everyone for the first time. He was temporarily ranked 98th. Chapter 199 Rising Ranking. Chapter 199 Rising Ranking. Look, Senior Lai Xiang has entered the top 100. He's ranked 98th. Senior Lai Xiang is indeed worthy of being a genius martial artist of our Polar Academy. He managed to enter the top 100 so quickly. Moreover, with Senior Lai Xiang's strength, he will definitely be able to get further. Senior Lai Xiang's battle scenes are really cool. He finishes off his opponents with a punch every time. He's really strong. Lai Xiang of the Polar Academy also made it into the top 100, which immediately invigorated the Polar Academy. Lai Hang could not help but smile. He glanced at Chen beside him and said indifferently, "Chen, it's only a matter of time before my big brother enters the top 100. His martial arts are not fast and explosive, but they are the most consistent. I believe my big brother will definitely be able to advance steadily. In the end, even if he can't enter the top 10, he will definitely be in the top 50. Lai Hang was indeed very proud. That was his big brother. The pride of his family. This was the global martial arts competition, where all the best metamorphic realm martial artists in the world were gathered. Being ranked in the top 100 was already an incredible achievement. Chen also nodded and said, "Congratulations, Senior Lai Xiang." Chen's companion beside her also said with a smile, "Senior Lai Xiang is so outstanding. I believe Senior Lai Hang will also do well in the future. I'm already preparing to break the genetic lock. It'll take at most a year, or as short as 3 to 5 months to see the outcome." Lai Hang was in a good mood and said with a smile, "What Senior Lai Hang is about to break the genetic lock too. Congratulations, Senior Chen. Senior Lai Hang will definitely break the genetic lock, right?" Chen was a little distracted. However, she stared at the screen as if she was looking for something, but she still could not find that familiar name, let alone the figure that was the object of her concern. Hearing her companion's question, she nodded and said, "Then I wish you luck in breaking the genetic lock soon, Senior Lai Hang." Lai Hang was originally very pleased with himself. He was about to break the genetic lock at such a young age, which could be considered rather outstanding even in the entire Polar Academy. However, when he saw Chen's absent-mindedness and perfunctory well wishes, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. He knew what Chen was looking for. Of course she was looking for Lin Feng's name. HMPH. Lin Feng has only broken the genetic lock for a few months. He was probably eliminated in the first round. How can he possibly be in the top 100? Lai Hang was a little discontent, but he did not show it. He liked Chen. so he naturally had to tolerate her past. He would prove to Chen with his excellence who was more suitable for her, just as Lai Hang was secretly determined to work harder. Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared intently at the screen. Chen's companion beside her also turned pale with shock. This is bad. Senior Lai Xiang has been surpassed. He's temporarily ranked 99th. There's a name of a new martial artist. What? Lai Hang focused his gaze. At this moment, on the huge screen, a name appeared at the 98th place: Lin Feng. Lai Hang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely stunned. How was that possible? Hadn't Lin Feng only broken the genetic lock for a few months? Less than a year he could only be a bystander in the global martial arts competition. He was only here to broaden his horizons, and was cannon fodder at most. How did he get into the top 100 all of a sudden? He even suppressed the big brother that was like a god to Lai Hang. Lai Xiang. How was this possible? How could Lin Feng be stronger than his big brother? At this moment, Lai Hang was stunned. The confidence he had just built collapsed instantly. So what if he broke the genetic lock? Could he compare to his big brother? If he couldn't even compare to his big brother, how could he compare to Lin Feng, who was stronger than his big brother? No. It's impossible for Lin Feng to be stronger than big brother. Big brother was just careless for a moment. He'll definitely be able to suppress Lin Feng. Lai Hang's entire body was trembling slightly. He could barely maintain his composure. On the other hand, Chen was overjoyed when she saw Lin Feng's name. She even found Lin Feng's battle scene immediately. All the top 100 participating martial artists had battle scenes. Chen looked at Lin Feng on the screen. He seemed to be different from before in Central Sea. His face was no longer as pale, but his gaze had become deeper. However, Chen had a very familiar feeling. The Lin Feng on the screen gradually evoked the memories in her mind. It was as if the two figures were gradually overlapping and finally merging into one. The top 100 rankings on the screen changed almost constantly, especially the positions after the 80th place. Some people who were barely in the top 100 moments ago were immediately squeezed out. However, Lin Feng's appearance still attracted some attention. It was not because Lin Feng was ranked 98th, but because of his stability. That's right, stability. After Lin Feng achieved 40 consecutive victories, no matter what opponent he faced, he would defeat his opponent in one move. The battle never lasted for more than 5 seconds. His winning streak also increased rapidly. 4-1 matches, 4-2 matches, 4-3 matches, 4-5 matches. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's winning streak steadily increased to 50. His ranking also rose from 98th to 88th, rising by 10 places. These 10 places were not to be underestimated. Lin Feng had steadily improved his ranking. This was simply too rare. Those martial artists who were ranked very high were basically already ahead very early on, and had all the advantages. It was simply too difficult for other martial artists to catch up or even overtake them. Only Lin Feng's ranking had been steadily rising. This lad is really full of surprises. Among the Divine Realm martial artists, Hao Shi narrowed his eyes, but he could not hide the smile on his lips. He even glanced smugly at Zia Laogui beside him. Zia Laogui curled his lips and said, "Hao Shi, what are you so smug about? Young Lin Feng isn't your disciple either." Haha. Zia Laogui, stay envious all you want. Lin Feng may not be my disciple, but I saved his life. That sissy Shang Zifeng actually almost killed Lin Feng back then. Now that I think about it, it wasn't satisfying enough. I should have beaten him up again. That's true, but Lord Invincible Fist Sage has good judgment. He paid attention to this Lin Feng from the beginning. It was also Lord Sage who asked you to personally go to Stone City to save Lin Feng. Right. Zia Laogui seemed to know a lot about this matter. Of course. How can our judgment compare to Lord Sage's? Not only has this lad practiced the void bubble, his mental will seems to be exceptionally strong. I wonder what method he used to increase the power of the void bubble to the extreme. Tisk tisk. He's simply invincible and unstoppable. Zia Laogui glanced at Yumo in the distance and shook his head. He's indeed exceptional. He's only at the 3rd level of metamorphic realm, but he can already increase the power of astral martial arts. That lad does have some ideas. It's just a pity about Yumo. I wanted to play matchmaker for the two of them, but that lad didn't appreciate my good intentions. HMPH. Is my Umo inferior? Sia Laogui. You have the nerve to play matchmaker. The young lad has a bright future ahead of him. Of course he has to follow his heart. If he likes someone, he likes them. If he doesn't like someone, he doesn't like them. If he goes against his heart, his path of martial arts won't be so smooth. I'm warning you. Don't try anything funny. At this point, Hao Shi's expression also became extremely solemn. Come on. Do you think I don't know that? Do you really think so highly of your young lad? Of course. Just watch. I think he should have no problem getting into the top 10. He might even be able to charge to the first place. The lad is very ambitious. So he's been holding back such a big move and never mentioned it to me. Hao Shi said cheerfully. He was in an extremely pleasant mood. Chapter 200 Dark Horse. Chapter 200 Dark Horse. Lin Feng's sudden rise also attracted the attention of many spectators. After all, Lin Feng's rise from 98th to 88th was determined by a solid winning streak. This person is Lin Feng. Right, I remember there's a hero of humanity in Dragonlith City called Lin Feng. Is this him? I think so. I've seen his video. But didn't Lin Feng just break the genetic lock? Why is he already so strong? He's already in the top 100. What a powerful void bubble. I've studied this astral martial art before. It's very difficult to cultivate. But even if I mastered it, it wouldn't be so powerful. Right. He's too strong. He defeated them instantly. He crushed even 3rd level metamorphic realm martial artists mercilessly. More and more people paid attention to Lin Feng and learned of his identity, as well as the void bubble he used. For a time, many people were inquiring if the void bubble was that strong. However, even those very few martial artists who had cultivated the void bubble or had some understanding of it were very puzzled. How could the void bubble be so strong? It met no resistance even from 3rd level metamorphic realm martial artists erupting 999 strands of astral power from their bodies. Was this still the void bubble? If the void bubble could be that powerful, they would definitely practice it, no matter how difficult it was. Hence, many people were very embarrassed and did not know how to explain. Lin Feng was indeed using the void bubble, but it was different from ordinary void bubble. Ordinary people might not be able to tell, but how could the 9 sages not? Elder Kang also noticed Lin Feng. He smiled and asked the invincible fist sage, "This is the little fellow you want to protect, right?" Good. Being able to unleash the power of the void bubble to this extent is very good. His mental will is very strong, and he can infuse more astral power into the void bubble. With such a strong mental will, after a few more years of tempering, it won't be a problem for him to undergo a second life transition and enter the divine realm. How sharp was the insight of a sage naturally. They could tell the reality of Lin Feng's void bubble at a glance. It was precisely because his mental will was overwhelmingly strong that he could control the astral bubble and prevent it from dissipating. From there, he could infuse more astral power and unleash greater power. The invincible fist sage smiled mysteriously and said, "Elder Kang, this little fellow isn't just good. Do you know how long it's been since he broke the genetic lock? How long? Maybe more than a year." All 9 of us agreed to award him the Hero of Humanity medal. Actually, Elder Kang did not remember it too clearly. After all, how could he possibly pay attention to a mere metamorphic realm martial artist if not for the invincible fist sage's insistence on protecting his own the last time? He would not even have recognized Lin Feng. This little fellow Lin Feng is extraordinary. I remember it clearly. It's only been close to 9 months since he broke the genetic lock. 9 months, not even a year. Elder Kang was a little surprised. Sage Binyu continued. Lin Feng has reached the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. Right? Doesn't that mean he took even less time than Dongfang Sheng of your Myriad Academy? With the insight of the 9 sages, They could naturally tell that Lin Feng had already reached the third level of metamorphic realm. However, it had only taken him less than 9 months. They were also a little surprised. After all, the martial artist publicly acknowledged to have taken the shortest time to ascend from the first level of metamorphic realm to the third level of metamorphic realm was Dongfeng Sheng of the Myriad Academy. He still took a year and 3 months. Sage Cass also said enviously. Invincible. You are really lucky. First Dongfeng Sheng. And now Lin Feng. Why are all the geniuses going to your Myriad Academy? Sage Bingyu should be feeling anxious now. Haha. Sage Bingyu said coldly. Dongfeng Sheng is one thing. He's already a divine martial artist now and has a chance of becoming a sage. However, Lin Feng is just a metamorphic realm martial artist. It's still unknown whether he can even enter the divine realm. How can he? Compared to Dongfeng Sheng, Sage Bingyu, that's where you were mistaken. Dongfeng Sheng is indeed a genius. But Lin Feng isn't bad either. Heh. How about we make a bet? I think this lad can get the first place in the martial arts competition this time. The invincible fist sage said cheerily. I'm not betting. You lost the bet last time and went back on your word. You still haven't given me the thing now. The invincible fist sage's face immediately turned slightly red. He was bold and liked to make bets, but he always lost 9 out of 10 times. Almost all of the other 8 sages present had more or less won bets against the invincible fist sage a few times. As for the things he bet on, the invincible fist sage would always go back on his word. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the invincible fist sage was a miser. Heh. It's different this time. At this moment, Sage Kang also said with a smile. No matter what, this little fellow is not bad. The power of this void bubble is especially extraordinary. Perhaps he can give us some surprises after entering that ruin. The other sages also nodded slightly. Lin Feng did not know about the discussions between sages. He still maintained the momentum of the winning streak. A winning streak of 50 matches. 51 matches. 52 matches. Was Lin Feng fast? He wasn't actually fast, but he was very stable. Whether when encountering powerful martial artists or some weaker martial artists, he would win with a single move. This was very terrifying. The other martial artists could not figure out Lin Feng's true extent of power clearly. Lin Feng's ranking also rose almost overwhelmingly from 88th to 38th in an instant, jumping 50 places at once. There were even people who asserted that Lin Feng definitely had a chance of entering the top 10, and even a chance of entering the top 3. This was a dark horse, a true dark horse. When Chen Liang saw the scenes of Lin Feng's later battles, he also shook his head. He was convinced about his defeat. King Karen also recognized Lin Feng. He was clearly the one who had eliminated her. Even though she was very conceited and felt that she had the strength to enter the top 100, she knew very well that her loss was justified compared to Lin Feng's performance. Lin Feng clearly had the strength to enter the top 10, and might even be stronger. Not only was Lin Feng popular at the scene, he also instantly became popular in front of the entire world's audience. This was especially the case for those television stations that were broadcasting. The screen was small to begin with, so there would definitely be some targeted choices for display. Some experts, hosts, commentators, and so on began to comment on Lin Feng's battle, and announced Lin Feng's detailed identity. At this moment, Lin Feng was far more popular than when he was in Dragonlit City. He had even truly attracted the attention of the entire world. He was the recipient of the Hero of Humanity Medal and the greatest dark horse of the global martial arts competition. That's right. Someone had already announced Lin Feng to be the greatest dark horse. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lived up to his reputation as a dark horse. His steady progress attracted more attention from many people. Naturally, Lin Feng's parents and sisters saw Lin Feng on television. Mrs. Lin was a little stunned. She wanted to call Lin Feng's communicator immediately, but Mr. Lin stopped her. Lin Feng was participating in the global martial arts competition. How could he pick up the call at this time? Although Mr. and Mrs. Lin were very surprised by Lin Feng's sudden appearance in the global martial arts competition. Deep down, they were very gratified and very proud. This was a live broadcast to the entire world. How glorious was it for Lin Feng to be able to enter the top 50 as a dark horse in such an important competition. Fenger will definitely enter the top 10. Definitely. Mr. and Mrs. Lin also had new expectations for Lin Feng. Chapter 201 Heavyweight Duel. Chapter 201 Heavyweight Duel. Swoosh. Mo Lei was also eliminated. He only had a winning streak of over 20 matches. And almost every match was a tough one. In the end, he was unfortunate enough to encounter Bai Zhu, who was ranked 21st. At the thought of Bai Zhu, a cold glint flashed across Mo Lei's eyes. This Bai Zhu was simply too cruel. Bai Zhu was proficient in illusory martial arts. Some astral martial arts also contained illusions. This kind of martial artist was very terrifying. Not only did they have strong wills, they were very powerful. Moreover, once they deployed an illusion, if their opponent failed to withstand it, their opponent would practically be at their mercy. Mo Lei was pulled into the illusion by Bai Zhu and tortured extensively. In the end, he was finished off by Bai Zhu with a punch. The pain from the illusion was almost entrenched in the depths of his memory, and could not be cleared so soon. It was precisely because of this that he could still feel the pain even after being eliminated and leaving the virtual combat system. Actually, Bai Zhu could have saved himself the trouble. He could have killed his opponent immediately after pulling them into the illusion. However, Bai Zhu loved manipulating his opponents' minds and enjoyed the pain of opponents who were manipulated by him. It was also because of this that when some martial artists encountered Bai Zhu, they simply admitted defeat and did not fight at all. After Mo Lei was eliminated, he naturally saw Lin Feng. He was also very surprised to see Lin Feng's ranking rising steadily. Although Lin Feng had displayed strength not inferior to a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist in the North Mountain base, he was not a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist after all. But now, Lin Feng had clearly become the greatest dark horse. Hides Bai Zhu. Mo Lei was still paying attention to Lin Feng, but he did not expect Lin Feng's next opponent to be Bai Zhu. Remembering how horrifying Bai Zhu was, Mo Lei gritted his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. Alas, it's fate. Brother Lin Feng, I hope you won't suffer too much. Mo Lei shook his head. Even though he also hated Bai Zhu, he was more afraid of Bai Zhu. The other party's illusion had already buried a crack in the depths of his heart. If he faced Bai Zhu again, Mo Lei would probably not be able to unleash even half of his strength. As for Lin Feng defeating Bai Zhu, Mo Lei had never thought of the possibility. Baixi's illusory martial arts were too terrifying. Up until now, he had no opponents. Without a doubt, this battle immediately became the key match of this round. Everyone's gazes were focused on this battle between titans. Lin Feng was the greatest dark horse, rising all the way to the 38th place. Bai Zhu, on the other hand, was ranked 21st. He also practiced illusory martial arts, which could kill without leaving a trace. The encounter between the two parties could be considered the most important encounter in this round. Some were looking forward to it, but others were worried. Chen frowned. She knew about Bai Zhu and paid close attention to him. In reality, Baixi's illusory martial arts were simply unpredictable and impossible to guard against, such that one would not know when they had fallen into the illusion. Some martial artists even danced and made fools of themselves. Chen was a little worried that Lin Feng would not be able to withstand Baixi's illusory martial arts. Lai Hang had long lost his previous vigor. His big brother, whom he saw as a god, had long been eliminated. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had risen rapidly, climbing all the way to the 38th place as a dark horse. The last thing he wanted to see had really happened before his eyes. Seeing Chen's worried expression, Lai Hang's expression fell. He even felt that his previous confidence was ridiculous. It was simply a fool's dream to think that he could compare to Lin Feng. Chen, I'm not feeling well. I'll leave first. With that, Lai Hang stood up and left. Chen looked contemplative. But in the end, she merely sighed slightly. How could she not know what Lai Hang was thinking, however? That person had always been in her heart, and always on her mind. Perhaps there was no room for anyone else. Lai Hang's departure did not affect the popularity of the global martial arts competition. In fact, since Lin Feng was about to fight Bai Zhu, the collision between these heavyweight martial artists caused the viewership ratings to soar rapidly. According to incomplete statistics, at least 80 of the world's people were watching the global martial arts competition. How impressive was this figure? No matter who it was, as long as they performed well in this martial arts competition, they would receive worldwide attention and enjoy endless benefits. Bai Zhu was one of them. His goal was not just to get into the top 50, but the top 10, or even the top 3. He wanted to show enough outstanding talent. He wanted to prove to everyone that after leaving the Bai family, he was still the most talented martial artist. Bai Zhu was a martial artist from the Freelance Cultivators Union. In reality, however, the Bai family was very prestigious. It was a huge martial family from the consortium faction. The Bai family had a divine realm martial artist presiding over it, and there were many geniuses in the family. At first, they did not pay much attention to Bai Zhu. Later, Bai Zhu betrayed the Bai family and joined the Freelance Cultivators Union, earning the recognition of a divine realm martial artist. From then on, Bai Zhu and the Bai family were irreconcilable. Just before, he met someone from the Bai family, who was his biological elder brother. In the end, Bai Zhu used an illusion technique and practically tortured his own brother to death. This act had long made the Bai family hate him to the bone. But Bai Zhu felt exhilarated. He even felt that his heart was gradually becoming whole. He was about to master the illusory technique, and had a chance of undergoing a second life transition to enter the divine realm. As for Lin Feng, Bai Zhu did not care at all. He had never even taken the dark horse known as Lin Feng seriously. The two of them confronted each other in the virtual combat system. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to attack. Of course, he knew that Bai Zhu was an expert in the virtual combat system. Both parties could obtain each other's results. Without a doubt, in terms of battle results, Bai Zhu was more outstanding than Lin Feng. Your illusory martial arts are very strong, Lin Feng said indifferently. He did not attack immediately. It was rare to encounter such a powerful metamorphic realm martial artist. What you are using is the void bubble. Right, its power is not bad. I just wonder if you can still deploy the void bubble after you fall into an illusion, Bai Zhu also said calmly. He was dressed in white, and looked more like an ancient scholar or scion than a martial artist. However, his gaze was slightly sharp. You are so young. You have a family, right? Have you ever felt what it's like to be betrayed by your loved ones and have your family destroyed? Bai Zhu slowly took a step forward. There was a faint fluctuation of astral power on his body. This was the illusory martial art he used. A very profound and bizarre astral martial art. The enemy would see whatever he wanted them to see. From there, the enemy would fall into an illusion. This targeted the opponent's mental weakness entirely. His illusionary martial arts had already been tried and tested at the global martial arts competition. No one could resist it. This was also why he was extremely confident. Young genius martial artists like Lin Feng had many mental flaws, and family was often very important to them. Hence, Bai Zhu believed that family was Lin Feng's greatest mental weakness. That was why Bai Zhu had said those words just now. It was to render Lin Feng's heart apart and find his weakness. Bai Zhu was very confident in his illusion martial arts. Hence, a smile gradually appeared on his lips as he waited for Lin Feng to be immersed in the illusion. Chapter 202 Disappointment. Chapter 202 Disappointment. Lin Feng felt a strange power envelop his entire body. The mental power sphere in his mind spun, as if something had triggered it. Mental power filled Lin Feng's mind, invigorating his spirit. He didn't seem to feel anything. Lin Feng looked at Bai Zhu with slight surprise. Bai Zhu was still smiling there. Why did his expression look a little awkward? Bai Zhu was indeed a little embarrassed. Wasn't family Lin Feng's mental weakness? Why was family ineffective on Lin Feng? Hence, Bai Zhu took a deep breath and said, Lin Feng, have you ever liked someone? Liked someone? Chen appeared in Lin Feng's mind, but that was all. Bai's face was flushed red from exertion. The astral power fluctuations even became stronger, but Lin Feng still did not feel anything. Was Bai Zhu deliberately going easy on him? Lin Feng even suspected that Bai Zhu was kidding around. How is that possible? It's impossible for your mind to be flawless. How can you not fall into the illusion? Bai Zhu wore a somewhat embarrassed expression when mentioning words like family and someone he liked. Lin Feng's expression clearly changed. This meant that Lin Feng's mind was flawed. It was basically very easy for a flawed mind to fall into his illusion. Why hadn't Lin Feng fallen into an illusion? Bai Zhu found it unbelievable. He could not understand it at all. Oh, is this your illusion? Lin Feng shook his head. He had roughly understood that Bai's so-called illusion actually targeted the mind. However, if the mind was protected by mental power, what could a mere illusion do? In terms of the use of mental power, the current Lin Feng was even stronger than the 9 sages. After all, he had the cultivation method for mental power under the cosmic cultivation system. Seeing that Bai Zhu and Lin Feng did not fight, nor were there any fierce battles. For a moment, the people watching the battle outside, as well as those watching the live broadcast on television, were all somewhat confused. What are they doing? Why aren't they attacking? Doesn't Bai Zhu have illusory martial arts? Why isn't he using them? Could it be that both parties are wary of each other and are reserved as a result? Many martial artists could not tell Bai's situation, but some of the people in charge of commenting were senior martial artists. Although they might not be very strong, they must be very knowledgeable. Some commentators analyzed that Bai Zhu had already attacked and used illusory martial arts, but it seemed to be ineffective against Lin Feng. Illusory martial arts are indeed quite strong, but if they are countered, they are worthless. Hao Shi shook his head and said indifferently. Initially, he was a little worried about Lin Feng, but now, it seemed that Lin Feng's mental will was stronger than he had imagined. He could actually ignore Bai's illusion directly. How strong was such a mental will? Good. A mental will strong enough to ignore Bai's illusion. Young Lin Feng should have no problem entering the divine realm. Zia Laogui rubbed his hands together, his face filled with excitement. Many martial artists could not undergo life transitions because they did not have enough mental power. However, it was the opposite for Lin Feng. His mental power was very strong, far stronger than ordinary martial artists. However, it was not that easy for him to undergo a life transition. This was because he cultivated the pure form of cosmic cultivation system. If he wanted to condense the combat body, it would require very strong mental power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use mental power to forcibly restructure the genes according to the combat body. At the very least, Lin Feng's mental power was far from reaching the level of a second life transition. Even if his opportunity came, and he could undergo life transition immediately, he still would not be able to cultivate the combat body. However, with his current mental power, resisting Bai's illusory martial arts was a piece of cake. No, impossible. I don't believe it. How can you ignore my illusion when you clearly have mental flaws? Eye of illusion. Bai's expression became a little feral. He could not accept such a blow. He was extremely confident in his illusory martial arts and did not believe that Lin Feng could really ignore it. Hence, Bai Zhu did not hold back at all and unleashed all his astral power. At the same time, an eye emitting a hazy gray light gradually cracked open on his forehead. Being stared at by this eye, Lin Feng felt the mental power sphere in his mind rotate rapidly, releasing a large amount of mental power to protect his mind. Mental innate ability. Lin Feng was a little surprised. How could he not understand that the talent Bai Zhu had awakened was clearly a mental innate ability? This kind of innate ability was very rare. Once this kind of mental innate ability was awakened, cultivating illusory martial arts would yield twice the results with half the effort. N was very easy. No wonder he chose to practice illusory martial arts, and had such high attainments in illusions. If not for the fact that Lin Feng had condensed a mental power sphere, it would probably be very difficult for Lin Feng's mental will to resist Baixi's illusion. Seeing Bai Zhu use the Eye of Illusion, even the 9 sages were a little interested. Sage Yuan, this Bai Zhu is from your freelance cultivators union, right? He actually awakened an illusion type innate ability. Not bad. Elder Kang also praised. Sage Yuan nodded and said, that's right. Bai Zhu is a member of our freelance cultivators union. Unfortunately, due to his past with the Bai family, he has some flaws in his temperament. If he cannot resolve these flaws, it will be difficult for him to even step into the divine realm. Illusory martial artists in the divine realm are indeed rare. However, your freelance cultivators union can discuss this matter with a consortium faction. Sage Badai is also here, so this is a suitable opportunity. Elder Kang was also willing to be this middleman. He was the pioneer of human martial artists, the first sage, and had high prestige and status. At the same time, he wanted to do everything he could to improve the overall strength of humanity. Some benefits were not of much concern to him, even though Bai Zhu was only a metamorphic realm martial artist. If he could grow into a divine realm martial artist, he would be a great weapon against those dire beasts in the future. The advantage of illusory martial artists over intelligent life forms was simply too huge. Sage Badai also nodded and said, since Elder Kang has said so, later, you'll get someone to remind the Bai family to prioritize the greater picture. I hope this little fellow can resolve the flaws in his temperament. Haha, that's exactly what I want. I'll thank Sage Badai on behalf of this little fellow first. Sage Yuan was also very happy. After all, Bai Zhu was a genius of the Freelance Cultivators Union. If the Freelance Cultivators Union could produce a divine realm illusory martial artist in the future, it would be a great thing for the Freelance Cultivators Union as well. However, I think Lin Feng is even more impressive. Bai Zhu has already used his mental innate ability, but he still can't make Lin Feng fall into an illusion. This little fellow's mental will is very strong. The invincible fist sage, on the other hand, thought more highly of Lin Feng. However, the other sages also nodded. Lin Feng was indeed better. Not everyone could remain steady as a rock and the illusions as terrifying as the ones Bai Zhu deployed. How can it be completely useless? Bai Zhu used the Eye of Illusion, but saw that Lin Feng's expression was unchanged. It was obvious that it was useless against Lin Feng. Bai Zhu, your illusions are useless against me. It's my turn next. Lin Feng looked at Baixi's increasingly pale face and shook his head. He actually felt a little disappointed. Initially, he wanted to see how miraculous Baixi's illusion was. However, from the looks of it, Baixi's illusion was useless against him. It was just too disappointing. Since Baixi's illusion had failed, Lin Feng would not stand on ceremony now. It was his turn next. Void Bubble. The magnificent Void Bubble instantly enveloped Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu was an illusory martial artist himself, so he was naturally not bewitched by the Void Bubble. However, being enveloped by the Void Bubble and sensing the terrifying power contained within, he knew that this time, he had lost. Collapse. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the beautiful Void Bubble instantly collapsed. Baixi's figure was reduced to ashes. On the big screen, Baixi's name disappeared. Lin Feng's ranking also rose to 37th. This heavyweight battle ended with Lin Feng's victory and Baixi's elimination. Chapter 203 Top 10. Chapter 203 Top 10. Swoosh. Bai Zhu opened his eyes and looked around at the martial artists, who were as confused as him. They were all eliminated martial artists, and Bai Zhu was one of them now. I was actually eliminated. Bai Zhu felt a little bitter. The moment Lin Feng's void bubble collapsed, he had felt pain. The simulative virtual combat system had also simulated pain. He could clearly feel his body disintegrate in an instant. The intense pain was bone deep. Even though it was only for a brief moment, it was unforgettable. Perhaps the martial artists he had pulled into the illusions had also experienced such pain, or even greater pain. Lin Feng. Bai Zhu saw the figure on the screen. The one who eliminated him was Lin Feng, a martial artist he had thought was no threat at all. However, he had lost. And lost so dreadfully and ironically. He could even imagine the unbridled laughter of the Bai family at this moment. They must be so smug. They must be so smug while mocking my failure with abandon. Bai Zhu clenched his fists tightly. He could accept defeat. He could accept any blow. But he could not tolerate the way the Bai family mocked him. He could not tolerate losing face before the Bai family. And now, the Bai family must be watching this martial arts competition that was being broadcast live worldwide. It was equivalent to him being defeated before the Bai family, as if he had been humiliated by them. Bai Zhu clenched his fists tightly, his heart twisting. The Divine Realm martial artists of the Freelance Cultivators Union and some meta-divine martial artists who were paying attention to Bai Zhu all shook their heads. They could all tell that Bai Zhu actually had a huge flaw in his heart, and that flaw was the Bai family. If Bai Zhu could not put it behind him and resolve his mental weakness, he would never be able to undergo a second life transition. Lin Feng had defeated Bai Zhu and become the true dark horse. Even the distinguished Grimmin, who had been ranked first from the beginning, noticed Lin Feng. Every martial artist in the virtual combat system was not completely unaware of the situation outside. On the contrary, they could also see the martial artists ranked in the top 100. Although Grimmin was ranked first, there weren't many people who paid attention to him. This was because of his age. He was a martial artist from the Holy Capital Academy. Back then, he was considered one of the three greats alongside Dongfeng Sheng from the Myriad Academy and Lu Chen from the Polar Academy. They were the top geniuses of the three major martial academies. But in the present time, forget about comparing to Dongfeng Sheng. Even compared to Lu Chen, Grimmin was far inferior. 10 years ago, Lu Chen had finally undergone the second life transition and reached the divine realm. Dongfeng Sheng had also undergone 3 life transitions not long ago and entered the meta-divine realm. As for him, Grimmin, he was still stuck at the metamorphic realm and unable to advance. Now, he still had to compete for the rankings in the martial arts competition with these metamorphic realm martial artists in their 20s. To the proud Grimmin, this in itself was a humiliation. Although Grimmin was stuck in the metamorphic realm, he was indeed very strong. He was consistently ranked first, and there was a huge gap between him and the second and third places. As Lin Feng steadily improved, he got closer and closer to the top 10. Even Grimmin felt some threat from it. However, he had his pride. Even if he was inferior to Dongfeng Sheng and Lu Chen, he would not lose to anyone among these young martial artists. Lin Feng did not know that Grimmin had already noticed him. After he defeated Bai Zhu, his ranking rose by 1, ranking 37th. Although the next few martial artists were at the 3rd level of metamorphic realm, who could match Lin Feng in a single exchange? Hence, almost every time Lin Feng defeated a martial artist, his ranking would increase by a little. The gap between the top 50 rankings was actually very small, and some were only 1 or 2 matches apart. From the beginning until now, Lin Feng had used the void bubble and ended battles swiftly. Actually, this could only be done through the virtual combat system, because as long as he defeated his opponent, his astral power would recover instantly in the next round. If this were an actual battle, Lin Feng would not use the void bubble so recklessly. That would consume a lot of astral power. At that time, it would depend on the skillful use of astral power, durability, and some innate abilities. Overall, there was still a slight difference between the virtual combat system and actual combat, but it was not much. In a real fight to the death, Lin Feng would give it his all and use the void bubble. If one could not withstand it in the virtual combat system, how could they withstand it in reality? 53 matches, 54 matches, 55 matches. Lin Feng's ranking rose steadily. By the 60th match, he was already ranked 10th. The gap between the 10th place and the 50th place was just too small. Many martial artists' winning streaks were even tied. Often, one or two victories could increase the ranking by a lot. Similarly, the gap between the 10th place and 2nd place was relatively small. Only the 1st place already had a winning streak of 88 matches by now. The gap was relatively large. Grimmin. Lin Feng naturally noticed Grimmin, who was temporarily ranked first. Just like Lin Feng, Grimmin had almost never encountered his match. Of course, this was also because Grimmin had never encountered any heavyweight opponents. However, Lin Feng had defeated Bai Zhu, who actually had the strength to enter the top 20, or even the top 10. Right now, most of the people were paying attention to Lin Feng. They wanted to see how far Lin Feng, the greatest dark horse, could go. In the end, would he stop at the top 10? It had to be known that the current top 10 were all very strong. Basically, these 10 people were likely to be the final top 10. The audience naturally wanted to see these 10 people meet, but in reality, these 10 people knew very well that the chances of the 10 people meeting in the elimination rounds were minuscule. This could also be considered an unspoken rule of the virtual combat system. Otherwise, once an intense encounter occurred, someone would eventually be eliminated, giving those who were weaker a chance. That would be true unfairness. 6-3 rounds. Lin Feng is so strong. Is he already ranked 9th? Haha. 64 battles. No. 65 battles. That's too fast. He's already ranked 8th. Did you guys notice from the beginning to the end? Lin Feng has only used the void bubble back and forth. He hasn't used any other methods. But no one can crack it. Many people were paying attention to Lin Feng. They watched Lin Feng advance at a very stable speed, and his ranking also rose steadily. One by one, they had become Lin Feng's supporters. 6-6 matches, 68 matches, 70 matches, 73 matches. Everyone was nervous. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already won 80 consecutive matches. In fact, the 80 matches had already allowed Lin Feng to climb to the 2nd place. At this moment, the 1st place, Grimmin, had already won 91 matches in a row. There was only a gap of 11 matches between them. Moreover, Lin Feng's speed of catching up was astonishing. Chapter 204 Geniuses of Two Generations. Chapter 204 Geniuses of Two Generations. He's catching up so quickly I have to speed up. I can't lose to a junior. Grimmin naturally discovered that Lin Feng's ranking was rising like a rocket. At this moment, there was no doubt that Lin Feng had already secured the position of the greatest dark horse. Compared to Grimmin, Lin Feng was indeed a junior. Hence, it was all the more reason for Grimmin to not want to lose to him. However, in Grimmin's 92nd battle, he encountered a tricky character, Ralph, who was temporarily ranked 11th. Ralph had awakened flight as his innate ability. He had white wings, like an angel in Western mythology. Ralph was also cursing his bad luck when he met Grimmin. He was ranked 11th and had a good chance of making it into the top 10. He had originally been full of confidence, but he did not expect to meet Grimmin. However, even if he met Grimmin, Ralph would not give up so easily. If he wanted to attain his goal of getting into the top 10, he had to defeat Grimmin. Whoosh! Ralph was fast, like a whirlwind. Even Grimmin would need some time to get rid of Ralph at that speed. Damn it! Grimmin's expression darkened. He knew how precious this period of time was to him. If he delayed for even a moment, Lin Feng might catch up even closer. Haha, there's a chance. Lin Feng has won another 3 consecutive matches. Currently, he has a winning streak of 83 matches. Does Lin Feng have a chance to surpass Grimmin? I hope he can surpass Grimmin. Although Grimmin is quite strong, his potential has already been exhausted. Back then, he was on par with Dongfeng Sheng and Lu Chen. What about now? The other 2 of the 3 greats have both become Divine Realm and Meta-Divine Realm experts. Yet Grimmin is still struggling in the metamorphic realm. Some people were very interested in the battle between Lin Feng and Grimmin. In a sense, this was also a direct competition between geniuses of two generations. Such a scene was not common. No matter what, Grimmin was a top genius who was once on par with Dongfeng Shang and Lu Chen. He could be considered a genius of the previous generation. As for Lin Feng, his identity was actually just a new student of the Myriad Academy. He was undoubtedly a current top genius of the 3 martial academies. He was even the undisputed top genius among all the metamorphic realm martial artists in the world. Such a direct competition between 2 generations of geniuses immediately ignited everyone's emotions. However, Lin Feng did not seem to be affected. He fought on as usual, and every battle lasted less than 5 seconds. 8-4 matches, 8-5 matches, 8-6 matches, 8-7 matches. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to Grimmin's winning streak, but Grimmin was still fighting with Ralph. It was very difficult to defeat Ralph in a short period of time. Actually, Lin Feng had also encountered a tricky opponent. His opponent in the 88th round was a martial artist temporarily ranked 15th. He was very strong, and his direct combat ability was far stronger than Baix's. In the battle between Lin Feng and Bai Zhu, as Lin Feng happened to be able to counter Bai Zhu, Baix's illusion was useless against Lin Feng. Hence, no one had been able to test how strong Lin Feng's direct combat ability was. Encountering the martial artist ranked 15th now was a huge test for Lin Feng. But in the end, Lin Feng still deployed the void bubble, and still easily eliminated his opponent in less than 5 seconds. This battle made everyone realize clearly that how Lin Feng rose all the way to the 2nd place, and became the greatest dark horse, was no fluke at all. He had relied entirely on his formidable strength. In the next 89th and 90th battles, Lin Feng met powerful opponents. One was ranked 20th, and the other was ranked 14th. They were not inferior to the opponents that Grimmin had met. However, Lin Feng still steadily eliminated his opponents, as if dealing with them was no different from dealing with those 2nd-level metamorphic realm martial artists. Almost there. Almost there. There's already a winning streak of 90 matches. Grimmin has yet to defeat Ralph. But Lin Feng has already caught up to 90 matches. He's only 1 match short of Grimmin. Is Lin Feng really going to become the greatest dark horse? Grimmin is ultimately a genius of the previous generation, and his potential has already been exhausted. He's far inferior to Dongfeng Shang and Lu Chen. He might even be surpassed by Lin Feng, the genius of the new generation. Many people lamented about Grimmin, and many people were excited that Lin Feng was about to surpass Grimmin. Finally, Lin Feng's 91st opponent appeared. It was Tang Tao, ranked 12th. Tang Tao looked at Lin Feng. Although he was ranked 12th, he knew that it was impossible for him to enter the top 10. Lin Feng, also a martial artist from the Myriad Academy. Speaking of which, actually your senior. However, as your senior, I am far inferior to you. Senior, you're too kind. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to attack. After all, Tang Tao was his senior. Tang Tao smiled weakly and said, I've seen your void bubble. It's too powerful. Even if I unleash all my astral power and innate abilities, I definitely won't be able to resist it. In that case, I won't waste your time anymore. Haha. Remember to get 1st place for our Myriad Academy. I admit defeat. With that, Tang Tao disappeared. As Tang Tao admitted defeat, Lin Feng's winning streak finally reached 91 matches, tied with Grimmin's. It's 91 matches. They are tied for 1st place. Tang Tao actually admitted defeat. However, he knows his own limitations. The outcome would be the same whether he admitted defeat or not. It's been 91 matches. Can Lin Feng really surpass Grimmin and be ranked 1st? I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that Lin Feng can be ranked 1st too. Many people found it unbelievable. Along the way, almost no one could withstand a single move from Lin Feng. He arrived at 1st place with irresistible force. Arg! Die! Grimmin went entirely berserk. He erupted completely. All the astral power in his body erupted like a small sun, emitting blazing light as he charged towards Ralph in an instant. Boom! The entire space shook. Then, Ralph disappeared. A winning streak of 92 matches. The number behind Grimmen's name suddenly jumped to 92, just above Lin Feng's, and became first again. However, no one felt that Grimmen still had an advantage. What was one match short with Lin Feng's speed? He would probably be completely ahead of Grimmen in 3 or 5 more matches. In the eyes of many, Lin Feng's ranking as first was already set in stone. There was almost no suspense left. However, Lin Feng, who was in the virtual combat system, was very confused. After Tang Tao admitted defeat, he did not encounter his next opponent for a long while. What was going on? The audience outside was also very confused. Why hadn't the next battle gone on yet? Some sharpie people had already realized that, at some point in time, only 10 participating martial artists were left on all the screens. In the entire square, Chapter 205 only one match short. Chapter 205 only one match short. It stopped. There don't seem to be any more martial artists. Could the elimination rounds have ended? The 10 martial artists in the virtual combat system were also a little baffled now. But perhaps some had already thought of the reason. The elimination rounds have ended. The remaining 10 martial artists have won. The rankings are determined by the winning streak. Then, the names of 10 people appeared on the big screen, followed by the winning streak. Grimmen winning streak of 92, ranked first in the elimination rounds. Lin Feng winning streak of 91, ranked second in the elimination rounds. Fu Lin winning streak of 81, ranked third in the elimination rounds. Darden winning streak of 78, ranked fourth in the elimination rounds. Lin Zhu winning streak of 76, ranked fifth in the elimination rounds. Yang Jing winning streak of 74, ranked 6th in the elimination rounds. Li's winning streak of 72, ranked 7th in the elimination rounds. Andor winning streak of 70, ranked 8th in the elimination rounds. Liu Qingfeng winning streak of 69, ranked 9th in the elimination rounds. Wang Yiming winning streak of 68, ranked 10th in the elimination rounds. When the names of the top 10 in the elimination round were listed, everyone's gaze and all the cameras were focused on this ranking. At this moment, the names of these 10 people instantly spread throughout the world. The identities, backgrounds, and all the other information of these 10 people would be investigated as soon as possible. This was what it meant to become famous overnight. There was no faster way to fame. Whether these martial artists were willing to become famous or not, they could not change the fact that they were already world-renowned martial artists now. Baizu clenched his fists tightly. He originally had a chance of making it into the top 10, but his efforts were in vain when he met Lin Feng. Ralph was also very regretful. If he had met the 8th, 9th, and 10th martial artists instead of Grimmen, he might have been able to defeat them. Then, he would have been able to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, there weren't that many what-ifs. Actually, the last 3 martial artists should be rejoicing. They were more or less lucky to be ranked in the top 10. In fact, some martial artists' strength was not inferior to theirs. As for who was stronger, they would only know after fighting. However, their luck was obviously better, and they did not encounter opponents that were too powerful. There was almost no secret in the information of the 10 martial artists. They were all investigated thoroughly. However, the ones who received the most attention were Lin Feng and Grimmen. After all, Grimmen was a top genius of the previous generation and had always been very powerful. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was a new generation genius, and the greatest dark horse of this martial arts competition. Naturally, he received the attention. In reality, this ranking could also reflect strength to a certain extent. For example, Lin Feng and Grimmen were clearly a tier stronger than other martial artists. As for the 3rd to 10th place, although there was some difference, all the differences were not very great. As the elimination rounds ended, Lin Feng and the others also woke up from the virtual combat system. After the elimination rounds was the qualifying rounds, there was a break of 1 hour in between for the 10 martial artists to adjust first. However, during this period of time, the debate about who was stronger between Lin Feng and Grimmen had reached its climax. Some people felt sorry for Lin Feng. They felt that if there were still martial artists remaining, Lin Feng would definitely be able to surpass Grimmen's ranking in the end, and wouldn't be just one match away. However, there were also people who believed that Grimmen's strength was not bad. If he had not met Ralph, he would not have been delayed for so long. Moreover, the focus of the two martial arts was different. Perhaps Lin Feng's void bubble was very advantageous in the virtual combat system, so he defeated his opponents very quickly. If he fought with Grimmen and Lin Feng's void bubble failed, Lin Feng would be in danger. Of course, this was only the opinion of some people. There were also some who felt that Lin Feng's void bubble was very powerful. Up until now, no one had been able to test the limit of Lin Feng's void bubble. Lin Feng had never fought for more than 5 seconds against any opponent. This meant that Lin Feng's strength far exceeded that of many martial artists, and was even on a different level from other martial artists. Even Grimmen was definitely not Lin Feng's match. Both parties had their own rationales for arguing. Neither could convince the other. Not only were some metamorphic realm martial artists arguing, even some divine realm experts were arguing. The divine realm experts naturally had higher standards. The focus of their arguments were also different. How she? Between Lin Feng and Grimmen, who do you think is stronger? Zia Liaohui also found it rather interesting and asked with a smile. How she's expression was solemn and somewhat uncertain. I know about Grimmen. His talent is indeed very strong. Back then, he was considered one of the 3 greats alongside Dongfeng Sheng and Lu Chen. However, Dongfeng Sheng and Lu Chen have both reached the divine realm. Not long ago, Dongfeng Sheng even became a meta-divine realm expert. But why has Grimmen been unable to enter the divine realm for so long? It's because he focuses too much on studying the power of martial arts. He cares too much about improving his combat strength. So much so that his mind is completely focused on studying martial arts and astral power. There are advantages and disadvantages to this. His studies in martial arts and astral power can almost make him invincible among his peers, and causes him to be intoxicated by this honor. Back then, in terms of combat power, Dongfeng Sheng might not have been able to defeat Grimmen, but now once Lu Chen and Dongfeng Sheng both entered the divine realm one after another, and the two parties were no longer on the same level, no matter how strong Grimmen is, how can he compare to the other two? Therefore, his martial path has already deviated. Even though he has already realized the problem over the years, it's a little too late. Although it has become very difficult for Grimmen to enter the divine realm, his strength can be considered invincible among those of the same level. His years of studies in martial arts and astral power were definitely not in vain. It's very difficult for Lin Feng to defeat him. Hao Shi's analysis was very accurate. Even though Lin Feng was his proc, he was actually not optimistic about Lin Feng's results. However, Zia Laogui said slyly, Hao Shi, why don't we make a bet? I think Lin Feng will definitely be able to defeat Grimmen. If you lose, agree to one condition of mine. If I lose, he'll also agree to one condition of yours. How about that? Seeing how confident Zia Laogui was, Hao Shi could not help but ask, Zia Laogui, do you think so highly of Lin Feng? That's right. I think so highly of Lin Feng. How about it? Dare you make a bet? No, Zia Laogui. No matter who has the last laugh between Lin Feng and Grimmen, I won't bet with you. Don't even think about my bottle of treasure. Ugh, stingy. Zia Laogui shook his head helplessly. Hao Shi did not take the bait, so there was nothing he could do. Zia Laogui, seriously, have you figured out something? Hao Shi knew that Zia Laogui was actually very prudent. He must have figured out something. Otherwise, he wouldn't make the bet so confidently. Hao Shi, you're so stingy. I won't tell you. Haha. Take your time to guess. Zia Laogui also laughed out loud. He had indeed figured out something. But he refused to tell Hao Shi. Chapter 206 Undercurrents. Chapter 206 Undercurrents. Lin Feng was second in the elimination rounds, and was very likely to be first in the upcoming qualifying rounds. If he really obtained first place, the various honors statuses, and identities he would receive would be unimaginable. They would not even be inferior to divine realm experts. The Lin family was naturally overjoyed. The students of the Myriad Academy were also overjoyed. Chief Commander Long Duo and the other martial artists of Dragonlith City were also very happy. All the martial artists in the South Mountain Base also felt incomparably proud. Lin Feng's name was already known throughout the world. Everyone knew that Lin Feng had boundless prospects. Such a young, metamorphic realm martial artist, and almost the strongest martial artist in the metamorphic realm at that, had a high chance of reaching the divine realm in the future. He was almost a preliminary divine realm martial artist. Many people were happy for Lin Feng, but there were also some who were in a constant state of anxiety and worry. This was the case for the Zhao family. Be it Zhao Dinsheng or Zhao Ping, they were both in an indescribable panic. Yes, panic. Back when Lin Feng rose to power in Dragonlit City, broke the genetic lock, and became the hero of humanity, the Zhao family had already been very wary of the Lin family. Even the plan they had formulated to join forces and annihilate the Lin Corporation came to nothing. Dealing with an inhuman expert was no easy task. The Zhao family even wanted to take the initiative to make peace with the Lin family. But the Lin family did not want to discuss it at all. What was there to talk about with the Zhao family? The Zhao family should be the one getting anxious. Of course. If Lin Feng had only just broken the genetic lock, even if he obtained the Hero of Humanity medal, what could he do to the Zhao family? The Zhao family had an inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock, who was always at the front line. His family had to be protected. Although Zhao Ping was not his immediate family, he was still related to Zhao Dinsheng. The Lin family did not have the ability to deal with the Zhao family now. Hence, the Zhao family could only endure it. But they were not too afraid. But things were different now. The Zhao family was really afraid. Lin Feng's rise was too fast. He was now the focus of attention worldwide. If he obtained first place in the global martial arts competition, again, he would almost be a preliminary candidate for Divine Realm. How influential was a Divine Realm martial artist? Perhaps Lin Feng would not dare to kill Zhao Ping for no reason. But as long as Lin Feng revealed a little of his thoughts, although Zhao Ping would not die, the Zhao family would be implicated, and the Zhao family's businesses would decline. Without their businesses and massive wealth, what did the Zhao family have? At that time, even if they were still alive, it would be a life worse than death. However, if the Zhao family took the initiative to reconcile with the Lin family now, would the Lin family agree? The Zhao family was in trouble, and Zhao Ping's life was gradually becoming difficult. His father, who was very accommodating in the past, was now beating and scolding him at every turn. He was even grounded and restricted from leaving the Zhao family's villa. His life was very suffocating. Apart from the uneasy and terrified Zhao family, Zhang Zifeng was not in a good mood either. Ever since Lin Feng had offended Zhang Zifeng in Stone City, his dignity received a huge blow. Later on, when the new policy for martial artists appeared, he could not even remain a legate. Now, Zhang Zifeng had already gone to the front line and fought life-or-death battles with some demon generals. This was something he had disdained in the past, but he had no choice. Those demon generals were all very powerful, and not inferior to Divine Realm martial artists. In fact, in just a few months, Zhang Zifeng had been injured numerous times, and sustained rather serious injuries on one occasion. Zhang Zifeng was a dignified Divine Realm martial artist. His mentality was like a high and almighty deity. How could he stand such a miserable life? All of this was because of Lin Feng. He hated Lin Feng to death. Unfortunately, he was at the front line. Even Divine Realm martial artists could not leave easily. Now that the global martial arts competition had begun, Zhang Zifeng had actually discovered Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng was in the limelight in the global martial arts competition. He was ranked second in the elimination rounds, and was very likely to be first in the qualifying rounds. Compared to Lin Feng's boundless glory, how could he A dignified divine realm martial artist living in such a sorry state. Not hate Lin Feng for it. Lin Feng, all of this is because of you ha. In only 9 months, you've already become a 3rd-level metamorphic realm martial artist. Who would believe that you don't have any secrets? The 5 major factions aren't the only ones who hold the reins in this world. Where light is, their darkness will be also. Heh. A trace of coldness appeared in Zhang Zifeng's eyes. Huh. Elder Kang's expression suddenly changed slightly, as if he had received some news. Elder Kang. What happened? Sage Yuan was on very good terms with Elder Kang. He could tell at a glance that something was up with Elder Kang. Elder Kang's expression gradually darkened. He said coldly, "Some rats have noticed Lin Feng." Sage Yuan's expression also darkened. He naturally knew what Elder Kang meant. Although the entire human world was controlled by the 5 major factions and the 9 sages, it was impossible for them to really control human nature. Human nature was the most complex thing of all. Light coexisted with darkness. Not all martial artists, and not all divine realm or meta-divine realm experts, were dedicated to all of humanity. They wandered on the edge of darkness and light. They only thought about their own martial path and life transitions. Humanity and justice meant nothing to them. Some people noticed that Lin Feng had broken through to the 3rd level of metamorphic realm in 9 months. This speed had already broken the record set by Dong Fengsheng, which was 1 year and 3 months. Some people also noticed how Lin Feng's mental power was incredibly strong. Those martial artists who knew about the void bubble also vaguely coveted Lin Feng, and felt that Lin Feng might be carrying some unknown secrets. Just because the sages did not care did not mean that the other divine realm and meta-divine realm martial artists did not as well. There were even people who had paid the same attention to Dong Fengsheng before. Back then, Dong Fengsheng was extraordinarily talented. He had also encountered a few crises, but resolved all of them eventually. Elder Kang also told this news to the Invincible Fist Sage. The Invincible Fist Sage snorted coldly and said, "Those shady rats. Don't let me find out who they are. Otherwise, I'll personally wipe them out." However, even the Invincible Fist Sage could only make a vicious statement. Why, it's because there was no way to find them at all. Those martial artists hiding in the dark might actually be a divine realm martial artist fighting with dire beasts at the front line in their real identity. However, in the dark, they might appear with another identity and face. Where light is, their darkness will be also. Even the 9 sages and the 5 major factions could not possibly eliminate this situation completely. Invincible. Get some experts from your academic faction to watch over Lin Feng's family. Nothing must happen to his family. As for Lin Feng, he is in the global martial arts competition. He'll be fine for the time being. The other sages also nodded in agreement. Lin Feng was only a metamorphic realm martial artist. He was already very fortunate to receive the attention of sages. After all, the 9 sages were all guarding the depths of the Outland. They would not leave easily unless there was a major upheaval. He has to deal with some hardships himself. With that, Elder Kang closed his eyes again. He knew very well that Lin Feng's future situation would be rather perilous. But wasn't this also a path that a genius martial artist had to experience? Back then, Dong Fengsheng and many other geniuses had all grown with such hardships. The sages could give them some help, but they could not help them at all times. The path of martial arts ultimately relied on oneself. Chapter 207 Qualifying Rounds. Chapter 207 Qualifying Rounds. Only 10 martial artists were left in the square. The rest had already been eliminated. Out of the tens of thousands of participating martial artists, only these 10 outstanding people were determined in the end. Although some martial artists might feel that they were unlucky, most of them were convinced. All 10 of these martial artists had won 60 or 70 battles consecutively. The strongest of them had even won more than 90 battles consecutively without a single defeat. Although on the surface, only Lin Feng and Grimmen had won the most consecutive battles without actually fighting each other. How would anyone think that they were inferior to others? Hence, Fu Lin glared at Lin Feng and Grimmin like a tiger eyeing its prey. She was third place, below Lin Feng and Grimmin. However, she was prideful. How could she really be convinced? It wasn't just Fu Lin. The other martial artists were the same. The battle intention in their eyes was very strong as they stared at each other. An hour passed quickly. Lin Feng and the others entered the virtual combat system again. The rules of the qualifying rounds are divided into 5 groups based on the rankings of the elimination rounds. The winner will draw lots to determine the final ranking. In fact, this method was not even as fair as the previous elimination method. What if the 2 strongest experts met in advance? Wouldn't someone who was originally able to get second place wind up in the 6th place? However, in reality, the martial artists did not mind. This was because according to the reward rules of the global martial arts competition, only the first place could obtain 10 merit value. As for the second, third, and up to the 10th place after that, the rewards were exactly the same. What did this mean? This actually meant that the winner would take all. Honor was only granted to the first place. If one could not get first place, even if they obtained second place, it was actually a failure and meaningless. Hence, although this method of drawing lots seemed unfair, it was actually very fair. This was because if one wanted to obtain first place, they had to keep winning. Martial artists matched in qualifying rounds: Grimmin vs Wang Yiming, Lin Feng vs Liu Chengfeng, Fu Lin vs Andor, Darden vs Siales, Lin Zhu vs Ouyang Jing. Many martial artists in the square fell silent. Countless projection images dimmed slightly, and then 5 scenes appeared. They were scenes of the 5 pairs of martial artists fighting. These 5 battles were held simultaneously, but the one who received the most attention was not Grimmin, or even Lin Feng, but the last 3 pairs. After all, in everyone's opinion, Grimmin and Lin Feng were stronger than the other 8 by a stretch. Perhaps the other 8 martial artists would not think so, but most people did. There seemed to be no suspense in Grimmin and Lin Feng's battles. The remaining 3 pairs of martial artists were similar in strength, so there was more suspense. In the virtual combat system, Grimmin and Lin Feng did not pay attention to the other 3 matches. They only had eyes for their opponents. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, their surroundings had already turned into an environment of heavy downpour. They were surrounded by ruins that appeared as if they had been abandoned for a long time. It looked like an apocalypse. Liu Chengfeng took a deep breath and suddenly said in a low voice, "Can we expand the battlefield?" Yes. Unexpectedly, the virtual combat system actually responded. I'd like to request not setting battlefield barriers. I need an open battlefield. Liu Chengfeng's eyes flickered with excitement. Battlefield barriers cleared. The battlefield is currently open. As soon as the virtual system finished speaking, the surrounding ruins disappeared. There was only the pitter-patter of heavy rain. They were in a huge square that stretched as far as the eye could see. Originally, many people did not pay much attention to Lin Feng's battlefield. Hearing Liu Chengfeng's request, they were also slightly stunned and somewhat confused. What is Liu Chengfeng doing? The battlefield environment seems to have changed. What's the use? Without absolute strength, what's the use of changing battlefield environments? Liu Chengfeng's motive for doing this doesn't seem simple. Could it be? You've thought of it too. It seems like Liu Chengfeng has been studying Lin Feng for a long time. Not bad. This might be the only way. This battle is interesting. There might even be a dramatic turn of events. Many martial artists started discussing spiritedly. Some martial artists seemed to have guessed something and looked unfathomable. Meanwhile, some martial artists did not understand and did not know what Liu Chengfeng meant. Hao Shi's eyes lit up as well. He suddenly said, "Liu Chengfeng, he's rather smart. Not bad. He's able to grasp Lin Feng's only weakness." Even Zia Laoui had no choice but to nod and say, "That's right. This may be Lin Feng's only weakness. This Liu Chengfeng is quite good and has a quick mind." But were they worried? In truth, Hao Shi and Zia Laoui were not worried at all. They knew Lin Feng's strength very well. especially who knew how formidable Lin Feng's innate talents were. From the beginning to end, Lin Feng did not seem to have used any other methods yet. Even the sages nodded slightly, feeling that Liu Qingfeng was indeed quite good to be able to come up with such a method. Hence, the sages' gazes were all focused on Lin Feng's battle. They also wanted to see how Lin Feng would counter it. Interesting. How did you think of this method? Lin Feng looked at Liu Qingfeng opposite him and immediately understood his goal. Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Actually, I've noticed you for a long time. I've practiced this astral martial art called the void bubble before, but it was too difficult. In the end, I gave up. Although I didn't succeed in mastering it, I have some understanding of the void bubble. The void bubble can't be infinitely large. Moreover, if you condense the void bubble at an especially large size, its power would decrease drastically. The 999 strands of astral power in my body will definitely be able to withstand it. If you control the size of the astral bubble, and am a martial artist known for my speed, you won't have a chance to use the void bubble on me at all. When the time comes, it will be a battle of attrition. The final victor isn't certain." Liu Qingfeng's words enlightened those martial artists who did not understand. Why hadn't they thought of this before? Previously, the battlefield environment in the virtual combat system seemed to be ever-changing, but in reality, it was set up in the standard of arena. Combatants could move around however they wanted. Hence, Lin Feng's void bubble was very advantageous. All his opponents had no choice but to resist it head-on. However, if they resisted it head-on, Lin Feng's void bubble had a small diameter. How terrifying was its power! Even third-level metamorphic realm experts with 999 strands of astral power in their bodies could not resist the collapsing force of Lin Feng's astral bubble, so they were defeated one after another. But what if it was an open battlefield environment? If he used the infinite space to avoid Lin Feng's void bubble and not allow Lin Feng's void bubble to trap him, no matter how powerful Lin Feng's void bubble was, it would be useless. For a moment, those martial artists who had fought with Lin Feng all shook their heads, looking vexed. Lin Feng had such an obvious, fatal weakness. How could they not have discovered it? If they had thought of it earlier, they might have been able to defeat Lin Feng. They might be the ones in the top 10. Unlike now, when Liu Qingfeng was the one taking advantage. Chapter 208 Fatal Weakness. Chapter 208 Fatal Weakness. Not bad. Your observation skills are very good. Even I forgot that the void bubble has such a weakness. In the virtual combat system, Lin Feng nodded as well, agreeing with Liu Qingfeng's analysis. Liu Qingfeng frowned and said, "I figured out your fatal weakness, but you are not worried at all. Are you pretending to be calm? Or are you confident about your ability? There's no point in talking. Let's fight." Lin Feng shook his head. The void bubble did have flaws. After all, no martial art was completely perfect. If it was really a perfect martial art, there wouldn't be so few people practicing the void bubble. No matter how difficult it was, there would be martial artists who would give their all to study it. The void bubble was imperfect, and there had never been a perfect martial art in the world. Lin Feng knew the flaw of the void bubble very well. The void bubble could only work if it collided with his opponent. If it did not collide with his opponent, what could the void bubble do no matter how strong it was? Actually, this flaw would not affect Lin Feng much in reality. This was because he had more than 80 strands of astral power. It would not be a problem for him to sustain the void bubble for more than 100 meters. How massive was an astral bubble over 100 meters in diameter? Moreover, with more than 80 astral power condensed, even a 100-meter astral bubble would still be terrifyingly powerful. At the very least, a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist would definitely not be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, this was not reality. For the sake of concealment, Lin Feng had long before maintained his astral power at 999 strands. It was impossible for him to condense a 100-meter-long astral bubble. Even if he did, it would have no ability to harm Liu Qingfeng. However, did Lin Feng not have any other methods apart from the void bubble? Swoosh! Liu Chengfeng moved. His name meant ride the wind. In reality, he had also awakened a wind-type innate ability. In addition, he cultivated speed-type astral martial arts. Hence, his entire figure was light and drifting. His movements were erratic, and he was extremely fast. Lin Feng could not even lock onto him with his mental power, let alone deploy the void bubble. Liu Chengfeng was indeed extremely careful. He would not give Lin Feng the chance to deploy the void bubble. In that case, Lin Feng might as well have a good fight with Liu Chengfeng. Armor. Lin Feng growled. Immediately, a layer of armor as black as ink quickly covered his body. This layer of armor almost covered Lin Feng's entire body, revealing only his eyes. A few sharp spikes protruded from his shoulder, and there were a few hideous and terrifying tumors on his back. Lin Feng's entire aura changed. He was like the most terrifying dire beast, emitting a monstrous murderous aura. Innate ability. Liu Chengfeng found it very strange. Lin Feng's innate ability was obviously defensive, but he was a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist. What could a mere defensive innate ability do? Once his astral power erupted, the power would be unimaginable. However, Lin Feng was not done. Of course he knew how terrifying the eruption of astral power of metamorphic realm martial artists was. With a thought, he said in a low voice, "Petrification technique." Buzz! A ripple-like light flashed across the surface of Lin Feng's armor. Then, his armor became even harder, and his defense increased by at least 2 or 3 times. This was the innate ability Lin Feng had obtained from fusing the pangolin beast genes not long ago. The petrification technique, its defense was even above Lin Feng's armor, but it looked very inconspicuous. Almost no one knew how formidable this faint layer of light was. Even a sage would probably think that it was the light of Lin Feng's armor. However, this also happened to conceal the innate ability of Lin Feng's petrification technique, and could also cause his opponents to underestimate him. Lin Feng naturally would not take the initiative to expose an innate ability like the petrification technique. Moreover, Lin Feng had the undying characteristic. He was not afraid of any metamorphic realm martial artist. Cut! Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an invisible force cutting into his body. However, the petrification technique on his body merely rippled. Nothing took effect at all. This was only a probing attack from Liu Chengfeng. Is his defense that strong? Looks like ordinary attacks are useless. I can only unleash astral power. Liu Chengfeng's style was cautious. Without full confidence, he would not usually take the initiative to attack. But now, he had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. He had already created such good conditions and understood the fatal flaw of Lin Feng's void bubble. They were both at the 3rd level of metamorphic realm. What was there to be afraid of? Hence, Liu Chengfeng sped up again. Some afterimages even appeared as he rapidly approached Lin Feng. Good. Lin Feng laughed out loud. He had always used the void bubble. Coupled with his lean body, many people did not know that what he advocated deep down was fists. Whirlwind explosion. Liu Chengfeng shouted. He was also a decisive person. He mobilized over 9 strands of astral power in his body almost entirely, and they surged into his arm in a frenzy. Liu Chengfeng seemed to have transformed into a terrifying whirlwind that swept towards Lin Feng. It was too late for Lin Feng to use the void bubble now. Haha, come on. Let's decide the winner with a punch. Lin Feng was wearing armor, and his appearance was extremely feral. His body even emitted a fiendish aura. He was like a completely different person from before, stunning all the martial artists. However, at this moment, the 999 strands of astral power in Lin Feng's body exploded in an instant. Astral power erupted. 6 spiral forces erupted. Sharphorn erupted. Perhaps no one could describe how strong Lin Feng was at this moment. 100 strands of astral power could unleash about 400 tons of strength. Then, once 999 strands of astral power erupted, it could unleash at least 40 Tons of strength. There were also 6 spiral forces. Coupled with the strength of his physical body, there were at least over 4. Tons of strength. There was also the sharp horn. It was indestructible and not convertible to strength. If it was really converted into strength, it would not be inferior to 4. Tons of strength. Or even stronger. How could any metamorphic realm martial artist rival such a terrifying power? Boom! The two collided fiercely. This was a collision of pure strength. The entire battle scene seemed to be shaking all of a sudden. A terrifying impact quickly spread in all directions. It swept in all directions mightily. At this moment, even a first-level metamorphic realm martial artist would probably be shattered by the aftershock. The originally flat ground exploded all of a sudden, and cracked rapidly like an earthquake. This was a true cataclysm. Although it was simulated by the virtual combat system, this simulation was completely realistic. If Lin Feng and Liu Qingfeng were really fighting in the ruins at this moment, the ruins would probably have been razed to the ground long ago. This was a real battle. There were no unnecessary fancy moves or techniques. It was just a head-on clash. The destructive power that was far more devastating than the most horrific balm was directly presented to everyone in the world. The shock in their hearts made many people stare at the television screen in shock. This was the true strength of martial artists. The destructive power at that level was far more shocking than some data or adjectives used by experts. The screen became very quiet. Who was the winner of this shocking head-on clash? Chapter 209 I Still Prefer Fists. Chapter 209 I Still Prefer Fists. On the screen, an area with a radius of hundreds of meters was almost in ruins. A huge pit appeared in the ground, as if the ground had collapsed from an earthquake. However, everyone knew that the damage was caused by the aftershock when Lin Feng and Liu Qingfeng attacked with all their might. The ground had collapsed so deeply from the explosion in an instant, and with a range of hundreds of meters. How terrifying was that power? As the dust settled, a figure gradually appeared on the screen. It was still that somewhat hideous armor. Even the armor was completely undamaged. Lin Feng's gaze was calm. He looked at the huge pit below. There was nothing left in the pit. Actually, I still prefer fists. Lin Feng looked at the sky and said faintly, swoosh. Liu Qingfeng woke up, but his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. He had lost. He had lost terribly. Originally, he thought that victory was within his grasp now that he understood the fatal weakness of Lin Feng's void bubble. But in reality, just now, that terrifying punch, an unparalleled power had induced a deep sense of despair in him. Was that kind of power even something a metamorphic realm martial artist could possess? It was that punch that had practically shattered his pride and his plan. It had made him understand what it meant to break all methods with brute force. All schemes, plans, and weaknesses were useless. The void bubble might be very strong, but that was only one of Lin Feng's many methods. What's terrifying was not the void bubble, but Lin Feng. I accept my defeat. Liu Qingfeng's expression was gloomy as he smiled wanly. He had lost. In fact, his soul had suffered a huge shock. Even if he could still fight for the 6th to 10th place next, he had lost all interest. So what if he was 6th? So what if he was 10th? It was all the same. He no longer had the drive from before. Lin Feng is the victor. On the screen, Lin Feng's name was the first to stand out. Among the 5 groups of martial artists, Lin Feng took the shortest time to defeat his opponent. The actual battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Many people were dumbfounded. They were shocked and even felt a little at a loss. Hadn't Liu Qingfeng figured out Lin Feng's fatal weakness? In the end, Lin Feng did not even use the void bubble. Why was Liu Qingfeng still defeated? The virtual combat system allowed replays. So there were replays on many televisions in the broadcast. Through the replays, they could clearly see how devastating the power contained in Lin Feng's punch was. They witnessed that devastating power as well. Liu Qingfeng was shattered directly, unable to put up any resistance. This was complete suppression. If this were in reality, Liu Qingfang might have been blasted into a bloody mist by that punch just now. At this moment, the dark horse was no longer the dark horse, but a genuine top-notch martial artist. Lin Feng had come all this way not by relying on the void bubble, but through genuine strength. Those martial artists who were originally very envious of Liu Qingfang and somewhat regretful that they had not discovered Lin Feng's fatal weakness were also dumbfounded at this moment. Their faces were filled with shame. Did Lin Feng have a fatal weakness? Previously, they had thought that Lin Feng had a fatal weakness, and had even confidently believed that Liu Qingfang had already found Lin Feng's fatal weakness. But now they suddenly realized that what Liu Qingfang had found was not Lin Feng's fatal weakness, but the fatal weakness of the void bubble. Without the void bubble, Lin Feng was still one of the most terrifying metamorphic realm martial artists. Impressive. Really impressive. Lin Feng is so powerful. Liu Qingfang also has 999 strands of astral power. Why is the difference so huge? He was blasted apart in one go. It's unbelievable. Of course it's an innate ability. Look at the armor on Lin Feng. The aftershock struck his body without any effect. The innate ability Lin Feng awakened is very strong. I checked the video of Lin Feng's battle in Dragonlith City on the internet. He trains the strength of his physical body. I heard that he has also cultivated the invincible fist sage's non-nupple body tempering. If I'm not wrong, he must still be cultivating non-nupple body tempering. Apart from the eruption of astral power, there's also the strength of his physical body. As expected of a dark horse, looks like only Lin Feng can challenge Grimmen's position. Liu Qingfang had lost, and Lin Feng had won. Moreover, Lin Feng had crushed Liu Qingfang with absolute strength. He had defeated Liu Qingfang head-on, and convinced everyone. As for Lin Feng's fatal weakness, that was even more of a joke. No one would care about Lin Feng's so-called fatal weakness. Even without the void bubble, Lin Feng was still not someone ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists could compare to. Lin Feng was the first to defeat his opponent, and the results of the other four groups soon came out. Grimmen, Fu Lin, and Darden all defeated their opponents one after another. Only the battle between Lin Zhu and Ao Yongjing ended with Ao Yongjing's narrow victory. This basically reflected the rankings of the elimination rounds. They were actually quite reliable. Basically, the high-ranking martial artists won. Even if Ao Yongjing was ranked lower than Lin Zhu and defeated her opponent, their rankings were very close to each other to begin with. One was the 5th, and the other was the 6th. There was not much of a difference in strength. However, Ao Yongjing was more composed than Lin Zhu, so Ao Yongjing won in the end. Lin Feng, Grimmen, Fu Lin, Darden, and Ao Yongjing won. They would draw lots next. The 5 of them entered the virtual combat system, and Lin Feng was the first to draw lots. Number 2. There were only 5 numbers in total, 2 number 1s and 2 number 2s. The remaining numbers meant an empty round. Lin Feng drew number 2, and Grimmen drew number 1. The 2 of them did not fight this time. In the end, Fu Lin was luckier and drew number 0 for an empty round. Lin Feng would fight Darden, and Grimmen would fight Ao Yongjing. Darden was Lin Feng's opponent, ranked 4th in the elimination rounds. His strength was evident. In the battle scene, Lin Feng asked curiously, "You're not applying for an open battle scene?" Indeed, even though Lin Feng had defeated Liu Qingfang with a single punch and appeared very violent, if one weighed the pros and cons, he would definitely still be willing to deal with Lin Feng instead of facing the void bubble. Only by choosing an open combat environment could he avoid Lin Feng's void bubble. Darden shook his head. "Actually, I know I'm no match for you. Whether it's an open combat environment or a situation like this, I have no chance of winning." Many people were surprised. Was Darden going to admit defeat? But from the looks of it, he wasn't about to admit defeat. "I cultivate defensive astral martial arts, and they awaken defensive innate ability. My defense is what I'm most proud of. In addition to the astral power in my body, I'm confident about facing any attack. But after I saw your void bubble, I no longer believe so. Hence, even though I'm not your match, I still want to experience how strong the void bubble is. I want to know the difference between us. So Darden wanted to test the power of the void bubble. As you wish. I will deploy the void bubble to the best of my ability. Lin Feng looked deeply at Darden. This was a true martial artist, hence he decided not to disappoint Darden. Doing his best was a sign of respect for Darden. Chapter 210 Peak Showdown. Chapter 210 Peak Showdown. Darden's expression was solemn. The astral power in his body began to erupt, vaguely forming a golden protective layer. In reality, there were all kinds of astral martial arts, and they focused on different things. However, no matter how the astral martial arts changed, they could not change the fact that astral power was actually a kind of all-purpose energy. It was precisely because astral power was only a type of energy that, be it defensive martial arts, offensive martial arts, or speed type martial arts, they only differed in aspects of focus and power, rather than differing in astral power. The combat body that Lin Feng cultivated was actually the same. They all treated astral power as a form of energy. Darden clearly cultivated defensive astral martial arts. Moreover, he had an innate ability. His entire body was covered in green scales, making him look like a crocodile. This was also Darden's innate ability. Lin Feng's armor was not the only strange one. In reality, many martial artists had awakened some strange talents. Come on, let me feel your void bubble. A trace of insanity appeared on Darden's face. Void bubble. Lin Feng's gaze was calm. In front of him, a magnificent astral bubble appeared. This time, Lin Feng fulfilled Darden's wish. He infused almost all 999 strands of astral power in his body into the astral bubble. With Lin Feng's current mental power, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to control the astral bubble infused with only over 999 strands of astral power. The void bubble easily enveloped Darden. Moreover, Darden did not resist violently. Originally, the void bubble was beautiful and had a lethal psychedelic effect. But Darden's will was indeed strong. He was unmoved. Since that was the case, Lin Feng did not hesitate anymore. Collapse. As Lin Feng growled, the astral bubble began to collapse rapidly. In an instant, Darden's astral martial art was instantly broken. Even 999 strands of astral power were useless. In 2 moments, Darden's defensive innate ability was also crushed. In 3 moments, Darden had completely disappeared as the astral bubble collapsed. Swoosh! Darden opened his eyes in the square. He had experienced it, and he had felt its majestic force when the void bubble collapsed. As if nothing could withstand the power of the collapse. Even at the moment of collapse, the pain he felt was very clear. It was a helpless feeling of being unable to do anything despite knowing that death was imminent. I've seen it for myself. The void bubble is amazing. Darden knew the power of the void bubble very well, but he also knew that Lin Feng was actually more powerful. Not only had he mastered the void bubble, he also seemed to have unleashed the power of the void bubble to its fullest extent. At least in the past, there had definitely been no metamorphic realm martial artist who could unleash the power of the void bubble to such a terrifying extent. He fully accepted his defeat. Lin Feng was still the first to win, followed by Grimmin and Aoyongjing. There was no suspense. Grimmin still won, and with Fu Lin's empty round, the top 3 of the global martial arts competition had emerged. Fu Lin's luck was relatively good, but no one doubted her strength. After all, she was ranked 3rd in the elimination rounds. The real focus was Lin Feng and Grimmin. They wondered how lucky the 3 of them would be in this draw. The draw soon began. Lin Feng drew first as usual. He drew 1. He wasn't very lucky and wouldn't get an empty round. If Fu Lin was extremely lucky, she might even have a chance to get an empty round again. Unfortunately, the one who drew 0 this time was Grimmin. Fu Lin was not so lucky anymore. She was going to fight Lin Feng this time. In reality, perhaps no one had paid much attention to Fu Lin. It was only when she drew the lot to fight with Lin Feng that she received attention. The limelight of the global martial arts tournament this time was all snatched away by Lin Feng and Grimmen. Perhaps in the second global martial arts competition 10 years later, no one would remember who was third. They would only remember the fierce battle between Lin Feng and Grimmen, the geniuses of 2 generations. To Lin Feng and Grimmen, it was a good legend, but to the other participating martial artists, it was not such good news. They had all become a backdrop for Lin Feng and Grimmen. Fu Lin stood opposite Lin Feng. She was a beautiful woman, and she was filled with a mature charm. Her long hair was tied back, and there was a heroic air to her. However, she sighed and shook her head. Look outside. How many people are still paying attention to the battle between you and me? They are all looking forward to the battle between you and Grimmen. I've become the backdrop. Lin Feng smiled and said, you can defeat me and fight with Grimmen for the first place. If I could defeat you, I wouldn't be talking so much with you. I'm already satisfied that I can get third place. Moreover, this martial arts competition is a martial arts competition between you and Grimmen. Since I'm destined to be the backdrop, I have no intention to lose face. Here, I admit defeat however. I hope that I lose to a true genius who can amaze the world with a single feat, and who deserves to be first in the global martial arts competition. So, do not disappoint me. With that, Fu Lin's figure disappeared. She admitted defeat decisively. Admit defeat interesting. I believe I won't disappoint you. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Of course he understood what Fu Lin meant. If he obtained the first place, even if Fu Lin admitted defeat, she would only have admitted defeat to the first place in the global martial arts competition. This could be considered a minor comfort to her. No one looked down on Fu Lin taking the initiative to admit defeat. In reality, when facing Lin Feng, apart from Grimmen, no one else was Lin Feng's match. Lin Feng had already proven with his strength that he was very likely to be a dark horse until the end. There was no fluke. He had come this far entirely by relying on his powerful strength. Fu Lin could not deal with either Lin Feng or Grimmen. She might as well take the initiative to admit defeat. Everyone was looking forward to the violent collision between the geniuses of 2 generations. Lin Feng and Grimmen. Buzz! Lin Feng felt the surroundings change rapidly. And finally, he appeared in a boundless field. Around him were also fiery red maple trees. The falling maple leaves gave off a melancholic atmosphere. Standing opposite Lin Feng was Grimmen. He was not tall and well-built, had fair skin, and a sharp gaze. He exuded an awe-inspiring aura, and filled with battle intent. This was a proud, domineering, and fierce martial artist. This was also a fierce battle between titans. It was the climax of the global martial arts competition between Lin Feng and Grimmen, geniuses of 2 generations. Who would be the true number 1 genius in the end? Would Lin Feng be the dark horse until the end? Or would Grimmen defend the dignity of the geniuses of the older generation? At this moment, everyone's discussion gradually died down. They were all focused on the screen, where Lin Feng and Grimmen were about to have a peak showdown. A battle was imminent. Chapter 211 Extreme Recovery. Chapter 211 Extreme Recovery. Swoosh! Grimmen moved. This was an open combat environment. This meant that Grimmen was also wary of Lin Feng's void bubble, and did not dare to clash head-on with it. However, Grimmen did not want to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was about to lose the confidence to become a divine realm expert. However, once he obtained first place in this competition, with the generous rewards and the confidence from being the first place in the global martial arts competition, he might be able to undergo a second life transition. Hence, he was determined to get first place. Similarly, Lin Feng was determined to get first place. Grimmen had many methods, and the void bubble could not lock onto the other party. In that case, he would fight Grimmen properly. 6 spiral forces. Lin Feng did not even use astral power. He charged towards Grimmen aggressively, and the 2 figures chased after each other rapidly. Lin Feng still had armor and the petrification technique on him. He was not afraid of Grimmen. As soon as he found an opportunity, he would fight Grimmen head-on. Boom! A large amount of light suddenly appeared on Grimmen's body. The terrible light wreaked havoc, instantly enveloping Lin Feng's entire body. In an instant, Lin Feng realized that he could not move. All the power in his body erupted, but it was useless. He could not move. Meanwhile, Grimmen took this opportunity to pounce at Lin Feng fiercely. Restraining power. Lin Feng understood now. Grimmen was not the fastest, nor did he have more astral power than others. His astral martial arts might not have the strongest explosive power either. Then, why could Grimmen could always defeat his opponents in battle? Maybe even his opponents did not sense it. In an instant in battle, for perhaps not even a tenth of a breath, Grimmen used his concealed, innate ability to stop his opponent for a very, very short amount of time. However, that brief amount of time was all it took for Grimmen to find an opening and unleash all the power in his body instantly. Even Lin Feng was helpless at this moment. His entire body was restrained, and he could only watch helplessly as Grimmen's power blasted at his body. Die! A crazed look flashed across Grimmen's eyes. So what if Lin Feng was strong? So what if he was talented? So what if he had the void bubble in a real battle? An instant was all it took to decide the victor and the dead. That was enough. There was no doubt that Grimmen had absolute autonomy over. In that small amount of time he could deprive the other party of that small amount of time. Boom! Grimmen erupted 999 strands of astral power. How terrifying was such power? At this moment, Lin Feng was restrained. He did not even have time to mobilize his astral power. The erupted astral power struck Lin Feng's armor hard. Crack! The light of the petrification technique flashed slightly. It could not withstand the eruption of such a terrifying power at all. Next was the armor. Lin Feng's armor originally had very strong defense, and could even recover immediately if a little armor was broken. However, Grimmen had prepared for a long time. Moreover, he knew that this might be his only chance of winning. How could he not give it his all? Hence, the armor also cracked and shattered inch by inch. Lin Feng's 2 layers of defense were instantly broken by Grimmen's power. Lin Feng's body had a certain level of defense to begin with. After all, his physique was very powerful. However, when faced with the eruption of Grimmen's astral power, at least 60 of it still affected on Lin Feng. No matter how strong his physique was, how could he resist it? Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng's body was instantly crushed, and his internal organs were all shattered. However, that was all. Lin Feng was not dead. The power of Grimmen's restraint only lasted for a tenth of a breath. It could not even last for an instant. Once the time of restraint was over, Lin Feng regained his mobility. He immediately erupted astral power to protect his head and his entire body. Hence, his body did not turn into a pile of flesh and blood. Even though it was in a very poor state, his undying characteristic was also working. He was recovering at a visible speed. Impossible. This is impossible. Grimmen found it hard to believe that anyone could survive such severe injuries. Lin Feng was just a metamorphic realm martial artist. Forget about metamorphic realm martial artists. Even a divine realm martial artist could not possibly recover so quickly. However, Lin Feng had overturned Grimmen's previous understanding, and even most martial artists' understanding. How bad was Lin Feng's state now apart from his head and torso, which appeared fine on the outside? All the rest of his body was gone. Even his torso was riddled with holes, and his internal organs had been shattered. With such injuries, even a divine realm expert could not survive against the odds. They could only wait for death. However, Lin Feng survived, even though he was also in great pain due to the realistic simulation. His mental strength was very strong. No matter how intense the pain, it could not make him pass out. Actually, such serious injuries rarely happened to Lin Feng. In reality, it was impossible for him to allow himself to suffer such serious injuries. Hence, even if Lin Feng had wanted to test the limit of his undying characteristic, he could not do so. It was impossible for him to self-harm and make himself half dead. If he could not recover, wouldn't he really die? That would be really pointless. However, with such a realistic and advanced virtual combat system in this global martial arts competition, Lin Feng suffered such serious injuries that almost only his head was intact. Lin Feng even had a feeling that as long as his head was not shattered, his undying characteristic would be effective. Without a doubt, this indirectly tested the limit of his own undying characteristic. The head was important, but the rest of the body did not seem to be as important. Even if it was shattered, it could still recover quickly. At this moment, before everyone's eyes and Grimmen's incredulous gaze, the severe injuries on Lin Feng were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Grimmen originally wanted to take the opportunity to attack Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng still had a large amount of astral power. As for Grimmen, he no longer had any astral power. Metamorphic realm martial artists without astral power were actually only slightly stronger than professional martial artists. Grimmen could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng's injuries gradually recovered, while he was powerless to do anything. Finally, Lin Feng's injuries recovered. He extended his hand. He did not feel anything unusual, and only vaguely sensed that his body appeared to be somewhat tired. Recovering from such a serious injury would definitely require a huge amount of energy, and his body would naturally feel a trace of fatigue. However, compared to Grimmen, who no longer had any astral power, the difference was obvious. "I've lost." Grimmen was in a daze. He knew that he had lost. He had underestimated Lin Feng. Apart from the void bubble, Lin Feng's recovery innate ability might be the most terrifying, coupled with Lin Feng's defensive armor and the petrification technique. Unless no one could defeat Lin Feng unless they could kill him instantly. Hence, Grimmen no longer had any chance. Although he was unharmed now, he had lost his astral power. Faced with Lin Feng, who was almost uninjured, it was decidedly impossible for him to win. The battle is over. Grimmen admits defeat. Lin Feng is the victor. The screen flashed. Lin Feng and Grimmen woke up one after another. The battle was over. Chapter 212 Spatial Innate Ability. Chapter 212 Spatial Innate Ability. When Lin Feng woke up, he looked at Grimmen immediately. "Grimmen, that restraining ability of yours is an innate ability, right?" Lin Feng's tone contained a trace of curiosity. Grimmen nodded and said, "That's right. It's an innate ability. For the past few decades, I've been trying my best to develop this innate ability and make it stronger, even if it's only for a second. Unfortunately, even until now, it's only able to stall people for a very brief moment. You've won. I accept my defeat." Grimmen was indeed convinced. In the past, whenever he encountered any opponent, once they were restrained by him, the battle would basically be over. After all, he was a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist. Who could resist his eruption? However, Lin Feng had resisted it. That regenerative ability was just too terrifying. What a powerful innate ability. If you mastered the void bubble, the victor would be hard to determine, Lin Feng said very seriously. But Grimmen shook his head. The void bubble is very powerful in your hands. Almost no one can resist it. Not even me. But can I reach that level? Lin Feng thought for a moment. That was true. The reason why his void bubble was invincible and without match was thanks to his strong mental power, which could infuse a large amount of astral power. If he were an ordinary martial artist, their limit would basically be 4. Yet he has strands of astral power. Although the void bubble with 4 strands of astral power was also very powerful, it was impossible for it to kill a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist at once. However, Lin Feng still felt that Grimmen's innate ability was very strong. In that instant, his body could not even move. It was as if a miraculous power had imprisoned him. Could it be the legendary spatial power? However, even sages could not master spatial power. Lombitham. Do you know what power Grimmen used just now? Since he had already left the virtual combat system, Lin Feng could also talk to Lombitham in his mind. Incredible. Truly incredible. Lin Feng, this Grimmen's innate ability is truly impressive. How can such an ordinary planet give birth to a life form with spatial innate ability? Spatial innate ability, what do you mean? This was the first time Lin Feng had heard Longbitham mention spatial innate ability. At the scale of the universe, the vast universe is simply too massive. To travel quickly, one must warp space. Only universal-level lifeforms are capable of warping space. Universal-level lifeforms are actually comparable to a universe. Mere space is nothing. However, for those great planetary or even galactic lifeforms, if they want to cross the vast cosmos, they have to use stable spatial teleportation arrays to warp space. Otherwise, they can only travel at their own speed, or through flying tools like spaceships. And besides universal-level lifeforms, only those rare lifeforms with spatial innate ability can warp space. Even those spatial teleportation arrays can only be set up by those lifeforms with spatial innate ability. This Grimmin is not simple. He actually has spatial innate ability. In the vast cosmos, even tens of thousands of galaxies might not give birth to a lifeform with spatial innate ability. Hearing Longbitham words, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Was this Grimmin's innate ability so strong? However, according to what he heard, although Grimmin was known as one of the three greats alongside Dongfeng Sheng and Lu Chen, Grimmin was already far behind the other two. Grimmin can warp space, Lin Feng asked again. Warp space? Far from it. With his current strength, he can only restrain you for a bit of time. He cannot even do it for an instant. Warping space, what a fantasy. He only has spatial innate ability, but he has not come into contact with the cosmic cultivation system, let alone those cultivation techniques that specialize in guiding spatial innate ability. No matter how much he trains his pitiful spatial innate ability, it will not have much effect. If one day your planet can give birth to a planetary life form, perhaps he can be brought into the universe to come into contact with those cultivation techniques on spatial innate ability and receive guidance. Then, one day, he might be able to warp space. Do you know how high the status of a life form that can warp space is in the universe? Regardless of their strength, I shall put it this way. Even great galactic lifeforms must be polite to lifeforms that can warp space. If those major factions in the universe discover Grimmin, his existence alone is enough to drive them insane. They may even destroy your entire planet just to get their hands on Grimmin. Lin Feng gave Grimmin an odd look. Grimmin still looked somewhat dispirited now, even a little despondent. However, from what Longbitham said, Grimmin alone was more important than the entire planet. Hence, Lin Feng felt that it was too strange. There might not be a single life with spatial innate ability born in tens of thousands of galaxies. Was Grimmin's appearance truly a coincidence? Longbitham, what about my innate abilities? You, if not for the genetic fusion device, you would be an ordinary person. No, you would not even be comparable to an ordinary person. You are just an ordinary life form, akin to a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. If there is anything special about you, it is that you are rather lucky. You obtained the genetic fusion device, and were able to find my spaceship despite not undergoing 4 life transitions. You are quite lucky. Lin Feng was the target of Longbitham's disdain again. Was he just lucky? Soon, Lin Feng relaxed. So what if he was lucky? Grimmin might be the one with the incomparably strong innate ability. But hadn't he defeated Grimmin anyway? However, hearing Longbitham's praises about Grimmin, it showed that Grimmin's spatial innate ability really was very powerful. Even if Grimmin could not come into contact with the universe now, he always had a chance in the future. Hence, Lin Feng said to Grimmin, Grimmin, I think your talent is really very strong. You can keep studying it. Perhaps there will be unexpected effects. My innate ability is very strong. Grimmin nodded. In reality, he had devoted himself to studying for decades. How could he not know that his innate ability was very strong? He also had many friends, and even inquired about divine realm martial artists. But he had never heard of anyone with such a strange innate ability. He had even concealed this innate ability of his for a time. This time, Lin Feng noticed it. I won't give up on my innate ability. In the future, when my innate ability is stronger, Let us have a rematch. Grimmin also regained his fighting spirit. He'll definitely be there. Lin Feng nodded as well. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and they also became much closer. After all, the two of them were geniuses in the eyes of outsiders. Geniuses more or less appreciated each other. Chapter 213 Summons of Sages. Chapter 213 Summons of Sages. Qualifying rounds have ended. Lin Feng has attained the first place in the global martial arts competition. When the deputy dean of the Polar Academy announced the results, the name Lin Feng would probably spread throughout the entire human society. From today onwards, Lin Feng would be known to everyone. Mr. and Mrs. Lin cried tears of joy. In the past, they had tried everything they could in the hopes of producing an inhuman expert in the Lin family, even going so far as to send off their second son to train in the army. However, in the end, it was their third son, Lin Feng, who they had been least optimistic about and who had been plagued by a strange illness since he was young, that gave them hope, and eventually broke the genetic lock to become an inhuman expert. And now, Lin Feng was the center of attention worldwide, becoming the undisputed #1 genius. As long as Lin Feng was alive, the rise of the Lin family would be unstoppable. Looking at Lin Feng, who was revolved around by a crowd in reverence, Chen could not help but sigh slightly. Had Lin Feng grown to such an extent in the short span of a year? However, she was still sincerely happy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng became the biggest dark horse in the global martial arts competition, and was a dark horse till the very end, becoming the final winner. The global martial arts competition also came to a successful conclusion. The 5 major factions were rather satisfied with this competition, because this martial arts competition had already set off a craze for everyone to discuss martial arts. In particular, the devastating power displayed by the participating martial artists in battle had simply overturned the past perception of many ordinary people. They seemed to realize only then that martial artists could attain power of such levels. One could imagine that in the next year or even several years, there would definitely be a martial arts craze. As for how to grasp this craze and push the entire society to enter the martial arts era, that would be up to the 5 major factions. Lin Feng also obtained 10 merit value. This was the most direct reward. There were also some implicit things. For example, countless merchants wanted to get Lin Feng to endorse their products, but Lin Feng rejected them all. Moreover, the 9 sages actually wanted to summon the top 10 martial artists of this martial arts competition alone. Hence, Lin Feng could not leave the Polar City for the time being. Mo Lei congratulated Lin Feng. He was also the chief commander of the North Mountain Base, and could not leave the base for long, so he could only bid farewell and leave. There were also Hao Shi and Xia Laogui. Hao Shi and Xia Laogui were obviously very satisfied with Lin Feng. In particular, Xia Laogui's gaze seemed capable of seeing through Lin Feng. His stare made Lin Feng a little uncomfortable. The Polar City quickly became much quieter, but there were still people who lingered in the Polar City. Making a trip to the Polar City was a rare occasion, so they might as well admire the scenery and treat it as a vacation. At this moment, Lin Feng, Grimmin, Fu Lin, and the other 7 martial artists were all staying nervously in a conference room in the Polar Academy. They were all waiting for the personal summons of the 9 sages. These were the 9 sages. Even though they were all outstanding among some metamorphic realm martial artists, they still could not remain calm when facing the 9 sages. They would be rather agitated. Lin Feng, on the other hand, keenly sensed that there was probably more going on than the 9 sages summoning them alone. Even Longbitham could not find any clues about the reason behind the global martial arts competition on the network. All the evidence pointed to the 9 sages. Perhaps the 9 sages would reveal the true reason behind the global martial arts competition during this summons. Hence, Lin Feng appeared very calm. In the conference room, they were actually divided into a few small groups. For example, Lin Feng and Grimmin were ranked highly, so the 2 of them appeared rather close. Fu Lin was gathered with some female martial artists, and the remaining martial artists gathered with each other. Grimmen frowned and said in a low voice, "Lin Feng, I'm afraid the summons of the 9 sages isn't that simple. Originally, I didn't want to participate in this martial arts competition, but later on, I received some secret news that the 9 sages value this martial arts competition very much. It's why I came to participate in the martial arts competition. The 9 sages probably did not keep us behind alone for something as simple as summons." Lin Feng was a little surprised. Even Grimmen sensed that something was up. I have the same doubts. However, the 9 sages are the pillars of humanity. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. Indeed, Lin Feng was confident in the 9 sages, especially the Invincible Fist Sage and Elder Kang. Lin Feng knew the Invincible Fist Sage the best. The Invincible Fist Sage would not harm him. As for Elder Kang, he was the first sage to undergo 4 life transitions in human society and pointed out a martial path for all martial artists. He was fully dedicated to humanity, and would never have any selfish motives. Moreover, how could the 9 sages have any schemes against 10 mere metamorphic realm martial artists? A conspiracy was impossible. So why did the 9 sages keep them here? Just as all the martial artists were speculating, the 9 sages cast their projections. 9 more projections appeared in the spacious conference room at once. From the cast projections of the 9 sages, most of the sages had cold expressions. But for some reason, Lin Feng looked at the Invincible Fist Sage. He had a feeling that the Invincible Fist Sage's gaze revealed satisfaction with him. The Invincible Fist Sage was indeed very satisfied with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had captured the limelight in the global martial arts competition, which was equivalent to Myriad Academy capturing the limelight. How many years had it been in every martial arts competition between the 3 major academies? The Myriad Academy was always at the bottom. This time, Myriad Academy could be considered to have made a comeback. On a larger stage, not only had Myriad Academy made a comeback, Lin Feng, a student from the Myriad Academy, had also obtained first place. This allowed the Invincible Fist Sage to really gain face in front of the other sages. Sage Kang swept his gaze over them. His expression appeared very amiable as he said in a calm tone, "Congratulations on ranking in the top spots in the global martial arts competition. You are the most outstanding individuals among metamorphic realm martial artists. Apart from expanding the visibility of martial artists and raising the status of martial artists in tandem with the new policy for martial artists, there is actually another very important reason for holding this global martial arts competition." Everyone held their breaths and stared intently at Sage Kang. "There's another very important reason. The 9 sages, and even all of us humanity, need help from the 10 of you." Sage Kang's words surprised Lin Feng and the others. How could dignified sages need the help of 10 mere metamorphic realm martial artists such as themselves? Not to mention that it had risen to the level of all of humanity. If not for the solemn expressions of the 9 sages, they would have thought that Sage Kang was joking. But was this a joke? Lin Feng and Grimmen looked at each other. Grimmen was a top genius of the previous generation. After all, hence, he asked respectfully, "Sage Kang, what do you and the other sages require us to do?" At this point, it was obvious that the 9 sages had summoned them to do something. However, if even sages needed help, what could metamorphic realm martial artists like them do? Chapter 214 Ancient Civilizations. Chapter 214 Ancient Civilizations. Elder Kang glanced at the numerous martial artists, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Do you know about ancient civilizations? I've heard that there were actually some civilizations before our civilization." Grimmen spoke calmly. "That's right. Our world is very strange. We originally thought that we were the only intelligent civilization, but we discovered more and more ruins in the depths of the outland. They are actually the ruins of ancient civilizations. Before us, there were at least 5 civilizations, and they all left behind a large amount of ruins. Some of them are very beneficial to our technology or martial arts. This time, we discovered the ruins of an ancient civilization. It's a shipwreck buried underground. This shipwreck is especially large. And there's a defense mechanism inside. Our preliminary judgment is that it was once a technological civilization. And it might even be the sixth ancient civilization we discovered. Originally, the 9 sages wanted to enter directly, but the defense mechanism inside was very strong, and could even threaten sages. We went through a few more tests and discovered that all martial artists above the second life transition would be attacked. On the other hand, some ordinary people and metamorphic realm martial artists would not be attacked. However, the dozen or so batches of people we sent and never returned. We determined that there must be more defense mechanisms inside the ancient ruins. So the people who entered likely encountered danger and could not come out again. Therefore, we held the global martial arts competition and decided on the 10 strongest metamorphic realm martial artists in the hopes that you can explore the ancient ruins. If you can finally remove the defense mechanisms of the ancient ruins, that would be for the best. Hearing Sage Kang's words, the 10 martial artists who were in high spirits just now all looked at each other. The atmosphere became a little oppressive. Lin Feng also came to a realization. As expected, the sages knew about the ancient civilizations. However, according to Longbitham, there were currently 8 ancient civilizations that had disappeared, but the sages had only discovered 5. Even with the shipwreck ruins this time added, there were only 6 ancient civilizations. There were 2 other ancient civilizations that the 9 sages had not discovered at all. Technological civilization Longbitham. Do you know which civilization this is? Lin Feng asked in his mind. There are 8 other civilizations in your world apart from yours. A few of the 8 civilizations are technological civilizations. So without seeing the ruins, I cannot determine which civilization it is. Lin Feng nodded to himself and did not pursue the matter. Instead, he looked at Sage Kang. For such a dangerous mission without any assurance, even with the prestige of the 9 sages, they could not force it. 9 sages. If we enter rashly despite knowing we will die, death is secondary. But I fear we may still be unable to complete the mission, and disappoint Lord Sages. Grimmin could still maintain a clear mind. He did not refuse directly. Instead, he looked at it from the perspective of completing the mission. The sages had already sent so many martial artists in, but no one could return. What was the use of them going? The atmosphere instantly became solemn. Even Lin Feng did not speak. Instead, he stared intently at the 9 sages. Elder Kang heaved a long sigh and said, "We've already thought of all kinds of methods. There are very important things in this ruin, such as weapons that can threaten us sages. We really need these things to deal with the crises that humanity may face. As much as the human society is flourishing, it has always been in crisis, and crisis is likely to erupt in the future. We don't have much time left. Therefore, it's not an exaggeration to say that you carry our hope and the hope of all humanity. Before you go, we can give you each a reward of 10 merit value. After you return successfully, we will give you another 10 merit value. You can buy whatever you want. In short, do your best to increase your strength." Sage Kang's words moved the 10 martial artists. 10,000 merit value. Even divine realm martial artists might not be able to accumulate so much merit value. This 10 merit value was enough to save many martial artists countless years of accumulation. All the astral martial arts, equipment, and so on they wanted would not a problem. Moreover, once they successfully returned, they would obtain another 10 merit value. Even Lin Feng was tempted by such a huge sum of wealth. He had already obtained 10 merit value in the first place. With another 10 merit value, he would be far wealthier than most divine realm martial artists. However, venturing into the ruins was dangerous, and extremely dangerous at that. Still, the fact that the 9 sages had personally summoned them was actually an invisible form of pressurization. How could they, mere metamorphic realm martial artists, refuse? It seemed like the 9 sages were asking for their opinion, but in reality, Lin Feng and the others had no choice at all. "We are willing to head to the ancient ruins." Lin Feng, Grimmin, and the others all stood up, expressing their stance. Very good. Prepare yourselves well. There's no rush. In 3 months, Sage UNA and I will personally come to the Polar City to escort you to the ruins. In the next 3 months, make every effort to increase your strength. By the way, you absolutely must not undergo a life transition. Once you undergo life transition and become a divine realm martial artist, you will be unable to enter the ruins again. The projections of the 9 sages disappeared. The 10 martial artists looked at each other, but did not say anything. Although 3 months seemed like a long time, how much could it really increase their strength? Lin Feng, it will probably be very difficult for both of us to increase our strength. We should buy more defensive equipment this time. If that ruin is a technological civilization, some defensive equipment will definitely be of some importance. Grimmin reminded Lin Feng. You'll take note of that. See you in 3 months. Lin Feng and Grimmin separated as well. If it was technological equipment, Longbitham would definitely know more. He had to make good use of his 20 merit value. After leaving the conference room, Lin Feng looked around. This was the Polar Academy, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to enter. If not for the fact that Lin Feng was a participating martial artist in this global martial arts competition, he would not be able to enter either. At the thought of the Polar Academy, a figure appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It's been a long time. Perhaps we can meet. Lin Feng took out his communicator and looked at the familiar contact on it. He was a little hesitant again, as if he was still in the cafe in Central C, watching her leave, while his heart was filled with regret. In the end, Lin Feng still dialed her communicator. He had regrets back then. This time, he was about to head to the dangerous ancient civilization ruins. Lin Feng did not know if he could return alive. Hence, no matter what, he did not want to leave any regrets this time. Chapter 215 Chen. Chapter 215 Chen. Polar Academy. Girls' Dormitory. As most of the students in the Polar Academy came from ordinary backgrounds, their families were not very wealthy. Moreover, the Polar Academy strictly forbade students from renting houses privately. All students were to stay in the Academy's dormitory. The management was very strict. At this moment, Chen was in the dormitory, where a total of 8 female students lived. Chen, why isn't Senior Lai Hang here to send you off today? Chen's companion asked curiously. In reality, even Chen found it strange. Lai Hang's face was a little pale today, as if he had lost all his vitality. He had left as soon as the global martial arts competition ended. In the past, at this time, Lai Hang would definitely not let go of the opportunity to perform. He would definitely send Chen back to the dormitory. Perhaps Senior Lai Hang has something on. Chen vaguely had a guess. Could Lai Hang have learned about her relationship with Lin Feng? Chen, this global martial arts competition is really exciting. Look, there are many discussions about this martial arts competition on the internet. They say that if Lin Feng had met Dongfeng Sheng or Lu Chen from back then, he definitely won't be their match. HMPH. I think they are just ignorant. Back then, Grimmin wasn't inferior to Dongfeng Sheng and Lu Chen at all. If Lin Feng can defeat Jeliman, he can defeat Lu Chen and Dongfeng Sheng from back then. Also, they commented that no martial artist from our Polar Academy had entered the top 10. Chen shook her head. She did not pay attention to these comments on the internet at all. The global martial arts competition had already ended, but that person still had not contacted her. Have you forgotten? Chen muttered softly. Before the competition, he had contacted her. It was impossible for him to have forgotten. Perhaps he's been delayed by something. She heard that the top 10 martial artists were all called to the conference room to receive personal summons from the 9 sages. Just as Chen was letting her imagination run wild and feeling a little distracted, her communicator suddenly rang. The communicator was placed on the bed. Chen's good friend, Malin, was the closest. She immediately reached out and picked up the communicator, preparing to hand it to Chen. However, her gaze immediately landed on the name on the screen. Lin Feng. If it were before the global martial arts competition, Malin might not have paid attention to this name at all. After all, this name was very ordinary and many people used it. However, after the global martial arts competition, no one would ignore the name Lin Feng. Seeing Malin's confused gaze, Chen did not explain. Instead, she picked up the call and quickly left the dormitory. Chen, are you in the Polar Academy? Yes. I'm in the dormitory. I'm at the Polar Academy. Would you like to come down and meet? Chen took a deep breath and tried her best to keep her voice calm. All right. The Academy's Blue Wings Cafe it is. I'll wait for you. With just a few words, the two of them hung up. When Chen returned to the dormitory, she realized that Malin and a few other good friends were all glaring at her. What's wrong? Chen asked in confusion. Malin said fiercely. What else? Tell me. The person who contacted you just now was Lin Feng. Right? Don't tell me it's someone with the same name. Was it Lin Feng from the global martial arts competition? At this point, Malin and the others' eyes almost seemed to be sparkling. Chen gritted her teeth and said, Yes, that's him. We were classmates at Central C University. Heh, classmates? I don't think it's that simple. You're in such a hurry to go out to see Lin Feng. I didn't expect our Chen to already have someone in her heart. No wonder she's uninterested in Senior Lai Hang, even though he's so outstanding. However, thinking about it, Senior Lai Hang does seem to be much inferior to Lin Feng. It's not just much inferior. It's a difference like heaven and earth. Chen has good taste. The girls in the dormitory started chattering, trying to get more information from Chen. However, Chen was in a hurry to leave and fled the dormitory. Looking at Chen's departing back, Malin said enviously, Actually, be it Senior Lai Hang or this Lin Feng, both of them are very outstanding martial artists. It's really enviable that Chen can capture their hearts. We won't be able to stay in the Polar Academy for long. If we can't break the genetic lock after a few years, we'll have to leave the Polar Academy. If Chen can really make it work with Lin Feng, even if she doesn't break the genetic lock in the academy, Chen won't have anything to worry about. With Lin Feng's talent, he has a high chance of becoming a divine realm martial artist. When the time comes, the resources he can provide Chen will probably be unimaginable. Even though they were all very envious, they also knew that there was no point of envying such matters. This was also because Chen was outstanding enough. Among the 8 of them in the dormitory, if there was anyone who was most likely to break the genetic lock, it would be Chen. Chen was already so outstanding herself. It could only be normal that she's admired by even more outstanding people. They were a little envious, but at the same time, they sincerely wished Chen well. Chen left the dormitory as if she was fleeing. However, she could not calm down for a long time. At this moment, she was already outside the cafe. Originally, she thought that she should be very calm and composed, but when she was really about to see Lin Feng, her emotions fluctuated slightly. After sorting out her emotions outside the cafe, Chen walked in. The cafe was very quiet. It was afternoon, and there were not many people. Chen saw the figure by the window at a glance. It was still so familiar. It gradually coincided with the figure in her memory. Lin Feng, Chen. Their eyes met. They were somewhat unfamiliar, but familiarity outweighed it. It's been a year since we left Central C. Right. More or less. You haven't changed much. You're just like I remembered. Only more beautiful. Chen smiled knowingly and said, You've changed a lot. Though, you're a household name now. First, Lin Feng, congratulations on attaining the first place in the global martial arts competition. This was indeed worthy of congratulations. Lin Feng had indeed changed greatly. He had grown leaps and bounds from a sickly, ordinary person who could die at any moment to an inhuman expert. Moreover, he had obtained first place in the global martial arts competition. He could truly be considered the center of attention worldwide. Lin Feng only took a year to truly be reborn. Although Lin Feng had changed a lot, Chen felt that the Lin Feng in front of her seemed to be just a little more confident than the Lin Feng in Central C Cafe. Lin Feng was still Lin Feng, and did not give her much of an unfamiliar feeling. I should have stopped you back then. But I didn't. So, I regretted it. I regretted it for an entire year. But this time, I don't want to have any regrets. Chen, be my girlfriend. Lin Feng smiled, but his eyes were sincere and determined, as if magical. At this moment, he vaguely felt that love was probably about knowing each other, and meeting again in the vast sea of people. Chen did not panic. Instead, she seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. Perhaps, she had been waiting for this moment since a year ago. Chapter 216:20. Merit value. Chapter 216:20. Merit value. Lin Feng was waiting. He did not rush her, but waited quietly for Chen's response. Chen suddenly smiled. Her eyes were gentle as she said softly, "Actually, I've been waiting for you to say this for a year." Lin Feng held Chen's hand tightly. At this moment, he was content. The last trace of regret in his heart had disappeared. Although it was a year late, it was not too late. Chen, actually, I have to thank you. It was precisely because you went to the Polar Academy to pursue your dreams a year ago that I made up my mind to go to the Myriad Academy. I didn't expect life to be so miraculous. We can still meet again in the Polar Academy a year later, and in such a way. Lin Feng recalled the past and sighed. Actually, there were still some things he had not told Chen. Without the genetic fusion device, even if he went to the Myriad Academy, he would probably not be able to reach his current state. As for why Lin Feng did not ask Chen to stay back then, neither of them asked. There were some things that did not need to be said. Back then, Lin Feng was plagued by his strange illness, and breaking the genetic lock was a pipe dream. There might not even be any hope. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Feng possibly ask Chen to stay? As for Chen, was she merely pursuing her dream? In fact, during the year she was in the Polar Academy, Chen had also inquired about Lin Feng's strange illness through the internal network of the Polar Academy. She even paid close attention to some technologies and drugs for treating genetic diseases. Unfortunately, she had never been able to find any drugs relevant for Lin Feng. In the meantime, Chen had always kept in touch with Lin Feng's sister, Lin Qian, and asked about Lin Feng. She only heaved a sigh of relief when Lin Feng broke the genetic lock and became a hero of humanity. There were some things that did not need to be said. Everything was implicit without words. At this moment, the two of them could be considered to have experienced trials and tribulations and were finally together again. This time, Lin Feng would not leave any regrets for himself. Chen, if you want to break the genetic lock, I have some experience for your reference. Lin Feng told Chen in detail how he felt when he broke the genetic lock back then. This was a rather precious experience, and very helpful to Chen in breaking the genetic lock. However, one could only rely on themselves to break the genetic lock. Even though Lin Feng currently had a lot of merit value, there was actually nothing that could help Chen break the genetic lock. Forget about the fact that Lin Feng was only a metamorphic realm martial artist now. Even a sage could not help a martial artist break the genetic lock. Yes, with your experience, I believe I'll be prepared when I break the genetic lock in the future. However, my experience is still insufficient. I can feel that it'll probably take me a few years to break the genetic lock. Chen knew her limits. Normally, martial artists could only break the genetic lock in their 20s or 30s after a few years. Some were even older. It was actually very rare for someone to break the genetic lock as young as Lin Feng did. He was considered a top-notch genius. Chen naturally could not compare to Lin Feng, but she knew herself. She advanced towards her goal step by step, steadily, and consolidated her foundation without rushing things. Moreover, now that she had reunited with Lin Feng and confirmed their relationship had advanced by another step. So, there was even less reason for her to be anxious. Now that the matter of love had been resolved, all that was left was to continue pursuing their dreams. That's just as well. Yao continued to stay in the Polar Academy. If anything happens, contact me directly. Although I'm not a student of the Polar Academy, I know many inhuman experts of the Polar Academy. After all, Lin Feng was a metamorphic realm martial artist from the academic faction. Actually, he more or less knew some inhuman experts from the Polar Academy as they belonged to the same faction. If Chen encountered trouble, he could naturally resolve it easily. However, Chen shook her head and said, "Don't worry. The management of the Polar Academy is very strict. The messed up things you mentioned won't happen in the Polar Academy." Lin Feng nodded. Sage Bingyu had founded the Polar Academy, and it had always been known for its strict rules. Even inhuman experts did not have any special privileges in the Polar Academy. At this thought, Lin Feng also relaxed. Chen, I'll be staying in the Polar City for another 3 months. I'll leave after 3 months to carry out a secret mission. Secret mission? Chen did not ask. She was an intelligent girl, and naturally knew she should ask about and what she shouldn't. She also understood what Lin Feng meant. At least he could accompany her for 3 months in the Polar City. At the thought of this, Chen could not help but blush. Happiness rippled through her heart. After returning to the Polar City Hotel, Lin Feng entered the Martial Domain Network directly. Now, his merit value had reached 20,347. This was a huge sum of wealth. Even a Divine Realm expert could not possibly have 20. Merit value. Lin Feng stayed with Chen for a few hours before sending her back to the dormitory. After the two of them confirmed their relationship, Lin Feng's entire being was glowing. Having resolved the last bit of regret in his heart, he naturally had to make preparations for the future. In the past, Lin Feng was plagued by his strange illness and constantly threatened by death. Naturally, breaking the genetic lock was his top priority. But now, he had already broken the genetic lock, and was even famous worldwide. Becoming the focus of global attention, Lin Feng was satisfied with practically everything. From his career, family, to relationship, he was a top-notch winner in life in the eyes of ordinary people. What else was there for him to be dissatisfied with? Hence, at this point, Lin Feng also had to make plans for himself, and that was martial arts. Without the imminent threat to his life, Lin Feng wanted to pursue stronger martial arts. This time, by promising the 9 sages to enter the ancient ruins. Apart from the necessary life-preserving methods, the most important thing was his martial arts. Could he undergo a second life transition and master the combat body? Lombitham. What should I purchase from the Martial Domain Network to better protect my life? Lin Feng still trusted Lombitham's ability a lot. After all, he was going to the ruins of a technological civilization this time. It was filled with technological products, so Lombitham should be very familiar with it. The technology in your world is too weak. Any of the few technological civilizations out of the first 8 civilizations far outstrips your current level of technology. You do not have to buy anything. Anything you buy is useless. Wouldn't that be very dangerous? Lin Feng frowned. Even though he was confident in his current strength, that ancient civilization ruin could threaten sages. He could not be too careful. I may not be able to solve other problems, but for technological problems, as long as they do not exceed the technological level of the mechanical civilization I am from, basically all of them are resolvable to me. Therefore, you do not have to worry too much about the safety of that ruin. On the other hand, the current progress of your mental power is somewhat slow. If it goes on at this pace, there is no knowing how long it will take for you to break through the second level. Not to mention you still need to prepare a large amount of energy. Lombitham tone vaguely conveyed his dissatisfaction with Lin Feng's current cultivation progress. Chapter 217 Serpentine Fruit. Chapter 217 Serpentine Fruit. Lin Feng understood what Lombitham meant. He had been cultivating the Bemand mental guidance technique recently. His mental power exploded continuously, and its growth was, indeed, very fast. The original mental power sphere had almost expanded by 2 or 3 times. However, he also seemed to have reached his limit at the moment. No matter how it exploded, his mental power grew very slowly. This was the limit. If one could not break through to the second level of the mental guidance technique, one could forget about undergoing a life transition. Even if one's life could undergo a second transition, without the guidance of mental power, one could forget about cultivating a combat body. He must attain a breakthrough in mental power to the second level of the mental guidance technique. Only then would he have enough mental power to guide the restructuring of his genes and cultivate the combat body. Is there any other way to cultivate mental power other than through the guidance technique? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Of course there are. The sages of your world actually have very strong mental power as well. They are approximately equivalent to the second level of the Imminent mental guidance technique. Apart from the natural growth of their mental power through life transitions time and time again, they rely on the simplest method, which is using certain miraculous items to slowly increase their mental power. Miraculous items. When you enter the Martial Domain Network's online shop, the Academic Panel, the Consortium Panel, the Freelance Cultivators Union, and so on actually all have such miraculous items. Such as this serpentine fruit. I do not know how you obtain this serpentine fruit. In fact, there are also such serpentine fruits in the universe, but they are extremely precious. Often, not even one planet in a few galaxies may produce this serpentine fruit. After consuming this serpentine fruit, it can stimulate the growth of mental power. However, the martial artists in your world do not have mental guidance techniques, so the effect is underwhelming. If you can use it with the Imminent mental guidance technique, the effect will be very ideal. There is also this drop of ink poison. It is a highly toxic item that also has a simulative effect on the mind. It is a poisonous liquid, extracted from a highly toxic plant called the ink tree. With just one drop, even your genes may collapse. Even a life form with one life transition cannot withstand it. Only a life form that has undergone a second or third life transition can withstand it. However, if you buy it, dilute it, and use it little by little, your body can still manage to tolerate it. It can also stimulate your mental power. And this peacock pollen. Seeing the miraculous items that Longbitham listed one by one, Lin Feng's expression became very strange. These strange objects were all very expensive. For example, a serpentine fruit actually cost 100 merit value. This was simply unbelievable. How costly was 100 merit value? In comparison, the Astra Devourer technique that Lin Feng had purchased had only cost 100 merit value as well. In other words, a single serpentine fruit was equivalent to the entire Astra Devourer technique. If an ordinary third-level metamorphic realm martial artist was the chief commander of a base, and did not slay demons, they would only receive 10 merit value a year. They would have to guard it for 10 years for 100 merit value. In other words, Lin Feng would need to guard the South Mountain base for 10 years to purchase a single serpentine fruit. In the past, Lin Feng would not even look at such expensive miraculous items, feeling that they were not of much use. The introduction on the serpentine fruit said that it stimulated the mind and tempered the will. It was somewhat useful for martial artists who wanted to undergo a life transition. It was actually just as Longbitham had described about increasing mental power. Once mental power was strengthened, life transitions would indeed be slightly easier. But that kind of aid was almost negligible. The reason why they were so expensive was that these miraculous items could not be cultivated. They were obtained from some dangerous places in the depths of the outland. Every miraculous item was obtained by some divine realm or transcendent realm. Martial artists at the risk of their lives. For example, there were only 3 serpentine fruits in the academic panel. The consortium faction had slightly more, but there were only 5. Lin Feng finally understood how these divine realm or transcendent realm martial artists earned merit value. It turned out that they went to the depths of the outland. They could take risks to explore the ruins, and perhaps obtain some treasures from ancient civilizations. Else, they could also go to some dangerous areas, where they might obtain miraculous items that grew in the depths of the outland. Every kind of miraculous item was very expensive. But the buyers were also numerous. For example, a metamorphic realm martial artist might have accumulated for many years, yet still could not undergo a second life transition. If the serpentine fruit had an effect on life transitions, no matter how slight the effect, he would give his all and spend 100 merit value for a gambit. Hence, despite the high prices, there was no shortage of buyers for miraculous items. Either way, if you want to buy these miraculous items, it would be best not to buy too many of them. After using a miraculous item for a few times, the effect will weaken until they become useless. Then, try other miraculous items. Perhaps they can help you to break through to the second level of the mental guidance technique. Lin Feng nodded. Hence, he bought 3 serpentine fruits first. He had the Hero of Humanity medal, so he could get a 20 discount. The 3 serpentine fruits cost a total of 240 merit value. After buying the 3 serpentine fruits, Lin Feng only had 107 merit value left. After waiting for 2 days, the 3 serpentine fruits were delivered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the package and realized that the 3 serpentine fruits were entirely green. They appeared curved like tiny snakes, and emitted a fragrance that whetted the appetite. However, just these 3 serpentine fruits cost Lin Feng 240 merit value. They still felt too expensive to him. They are really too expensive. I hope they work. Lin Feng shook his head. If Lombitham had not said that these serpentine fruits had a certain effect on increasing his mental power, he would not have bought them no matter what. Lin Feng, do you really think that these serpentine fruits are expensive? What is 100 merit value worth? How many resources can it be exchanged for? Let me tell you. In the universe, these 3 serpentine fruits would be priceless in value. Even some planetary life forms would probably fight to buy them. I really do not understand what is going on with your planet. I have looked it up too. It cannot be considered a very large planet. Apart from humans, there are some messy dire beasts. Yet so many miraculous items that are rare even in the universe can grow in it. Lombitham actually thought they were very cheap. But from what Lombitham said, serpentine fruits were very rare even in the universe. In fact, other miraculous items were also very rare in the universe. But they all grew on the same planet. This bewildered Lombitham greatly. Could there be something special about our planet? Who knows? There is a strange canopy on your planet. It seems to have been there for a very long time. The only other thing is that it is in a remote place, and almost no one can discover it. If I had not exhausted my energy and encountered a cosmic catastrophe, I probably would never have come to your planet either. Lin Feng, if you ever undergo 6 life transitions in the future and become a planetary life form, you must not give up on this planet. At least investigate this planet properly. You might even get a windfall. Lin Feng nodded. However, he had only undergone 1 life transition now. He was too far away from 6 life transitions. Lombitham, how do I use the serpentine fruits? Eat them directly. Of course. How else? Lin Feng stared at the serpentine fruits. They looked a little strange. But since Lombitham said that they could be swallowed directly, there shouldn't be a problem. Hence, Lin Feng took out a serpentine fruit, immediately opened his mouth, and took a huge bite. Chapter 218 Explosive Increase. Chapter 218 Explosive Increase. Crunch. Lin Feng bit into the serpentine fruit. Fragrance filled his mouth. It actually tasted rather sweet. Crunchy. It tastes good. This serpentine fruit actually tasted rather good. It was unlike any fruit Lin Feng had ever eaten. It was very crispy and fragrant, and filled his mouth with water. The serpentine fruit was not very large. Lin Feng finished it in the blink of an eye. Why isn't anything happening? After a while, a strange expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. Wasn't the serpentine fruit supposed to stimulate one's mind? Why was there no reaction after eating it now? Just as Lin Feng was about to inquire Lombitham, he suddenly felt a chill in his mind. His mind was clearer than ever. Hurry up and cultivate the mental guidance technique. Lombitham's voice sounded in his mind. Lin Feng immediately focused and began to cultivate the Bement mental guidance technique. The mental power in his mind suddenly exploded, then rapidly recovered and was absorbed by the mental power sphere. In the past, even if Lin Feng's mental power exploded, the increase in mental power was actually very little. But now, Lin Feng immediately felt the difference. The icy feeling in his mind seemed to seep deep into his mind as soon as his mental power exploded. After his mental power recovered, he could see clearly that it had increased by a large margin, before integrating into the mental power sphere, causing it to grow even larger. So this is what the serpentine fruit does. Lin Feng's eyes also lit up. A miraculous item like the serpentine fruit was really effective in increasing his mental power, and the effect was actually quite great. In reality, the mental power sphere would constantly expand. Once it expanded to a certain limit, a breakthrough would naturally occur. There was no trick to it. It was just accumulation. A constant, gradual accumulation of mental power. Without miraculous items, Lin Feng could only accumulate it bit by bit. There was no knowing how long it would take. However, it was much easier now. With the serpentine fruit, he could accumulate a large amount of mental power. The effect of one serpentine fruit lasted for about a day. A day later, the cold feeling in Lin Feng's mind disappeared. Hence, Lin Feng began to eat the second serpentine fruit. It still felt chilly, but this time, the effect was slightly weaker, and it only lasted for most of a day. There was still the third one, the effect of which only lasted for half a day. Lin Feng bought 5 more serpentine fruits in one go with 400 merit value. As long as they were effective on mental power, Lin Feng would not be stingy with merit value. The effects of the 5 serpentine fruits became weaker and weaker. By the 5th fruit, it was almost completely ineffective. Just as Longbitham had said, the effects of the miraculous items would gradually weaken, and eventually become completely ineffective. Even so, a total of 8 serpentine fruits increased Lin Feng's mental power by at least 20. A 20 increment was not to be underestimated. Lin Feng already had a lot of mental power to begin with. Now, it had increased by 20. In just a few days, it had to be known Lin Feng slowly accumulated mental power. It would take at least 2 or 3 years for it to increase by so much. 8 serpentine fruits saved 2 or 3 years worth of time. It was very much worth it. Moreover, there was more than one type of miraculous item. Now that Lin Feng had seen the benefits, how could he miss out on such an opportunity? Apart from the serpentine fruit, Lin Feng also had his eye on the ink poison. However, the ink poison was highly toxic. If a metamorphic realm martial artist were to come in touch with 1 drop of it, they would almost certainly die. Originally, it was also a method of offense. Many martial artists actually bought this ink poison for self-defense. As a trump card, it could give the enemy a fatal blow at a critical moment. Lin Feng naturally did not need the ink poison as his trump card. He needed the ink poison to stimulate his mental power and allow his mental power to increase rapidly. Hence, Lin Feng bought 5 drops of ink poison in one go to test the effect. Soon, 5 drops of ink poison were delivered to Lin Feng. Each drop was stored in a separate bottle. Lin Feng opened the bottle and saw that the ink poison was pitch black and emitted an unpleasant smell. However, no matter how unpleasant it smelled, it was fine as long as it was useful for increasing mental power. Longbitham, how should I use this ink poison? With your physique, dilute it into 3 portions and take 1 portion every day. Lin Feng divided the drop of ink poison into 3 portions according to Longbitham's instructions. He opened his mouth and swallowed the diluted ink poison directly. The diluted ink poison tasted unpleasant and very bitter. As soon as it entered his body, Lin Feng felt as if a strange force was wreaking havoc in his body. Lin Feng was shocked, as expected, of a terrifying poison that could collapse the genes of even metamorphic realm martial artists. It could even destroy his physique without inhibition. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the undying characteristic, and could recover rapidly from its destruction. Physical pain was nothing. Although the ink poison was very powerful, it had been diluted after all. Moreover, the speed at which the ink poison was destroyed was far inferior to Lin Feng's speed of self-recovery. Hence, the ink poison could not cause much damage to Lin Feng's body. As for mental power, Lin Feng had already sensed it. His mind was on fire, as if flames were burning within. Already familiar with the method, he naturally knew what to do and quickly began to circulate the mental guidance technique. The effects of the ink poison was very good, even far surpassing the effects of the serpentine fruit. Under the stimulation of the ink poison, the mental power in Lin Feng's mind increased explosively. Hence, Lin Feng took one portion of ink poison after another continuously. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed, and he had already consumed 5 drops of ink poison. Of course, they were all diluted. These 5 drops of ink poison were very expensive. Each drop cost 200 merit value. Even though Lin Feng had a discount, it still cost Lin Feng a total of 800 merit value. However, Lin Feng continued to purchase 5 more drops of ink poison. He felt that the ink poison was still effective, and its duration lasted much longer than the serpentine fruit, just as Lin Feng had expected. Only after purchasing 5 more drops of ink poison and using them all did the ink poison finally become completely ineffective. However, the effect of these 10 drops of ink poison was far stronger than the serpentine fruit. It increased Lin Feng's mental power by a full 40. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. Only a month and a few days had passed, but his mental power had increased by more than half. The effects of these miraculous items were simply too good. Originally, Lin Feng was still somewhat pleased, but then Long Betham said suddenly, "Very ordinary. If you were in the universe, there is no knowing how much cultivation resources so many miraculous items could be exchanged for. There is no knowing how many life forms would go insane over them. In the end, you consumed so many miraculous items alone, yet your mental power still has not broken through." Lin Feng was a little embarrassed, but it was not his fault that his mental power could not break through. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that his mental power was about to break through. This feeling was very strong. Lin Feng did not pity his merit value and continued to purchase the 3rd miraculous item, peacock pollen. However, before purchasing it, Lin Feng used his communicator to contact Chen. After all, it was unreasonable to just disappear for an entire month at once. However, Chen was also very understanding. She knew that Lin Feng was preparing for a secret mission, so she generously let Lin Feng prepare first. Lin Feng nodded to himself and made up his mind. Once his mental power broke through, he would spend the rest of his time with Chen. Hence, he decisively bought 10 grams of peacock pollen for 100 merit value per gram. After the discount, Lin Feng spent 800 merit value to buy 10 grams of peacock pollen. Chapter 219 Second Level. Chapter 219 Second Level. The peacock pollen was from a strange flower that looked like a peacock's tail. Its pollen had a strong hallucinatory effect, and even divine realm martial artists would usually be bewitched by it. Hence, the price was also very expensive. However, Lin Feng was a little worried. Would he still fall into an illusion when his mental power was so strong after all? Ordinary illusions could no longer confuse Lin Feng. Soon, the peacock pollen was delivered to Lin Feng. The 10 grams of peacock pollen were divided into 10 portions. 1 gram of peacock pollen was enough to cause a divine realm martial artist to fall into an illusion. However, this pollen did not differentiate between friend and foe. If it was used rashly, even the user might fall into an illusion. Hence, although some people treated it as a trump card or as some special methods, they rarely used it in reality. Lin Feng brought the peacock powder to his nose and sniffed it. This pollen was meant to cause people to fall into an illusion through the air. The peacock pollen entered Lin Feng's body. In his daze, he felt as if he was floating. He even felt that his surroundings were a little blurry, as if he was in a dream. Wake up now. Long Tham's voice exploded in Lin Feng's mind like a thunderclap. He woke up immediately. Although his consciousness was clear, he still felt very drowsy, as if he was about to fall asleep. This shocked him immensely. Is peacock pollen that powerful? Of course. With enough peacock pollen, even your sages cannot resist it. You cannot resist it unless your mental power can break through to the second level of the mental guidance technique. Lin Feng realized another layer of meaning in Long Tham's words. Since the second level of the mental guidance technique could resist the psychedelic effect of the peacock pollen, yet a sage with 4 life transitions could not. This meant that in terms of mental power alone, the mental power of the 9 sages was actually far from reaching the second level of the mental guidance technique. The mental power of sages has not reached the second level of the mental guidance technique. How is this possible? Lin Feng found it unbelievable. What is impossible about that? The 9 sages of your world are truly impressive. Their mental power is so weak, and they do not even have any methods to specially train their mental power, yet they actually forced their way into undergoing 4 life transitions. Even I find it strange and incomprehensible. Perhaps it is because they do not need to cultivate combat bodies. There was also a hint of surprise in Long Tham's tone. However, no matter what the 9 sages did, Lin Feng had to seize the opportunity to cultivate the mental guidance technique, and strive to break through to the second level of the mental guidance technique as soon as possible. The psychedelic effect of the peacock pollen was indeed outstanding, but compared to the ink poison, the effect seemed to be slightly inferior. Lin Feng could use 1 gram of pollen a day. After a total of 10 days, the peacock pollen no longer had much effect on Lin Feng. By this time, his mental power had increased by another 20. The mental power sphere in his mind had already expanded to the size of a baby's fist, emitting a dazzling light. A large amount of mental power like white mist was absorbed by the mental power sphere. Soon, just a little more, Lin Feng was a little excited. He could clearly sense that he was just a bit away from breaking through to the second level of the mental guidance technique. Although the peacock pollen was no longer effective, Lin Feng did not purchase other miraculous items anymore. This was because there was no need for it at all. He just kept circulating the mental guidance technique, causing his mental power to explode again and again, thereby producing a small amount of mental power. He only needed a little more mental power to break through. Boom! After an unknown period of time, when the mental power in Lin Feng's mind exploded again, a mental storm suddenly appeared in his mind. It swept over, and even the mental power sphere in his mind exploded instantly. Lin Feng's mind went blank. Even his consciousness disappeared for a short period of time. It felt like an instant, but also like millions of years. By the time his consciousness recovered, the tempestuous mental power in his mind had already condensed into a mental power sphere again. However, this mental power sphere was even more refined. It seemed like the misty mental power had vaguely liquidified. This mental power was invisible, and only Lin Feng could sense it in his mind. Lin Feng had never seen this kind of mental power that approached the liquid state before, but he could sense that a trace of mental power now was almost stronger than 3 or 5 strands before. The second level of the mental guidance technique truly is amazing. Lin Feng sensed the mental power sphere in his mind carefully. It seemed that his current level of mental power could already affect others. Even if he did not know illusionary techniques, he could still cause people to fall into an illusion. Of course, the purpose of mental power was not to perform illusions. That would be too wasteful. And it was entirely putting the cart before the horse. The purpose of mental power was to guide the restructuring of genes and cells during life transitions to cultivate the combat body. Now, his mental power had reached the requirements to cultivate the combat body. While he was still far from his second life transition, Lin Feng had no direction for which to break through at all. According to what Long Tham had said, life transitions were actually an ascension in the essence of life. Normally, the most important thing was to constantly accumulate it. However, according to Lin Feng's current physique, His accumulation was already sufficient. All he needed now was an opportunity. This opportunity was the most crucial thing, and could only be chanced upon by luck. Lin Feng calculated the time. He had stayed in the hotel for about a month and a half. During this period of time, he had purchased numerous miraculous items. Now, he only has 17,307 merit value left. This was still abundant, enough to purchase more miraculous items. However, Lin Feng's mental power had already broken through. Even if more miraculous items could increase his mental strength, they would not increase it by much. Moreover, he only had a little more than a month before he had to head to the ruin of the ancient civilization. There was not much time, and it would not increase much mental power. Lin Feng simply left the hotel. He wanted to spend the remaining time to accompany Chen properly. Compared to Lin Feng's leisure, the other 9 martial artists went all out. In just 3 months, they raided all the precious items, cultivation techniques, and even astral martial arts in the martial domain network. The purchasing power of 10 merit value was obviously rather formidable. Many precious items were completely bought out, and some advanced technological products were favored instead. After all, they were going to explore the ruins of a technological civilization this time. No one could say for certain what dangers they would encounter inside. There were some advanced technological products that might be able to save their lives at critical moments. Besides that, they also purchased astral martial arts. In fact, the void bubble used by Lin Feng during the global martial arts competition was simply invincible. As a result, the void bubble was also very popular. Of the 9 martial artists who were going to explore the ruins, at least 5 of them bought the astral martial art of void bubble. Unfortunately, they could not practice it after purchasing it. The difficulty was too great. Even if they had the courage to practice it and succeeded, they would realize that they could only integrate a mere 4 strands of astral power. Although it was also very powerful, it was far inferior to the void bubble deployed by Lin Feng. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng had no choice but to bid farewell to Chen and meet up with the other 9 martial artists. As expected, Sage Kang and Sage Yuani came in person. They left the areas they oversaw and temporarily took the time to specially escort Lin Feng and the others to the ancient ruins. Chapter 220 Operation Wall Breaker. Chapter 220 Operation Wall Breaker. Outside the airship, the polar city had already disappeared. Sage Kang and Sage Yuani were in the airship to personally escort Lin Feng and the others. There were not even any attendants on the airship. This mission is rather dangerous. We originally wanted to deploy some scientists for you, so that if you enter and encounter some technological problems, you won't be caught off guard. However, after some discussion, we ultimately decided not to deploy scientists for you. The ruins are too dangerous. The survivability of ordinary people is too weak. Even if the scientists go in with you, I'm afraid not only will they not be of any help, they will be a burden to you. In that case, we might as well not send any scientists along. There's a chip here that is practically the best of all the technology in our current world. According to the layout of the ruins and the past few studies, we finally deduced some methods to control the ruins. If you are really able to enter the depths of the ruins and reach the control room, what's inside this chip might be of use to you. As long as you can turn off the defense system, we will send people in. Then, your mission will be considered a success. Lin Feng and the others each received a chip that could be inserted into their communicators. By the way, can we contact each other through the communicator in the ruins? Grimman asked suddenly. Actually, everyone already had some guesses, but they still couldn't help but want to hear the answers from the 2 sages themselves. There should be a shielding magnetic field in the ruins. No contact method will work. Therefore, once you enter the ruins, you can only rely on yourselves. The 10 martial artists were a little silent. They all felt the pressure. This mission might really be very dangerous. If not for the pressure from the 9 sages, there might really be people who did not want to enter the ruins. However, The 9 sages had personally requested this of them. How could they refuse? In fact, refusal was not an option for them at all, seeing how seriously Sage Kang and Sage Yuani took this matter now. Could they possibly refuse? Hence, no matter how dangerous it was, they had no choice. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, Sage Kang naturally knew what they were thinking. Hence, Sage Kang said, "There's still some time before we reach the ruins. During this period of time, if you have any questions about martial arts, you can ask Sage Yuani and I. We will answer all your questions." Hearing Sage Kang's words, everyone perked up. This was a rare opportunity. The sages had very few disciples, but even their disciples might not be able to enjoy the treatment of having every question answered. How could everyone not seize the opportunity to personally ask the sages questions? Such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. Perhaps with the guidance of a sage, they might be able to undergo a second life transition and become divine realm martial artists at some time. Even Lin Feng had some questions to ask the 2 sages. For a time, the atmosphere in the spaceship became enthusiastic, and was no longer as silent as before. In a heavily guarded secret military base, a young lieutenant colonel in a green military uniform walked into the office at the base, where a general with the rank of Major General was working. Snap! The lieutenant colonel saluted and took out an application. The general raised his head and picked up the application letter on the table. He frowned slightly and said, "Lin Hai, your name is no longer included in this mission. You are about to be transferred to the Konglin base. There are still important missions waiting for you there. General, I request to participate in Operation Wallbreaker." Lin Hai, obey your order. The general's tone deepened, exuding authority. "General, I was originally on the list of Operation Wallbreaker personnel. Why was I suddenly removed?" Lin Hai, you do not need to know the reason. This is an order. General, I followed the order, but now I apply to participate in Operation Wallbreaker again. Seeing Lin Hai's determined gaze, the general also eased up. He let out a long sigh and said, "Lin Hai, the Wallbreaker operation is very dangerous. Even though we've already learned about the ruins, there's still danger inside. You've just broken the genetic lock and have a bright future ahead of you. There is no need for you to participate in Operation Wallbreaker. We are protecting you. Why can't you understand?" The general said with some disappointment. Lin Hai had always been his subordinate, and had even been personally promoted by him. The Wallbreaker operation was too perilous. He really did not want Lin Hai to take the risk. Moreover, Lin Hai was still very young and had a bright future ahead of him. Lin Hai's expression was still firm, but his tone had softened as well. He said in a low voice, "General Long, I've always been involved in the Wallbreaker operation. We're just one step away from breaching the ruins. How can I leave at this point before Scar died?" He held my hand tight. I promised him that he'll definitely enter the ruins and complete Operation Wallbreaker. I can't go back on my word. General Long, let me participate in Operation Wallbreaker. If I don't participate, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. I can't forget Scar's expectant gaze, even if I shut my eyes. But Operation Wallbreaker is very dangerous. If anything happens to you, not only will it be a loss to your family, it will also be a loss to our army. I'm even about to recommend you to join the military faction. You'll soon obtain the rank of Major General. General Long, I don't regret it as for my family. I have parents, but I also have an eldest brother and a younger brother. Especially my younger brother, Lin Feng. General Long, you probably still remember the last time you came to my family and saw my younger brother, Lin Feng. I didn't expect Lin Feng, who was plagued by a strange illness since he was young, to grow so quickly. He's already attained first in the global martial arts competition, and has even obtained the Hero of Humanity medal. With Lin Feng and the Lin family, it's enough. They no longer have to place all their hopes on me. I'm also relieved. There are some things I must do, and some promises I must keep. Lin Hai's words made General Long fall silent. Indeed, He knew the Lin family's situation better than anyone. Lin Feng had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat in the global martial arts competition, and was a dark horse till the very end. He had attained the first place in the inaugural global martial arts competition. He knew what this meant. Even the sages would probably pay attention to Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng was around, the Lin family would prosper day by day. There was no need to place all their hopes on Lin Hai. It did not even matter if Lin Hai became an inhuman expert. However, Lin Hai was no longer the boy who carried the heavy burden of the Lin family. He was a soldier, and more than that, he was a martial artist. He needed to fulfill his promise, and there were some things that he needed to do even more. Lin Hai was even very grateful towards Lin Feng, for he no longer had to carry the heavy burden of the family. All right, you'll submit your application to the higher-ups, but I can't promise it will be approved. Thank you, General Long. With that, Lin Hai turned around and left. He knew that once General Long agreed, there would basically be no problem for him to join. Operation Wall Breaker. Chapter 221 100 Men Team. Chapter 221 100 Men Team. Why? I'm back again. All of a sudden, Lin Hai walked into a secret chamber in the secret base. Y's mouth fell open, and then his eyes turned bloodshot. Hazy, why are you here? Weren't you excluded from Operation Wall Breaker? I voluntarily applied to come back. Are you stupid? You're stupid, a huge idiot. Why did Scar risk his life to save us back then? It's so we can complete Operation Wall Breaker and decipher the ruins now that the Operation Wall Breaker is about to begin. Scar's wish is about to be fulfilled. I want leave now. Lin Hai's tone was resolute and determined. There was nothing Y could do. He patted Lin Hai's shoulder and let out a long sigh. You're the most gifted one among us. I'm afraid we'll never be able to reach the divine realm, but you more or less have some hope. It's a pity, however. This is your choice, and we respect your choice. Since you're here, we're lifelong brothers in arms. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Hai, please report back to the team. Yes, sir. Lin Hai saluted respectfully. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They could finally fight alongside each other again. Operation Wall Breaker referred to a ruin discovered by the military in the depths of the Outland. This ruin had been studied for 3 years. During these 3 years, the military had paid a huge price to finally decipher some of the secrets of the ruin. It could be confirmed that this ruin belonged to an ancient civilization, which fell into the category of technological civilization. There were also some alarm and defense mechanisms at the periphery of the ruins. Martial artists who underwent a second life transition, or above, would encounter violent attacks and could not enter at all. Hence, they could only send some ordinary soldiers and martial artists with one life transition into the ruins. For 3 whole years, the military had been preparing to enter this ruins in the future. Now, the preparations were almost done. Lin Hai had caught the last train. If he had been any later, Operation Wall Breaker would have officially begun. However, no one would think that Lin Hai was lucky, because Operation Wall Breaker was highly dangerous. It was very likely that all the martial artists participating in this operation would be annihilated. The military will provide you with a lot of support, but there's a high chance that there will be defense mechanisms inside the ruins. Therefore, once you enter, the military will no longer have any ability to support you. You can only rely on yourselves for everything. General, we promise to complete the mission. This time, the military had invested heavily. They sent a total of 20 metamorphic realm martial artists and 80 elite soldiers, all of whom were professional martial artists. They formed a 100-man team to explore the ruins. As the direct person in charge of this Operation Wall Breaker, General Long was also under great pressure. However, these people were all his subordinates. He was not willing to let these people die in vain. Remember, your own safety is the most important thing. With that, General Long saluted the 100-men team. Operation Wall Breaker officially began. The 100-men team began to carefully walk into the ruins. Lin Hai was among the people. He paid close attention to his surroundings. This ruin was located in a valley and was very well concealed. If not for the fact that the frontline military base had accidentally discovered this valley while fighting dire beasts, they would not have found this ruin. Too many people had dedicated effort into this ruin. Even Lin Hai had been secretly participating in this study. The resources he obtained far exceeded other soldiers of the same rank. After enjoying the benefits, one naturally had to bear the responsibility. Why? Do you remember when Scar died? This ruin has a defense mechanism, but it also seems to be divided into several levels. They will be divided according to our numbers and strength, and the corresponding defense mechanism will be activated. Of course I know. Hazy. We have to be careful at critical moments. Don't think about the mission. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Y was not pedantic. They were soldiers and would obey orders, but they still had to complete the mission while ensuring their own safety. Swish. Suddenly, a red light flashed at the entrance of the ruins, accompanied by a strange sound. Lin Hai and Y's expressions changed drastically. They suddenly bellowed, "Quick! Charge through the door! The defense mechanism has been activated." The defense mechanism of the ruins clearly activated much earlier this time than the previous few times they explored. Everyone immediately rushed towards the door. But there were also some who did not manage to charge through the door in time. With a flash of red light, countless red lasers formed a net that instantly enveloped 11 soldiers. Thump! There was no luck. The 11 soldiers were minced into flesh and blood, falling to the ground outside the ruins. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The moment they entered the ruins, they had already lost 11 men in a team of 100 men. Now, there were only 89 men left. Fortunately, nothing happened to the 20 metamorphic realm martial artists. They were the main force of this small team. If they wanted to explore the ruins, they would have to rely on the metamorphic realm martial artists. According to the plan we formulated previously, this ruin clearly belongs to a technological civilization. There must be a control room that can control all the defense mechanisms in the ruin. We have to find the control room first. Lin Hai's gaze swept through the ruins in search. There were many secret rooms of various sizes in this ruin. Some looked like halls, some looked like residences, and there was even a map. This made it convenient for Lin Hai and the others to find the control room from the map. However, they needed to pass through many areas for the control room, and these areas were extremely likely to be dangerous. But with the way to the control room in sight, how could they not go? Hence, the team of 89 people set off again. They observed their surroundings cautiously. Why? Be careful. Lin Hai realized that there was a faint green light sweeping past on the pathway. Shocked, he immediately yanked Y back. It was this yank that pulled Y back from the brink of death. Where the green light passed, 13 soldiers, including 2 metamorphic realm martial artists, were directly vaporized. That's right, were directly vaporized and turned into ashes. How horrifying was this power? Just the thought of it made one shudder. There were only 76 people left in the team, but everyone's heart sank. How was this a ruin? It was clearly a deadly purgatory. We're almost there. We must be almost there. Lin Hai's palms were sweating. They were getting closer and closer to the control room. There were all kinds of traps along the way. By the time they successfully reached the control room, only 39 out of the 76 people were alive. This was a heavy loss. But Lin Hai and Y were both lucky enough to arrive at the control room. The control room door was closed and could not be opened. Fortunately, they were carrying enough armaments. The highly concentrated bombs were enough to blast a building to pieces. Even if the metal in this ruin was very special and had strong defenses, they did not believe that it could not even blast open a mere door. But the question was, who was going to blow up the door? Chapter 222 Calamity. Chapter 222 Calamity. I'll go. Initially, Lin Hai wanted to go, but Y stepped forward before him. Why? You. Lin Hai wanted to stop him, but Y said firmly, someone has to go. Even if I die, Lin Hai. Yao, retrieve my corpse. Right, haha. Actually, it doesn't matter if my corpse isn't retrieved. We've already come this far in this Operation Wall Breaker. No matter what, it's time for me to show my capabilities. Although Y was humorous, Lin Hai could not bring himself to smile. In the end, it was still Y who walked to the door of the control room. Everyone quickly retreated, leaving him alone. Beep. After setting up the highly concentrated bomb, Y ran desperately towards the back. When he reached the cover, the bomb suddenly exploded. Boom! Flames soared into the sky. There was no doubt about the prowess of the highly concentrated bomb. The terrifying aftershock of the explosion spread in all directions. Even behind cover, everyone felt as if they were about to suffocate. Fortunately, the aftershock of the bomb quickly dissipated. When the dust settled, the door to the control room had already been blasted open. It's blasted open. We can enter the control room now. A smile appeared on many people's faces, while Lin Hai looked at Y. Fortunately, although Y was in a sorry state, he was not dead. Lin Hai hurriedly ran over and helped Y up. You're quite lucky. You're fine save for a few scratches. HFFD. What can happen to me, Hazy? The door has been blasted open. Right, haha. Hurry up and enter the control room. Turn off the defense mechanism and wait for General Long to bring people over. The mission can be considered complete. However, Lin Hai was a little hesitant. Although many people had died along the way, it did not seem like there were too many twists and turns. They simply blasted open the control room. Were things going too smoothly? Could this ruin really be so easily cracked? Lin Hai had some questions. But before he could think carefully, someone had already walked into the control room. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, red light flashed through the entire ruin. Sharp alarms sounded, and some incomprehensible voices seemed to be saying something. Even though they could not understand what the voice was saying, everyone could sense that this was definitely not a good thing. There was an extremely strong sense of premonition. Crunch. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. At the same time, 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, countless footsteps appeared, as if many people had appeared in the ruins. Thump. A red light flashed. The soldiers who were the first to enter the control room felt as if their bodies had been pierced by a beam of light. Then, their entire bodies turned to ashes. It was as if they had been vaporized. Lin Hai and Y's eyes widened. They saw that there were robots, about 6 meters tall, walking out of the control room. That's right. Those were robots. Their entire bodies glowed with a metallic luster. These robots were practically covered in offensive weapons. The densely packed holes on their bodies could all shoot out lethal lasers. These was probably some kind of terrifying weapon that far exceeded the current understanding of human technology. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, when Lin Hai and Y saw the large horde of robots walking out of the control room, both of them despaired. Far exceeding 1 or 2. There were at least 100 of them. Or even more. There were literally hundreds or even thousands of them. There seemed to be no end to the robots surging out all at once. A robot army. A terrifying thought appeared in their minds. What exactly was this ruin? Were they wrong to excavate this ruin? Perhaps this ruin was the armory of the ancient civilization, and those robots were terrifying weapons of war. Flee! Lin Hai did not hesitate at all. He and Y quickly fled backward. They frantically entered every path they came across, not caring where it led. They knew that it was over. It was all over. General Long, who was outside the ruins, did not know what had happened inside. They were paying close attention to the movements in the ruins from the outside, but there was suddenly a violent explosion in the ruins. General Long was shocked. Was something wrong, or had they found the control room and blasted it open with a highly concentrated bomb? General Long was very nervous. In the military base, the researchers who had studied the ruins for a long time were equally nervous. Soon, the explosion subsided, and the ruins seemed to return to silence. However, not long after, ear-piercing alarms sounded from the ruins. At the same time, in the valley where the ruins were located, a small stream was shaking violently. A crack gradually appeared in the depths of the stream. Rumble. The entire valley was in chaos. No one had expected that metal cabins would be buried below the valley. These metal cabins opened one after another. Crunch. Metal robots walked out of the metal cabin one after another. 1, 2, 3, almost tens of thousands of robots appeared. And their numbers were still increasing. How many robots were there? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more? No one could have expected this. But these robots were undoubtedly the most terrifying weapons of war. After they appeared, their only mission was destruction. Destruction. Destruction of everything. All life would be destroyed. The military base was discovered by the robots, and they began to attack. As the weapons used were very advanced, even the weapons of an ordinary robot could easily kill a metamorphic realm martial artist. The military base quickly fell. What exactly did we open up? General Long's face was as pale as a sheet. This was no relic of a technological civilization. It was clearly a war armory. Moreover, they were the ones who took the initiative to open this terrifying war armory. If they could not control the situation, the threat posed by these robots would be even more terrifying than that of dire beast predators in the past. This would be a calamity for humanity. Lin Feng rode the airship for about 10 days before finally arriving at the frontline base in the depths of the Outland. Along the way, everyone took this rare opportunity to ask the two sages questions. Even Lin Feng asked questions about life transition. This might also be the question martial artists were most concerned about. However, the sage's answers disappointed Lin Feng somewhat. As the first human to undergo 4 life transitions, Sage Kang gave a clear answer. There was no shortcut to life transitions. One could only rely on their own comprehension. When the time was right, life transitions would occur. However, there was no pattern to this at all. There was not even any systematic guidance. Even Sage Kang probably would not be able to undergo another life transition. Lin Feng was not the only one who was disappointed. The other martial artists were also very crestfallen. If life transitions are that simple, the universe would long be flooded with planetary lifeforms. However, in reality, compared to the dust, like ubiquity of ordinary lifeforms in the universe, planetary lifeforms are far too rare. Lombitham words also made Lin Feng completely give up on the idea of taking a shortcut. There was no shortcut at all to life transitions. Chapter 223 Leader. Chapter 223 Leader. We're here. Suddenly, Sage Kang pointed at a small hill in front of him. Around the small hill was a lush forest. This was already the depths of the Outland. There should be many dire beasts, but this place was very quiet. There wasn't even a single dire beast. Seemingly sensing everyone's confusion, Sage Yuani said with a smile, "We discovered this place by accident back then. Originally, our frontline base was still very far at the back, but after discovering this place, we moved the base forward. In order to ensure the absolute safety of the surroundings, Sage Kang and I personally took action and wiped out the surrounding dire beasts. Therefore, this place is very safe for the time being." Everyone nodded. What danger could there be if sages personally swept through the area and not even a single dire beast would be left behind? However, sages presided over the depths of the Outland and rarely appeared in front of people. How could they suddenly have the time to sweep through these dire beasts? Sage Kang, are the places where you and Sage Yuani are stationed not far from here? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Sage Kang's eyes narrowed slightly. He nodded in appreciation and said, "That's right. Sage Yuani and I oversee the depths of the Outland. The places are not far from each other, and not far from here. In that case, are there demon emperors not far from the ruins?" Hearing the mention of demon emperors, everyone was shocked. A demon emperor was a terrifying dire beast on par with a sage. There were only brief glimpses of them in the past, and many martial artists had never seen it in their entire lives. In history, There had only been 3 occasions when demon emperors attacked a human city. However, all of those 3 occasions were calamities for humanity. Human society suffered heavy losses, and it was only by relying on sages that they could resist demon emperors. As the number of sages increased, the situation was no longer like before, when Sage Kang was holding the line alone as the only sage. Hence, the 9 sages presided over various places, deterring those demon emperors, and also protecting all humans. The 2 sages are in such a hurry for us to explore the ruins of the ancient civilization. Could it be because something is up with the demon emperors? Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. He had vaguely guessed that it was definitely not that simple for the 2 sages to personally escort them to the ancient ruins. Could it only be because this ancient ruin was of great importance to them? Only after arriving at the location of the ancient ruins, and linking them to the demon emperors deterred by the 2 sages, that Lin Feng had this thought. Sage Kang looked deeply at Lin Feng, and his expression turned solemn. He said in a low voice, "Since Lin Feng has asked this question, I won't conceal it anymore. However, you must promise not to leak any news in the future." Everyone held their breaths and paid attention. Only then did Sage Kang say, "Human society has been at peace for too long. Whether it's the new policy for martial artists, or asking you to explore the ancient civilization, it's actually because we don't have much time left. There's indeed a problem with the demon emperors, and there's more than 1 or 2 of them. Currently, all 9 sages are in fact occupied and paying close attention to those demon emperors. Even the 2 of us only left temporarily because escorting you is a matter of great importance. After escorting you to the ancient civilization ruins, we will return immediately to deter those demon emperors. Once the demon emperors cannot be deterred, I believe you know the consequences as well. And there are some things in this ancient civilization ruin that are very useful for us to deal with demon emperors. That's why we are held the global martial arts competition with such urgency, and selected the most outstanding metamorphic realm martial artists. Almost all the hope is placed on you. The heavy responsibility you bear is no less than that of us sages." Sage Kang's honesty made Lin Feng and the other 10 martial artists feel even more stifled and nervous. However, it also eased the reluctance in their hearts. Previously, they were intimidated by the authority of the sages. It seemed like they were not forced, but in reality, they were forced to explore the dangerous ruins of ancient civilization. They did not say it out loud, but they were more or less put off by it. But now, Sage Kang had admitted that humanity was about to face a crisis. Ironically, everyone no longer felt reluctant. They were martial artists who were already fighting with dire beasts at the front line in the first place. They naturally knew the significance of demon emperors. Even if something went wrong with only a single demon emperor, the entire human society would suffer a calamity. In exploring the ancient civilization ruins, they were indeed shouldering a heavy responsibility. Sage Kang, we all understand the responsibility on our shoulders. What do you need us to find in the ancient ruins? Lin Feng asked. Again, it's very simple. Shut down the defense mechanism of the ancient civilization ruins. When the time comes, contact Sage Yuan and I. We will naturally send people into the ancient civilization ruins to study those weapons, especially weapons that can pose a threat to sages like us. I see. Lin Feng completely understood now. Sage Kang's true goal was actually the defense of weapons in the ancient ruins. If they could make even Sage Kang feel threatened, they must be able to threaten sages, and would naturally also pose a threat to demon emperors. If they could master these weapons, wouldn't it be equivalent to having many more sage-level experts? Alright, this is as far as we can escort you. The small hill in front is actually a part of the ancient ruins, but the main body of the ruins is under the small hill. We've already explored it many times before. As long as martial artists above the second life transition do not approach metamorphic realm, martial artists like you or ordinary people can enter the ruins. However, there are definitely all kinds of dangers in the ruins that you need to work hard to overcome. Sage Kang gave a few more words of instruction. and the airship slowly landed. Lin Feng, Grimmin, and the others alighted. The airship rose into the air again and retreated far away to avoid being attacked by the defensive weapons of the ancient ruins. Everyone looked around and did not find any danger. When they approached, they realized that there was indeed a cave entrance at the foot of the hill that seemed to extend all the way down. Everyone was about to enter when Grimmin stopped. Wait a moment. Everyone looked at Grimmin, wondering why he had stopped. The 10 of us shoulder the hopes of the 2 sages. Although we are all the cream of the crop among metamorphic realm martial artists, the ruins are also filled with danger. Therefore, I think we should determine the leader of the team first. Only then can we gather everyone's strength and work together to explore the secrets of the ancient civilization ruins. Everyone fell silent as well. Grimmin's words made sense. If the 10 of them were disunited and unorganized, entering the ruins would be very dangerous. However, they were all prideful genius martial artists. How would any of them accept being led by another? Why don't we determine the leader based on the rankings in this global martial arts competition? I nominate Lin Feng to be the leader. The first to speak was actually Fu Lin. That's right. Although Lin Feng is young, he's the strongest. We're all martial artists. Naturally, strength is what we respect the most. I also concur that Lin Feng should be the leader. If Lin Feng is the leader, he'll obey the orders. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, and even Grimmin nodded, Lin Feng knew that now was not the time to decline. He nodded and said, "All right, our mission this time is difficult. We do need to work together. I hope that everyone can be prudent when entering the ruins." Hence, Lin Feng became the leader without hesitation. He also set an example and was the first to enter the pitch-black cave. Chapter 224 Rat Crisis. Chapter 224 Rat Crisis. The inside of the cave was blindingly dark. Lin Feng switched on the flashlight and realized that this was a flight of stairs leading downwards. Moreover, the stairs were made of some kind of metal. The wall beside the stairs was also metal, and felt a little cold to the touch. Lin Feng was very cautious. He focused all his attention and watched everything around him closely. Soon, they came down the stairs. The world opened up before them. It looked like a hall. Wait, there's blood. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped. He realized that the ground of this empty hall was covered in blood. Sage King had once said that he had sent a few batches of martial artists into the ruins, but none of them had come out. Those people were most likely doomed. Then, could this blood be the blood of those martial artists? Everyone, be careful. There may be danger. Even without Lin Feng's reminder, everyone was already on guard. With so much blood, the owners of the blood was most likely doomed. They had not forgotten how dangerous this ruin was. Lin Feng's mental power showed its benefits. He could use his mental power to investigate the surroundings. Although the range was not too far, it managed to cover this hall without any problems. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a shadow flashing through the darkness. As it was too fast, even Lin Feng's mental power could not capture what it was. Swish! Another shadow. This time, Lin Feng saw it clearly. It was clearly an incomparably huge rat. However, this rat was a little strange. Its eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glow, and its entire body was faintly suffused with a black light, blending into the darkness. Be careful, Lin Feng reminded loudly. But the rat was too fast. It charged over in the blink of an eye. Swish! Siles felt a pain in her neck. She unleashed her astral power abruptly and slammed it towards the shadow. Bang! The shadow was slapped to the ground, turning into a mess of rotten flesh. It was a huge, bizarre rat, but blood was spurting out of Siles' neck. With a thud, Siles fell to the ground. Her face was slightly black, and her entire body convulsed. In another moment, she was no longer breathing. "She's already dead," Grimmin said coldly. "Everyone, mobilize your astral power immediately and deploy it throughout your bodies," Lin Feng shouted. Even though this might consume a certain amount of astral power, it could ensure their safety in such a dangerous environment. Unfortunately, Siles no longer had a chance. She was bitten to death by the giant rat. What kind of dire beast is this? Someone looked at the rat flesh on the ground and asked through gritted teeth. Never seen it before. Not only is it fast, it's also highly venomous. Siles wouldn't be dead otherwise. They had just entered the ruins, and one of their companions had already died. It had to be known that Siles' strength was quite good. She was a third-level metamorphic realm martial artist who had yet to use all kinds of methods at her disposal. It was a real shame that she had died just like that. At the same time, it also made them even more vigilant towards this ruin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, many rat screeches came from the darkness again. With his enveloping mental power, Lin Feng discovered a large amount of rats. They were all about the same size as the rat from before. Swish, swish, swish. These rats charged towards Lin Feng and the others in a frenzy. Fortunately, everyone was prepared this time. They would definitely not make the same mistake as Siles. Armor. Petrification technique. Lin Feng growled. At the same time, his body was already covered in a layer of hideous armor. The petrification technique also covered the armor, greatly increasing Lin Feng's defense. Lin Feng also wanted to test how strong these rats were. He suddenly took a step forward and charged into the horde of rats. Bang! 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 These rats all slammed into Lin Feng's armor. They even bared their sharp teeth, trying to bite through the armor on Lin Feng's body. However, they could not even break through the petrification technique, let alone break Lin Feng's armor. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed a rat. He observed this rat carefully. Aside from sharp teeth and claws, and enough venom to poison a metamorphic realm martial artist to death, they seemed very ordinary as well. At least, it posed no threat to Lin Feng at all. Thump. With a slight squeeze, Lin Feng killed the rat. At the same time, he simply used his hands as sabers. Dense sharp horns appeared on his palms, which were much stronger than particle sabers. Lightning arc saber technique. Using his hands as sabers, Lin Feng utilized the lightning arc saber technique. He did not even use astral power. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he slaughtered his way through the rat horde, causing a bloodbath. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Those rats were completely useless against Lin Feng. Watching Lin Feng kill the rat dire beasts like a knife through hot butter, Grimmin and the others felt a little ashamed. They did not have such a formidable defensive ability like Lin Feng. Moreover, the rats were highly venomous and could poison metamorphic realm martial artists to death. They did not dare to withdraw their protective astral power. Moreover, they could not kill these rats with raw physical strength. Hence, almost all of them, including Grimmin, were holding out with great difficulty. Even the 8 of them combined could not match the number of rats Lin Feng had killed. Even Grimmin, who had competed with Lin Feng in the global martial arts competition, had to admit that Lin Feng's abilities were too comprehensive. Moreover, they were very useful no matter the environment. If not for Lin Feng, just these numerous rats would have caused them a lot of trouble. When their astral power was exhausted, they would probably die to the rats. No wonder none of the many batches of martial artists Sage Kang had sent into this ruin had returned. Just these terrifying rat dire beasts alone were more than what any metamorphic realm martial artists deal with. Even divine realm martial artists would probably be exhausted here. When their astral power was depleted, they would probably be devoured by the rat dire beasts immediately. They were a little relieved that they had Lin Feng. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to deal with it this time. Forget about venturing deep into the ruins. They probably wouldn't even be able to leave this place. There are too many rats. We have to leave quickly. Lin Feng turned around and took a look. His endurance was very strong and could fight for several days and nights without fear, and even kill all these rat dire beasts. However, the remaining 8 martial artists could not hold out for that long. They could easily deal with these rats now because they still had sufficient astral power. Once their astral power was exhausted, the situation would probably be reversed immediately. They could not continue wasting time with these rats. Everyone, follow me. There's a tunnel here. Lin Feng moved with large strides, practically rampaging. All the rats he collided with were smashed to death. Even a single step from Lin Feng would crush a few rats to death. Lin Feng's armor and petrification innate abilities were just too useful. Lin Feng practically crushed his way over. There were too many rat dire beasts. At a glance, they seemed to fill the entire hall, as if they were infinite, and were still converging from all directions. Even though all of them were battle-honed metamorphic realm martial artists, their scalps still tingled a little at this moment. As for Siles, who had died previously, her corpse was no longer there. Not even her bones were left behind. They had all been devoured by the rat dire beasts. No wonder they had only seen blood in the hall and not corpses. The corpses had probably been devoured by the rat dire beasts. Lin Feng came to the front of Grimmin and the others. They had already formed a circle. With astral power, it was not difficult for them to deal with these rat dire beasts. Go! Lin Feng took the lead like a bulldozer, forcefully creating a bloody path. Lin Feng's armor was covered in blood, but his fists were basically covered in the blood of those rats. There were actually some passageways around the hall. Lin Feng thought for a moment and walked straight towards a passageway. Head, you guys go in first. I'll cover the rear. These rats do not pose much threat to me. Lin Feng was covered in blood, but he was everyone's reliance at this moment. Originally, they were all prodigies who wanted to enter the ruins to explore the mysteries of the ruins, and use various methods to successfully decipher the ruins. They did not expect to become Lin Feng's burden. Lin Feng, be careful. Grimmin looked deeply at Lin Feng. Initially, he was not very convinced and still had thoughts of competing in the future. But now, looking at the endless stream of rats, he no longer had any intention of competing with Lin Feng. Lin Feng covered the rear. Seeing that Grimmin and the others had all entered the tunnel, the corners of his lips curled into a cold smile. Even he was a little flustered by the endless waves of rat dire beasts. He could not stop these rats from charging into the tunnel. Void bubble. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a total of 10 beautiful void bubbles appeared. Moreover, Lin Feng controlled the diameter of these void bubbles to be very large. At least every astral bubble had a diameter of more than 5 meters. Astral bubbles with a diameter of 5 meters might be much weaker, but it was more than enough to deal with these rats. Collapse. Lin Feng's 10 astral bubble enveloped a large amount of rat dire beasts in the hall before suddenly collapsing. Hundreds of thousands of rats screeched frantically. But as the 10 astral bubbles collapsed, these rats were instantly reduced to dust. Seeing this scene, Grimmin and the others behind the tunnel gasped. Lin Feng's methods were too comprehensive. Moreover, this void bubble was too shocking. Had anyone ever seen 10 astral bubbles collapse instantly and kill thousands of rat dire beasts? This was also the first time they had seen it. Although Lin Feng had consumed 4 strands of astral power, 4 strands of astral power was nothing. He had more than 80 strands of astral power. Losing this tiny amount of astral power was nothing much, and had no effect on Lin Feng at all. However, the others did not think so. Lin Feng had unleashed 4 strands of astral power at once. This was equivalent to nearly half the astral power in his body, and it was to cover their retreat. He did it to save them. Lin Feng's selfless behavior also convinced the other 8 martial artists. They no longer had any second thoughts about Lin Feng being their leader. Lin Feng used the void bubble to clear the hall for the time being. But there were simply too many rats. They were practically infinite. He would not really exhaust his astral power to fight the rats to the death. After entering the tunnel, he realized that there was a huge iron door in the tunnel. Whether due to age or some other reason, it did not fall. He immediately yanked it down hard by hand. Boom! The door fell down suddenly, completely sealing the passage and temporarily shutting the rats away. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng walked over and glanced at the 8 martial artists. He said regretfully, It's a pity that Siles is dead. Everyone, you must be careful. Even if you waste some astral power, you must use it to protect yourself the entire time. Yes, leader. Everyone spoke together, treating Lin Feng's words as an order. Lin leader, I didn't expect us to become your burden. Grimman originally wanted to call Lin Feng by his name, but in the end, he still called him leader. This meant that he had completely acknowledged Lin Feng. How could you be a burden? It's just that my various abilities happened to counter those rats earlier. There must be other dangers in the ruins next. When the time comes, we still need to work together to deal with them. This place should be safe for the time being. Everyone has consumed a lot of astral power just now. Let's restore our astral power first. Lin Feng also sat on the ground, and the others began to restore their astral power. The most important thing for metamorphic realm martial artists was astral power. Lin Feng had just consumed 4 strands of astral power. In order to not arouse suspicion, he also had to restore his astral power. The speed at which the Astra Devourer technique restored astral power was very fast. In less than half an hour, he had completely recovered the 4 strands of astral power. Lin Feng looked at the others, who were still working hard to restore their astral power. Longbitham, do you know which civilization this is now? Lin Feng called out to Longbitham in his mind. He had a vague feeling of worry. Those rats just now were too bizarre. They might be dire beasts, but they didn't quite seem like dire beasts. Be it strength, speed, size, or so on. Every rat was actually somewhat inferior to demons. Yet their venom could kill an ordinary demon. This was just too strange. As far as Lin Feng knew, ordinary dire beasts, even dire beast kings, could not pose any threat to demons. However, these rats were clearly an exception. As this was an ancient civilization ruin, Lin Feng wondered if it was related to the ancient civilization. The ones who knew the most about ancient civilizations were not the 9 sages, but Longbitham. Lin Feng called out in his mind for a while before Longbitham finally said, "This is a little troublesome. If I am not wrong, this ruin should be a ruin left behind by the 7th civilization." The 7th civilization. Lin Feng communicated with Longbitham in his mind. No one else knew. He remembered that Longbitham had once said that the current civilization was the 9th civilization. Before this, there were 8 civilizations. If this ruin was left behind by the 7th civilization, it should be relatively close to the current era. Other than you, there had been 8 other civilizations in this world. Among these 8 civilizations, there had only been 3 technological civilizations. They are the 3rd, 5th, and 7th civilizations respectively. Among them, the 3rd and 5th civilizations were both purely technological civilizations. Only the 7th civilization was mainly technological while focusing on researching dire beasts, and developed things somewhat similar to biomodified beasts. This is rather troublesome. There was actually a trace of worry in Longbitham's tone. This was really rare. Ever since Lin Feng had met Longbitham, Longbitham had always been full of confidence. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen it so hesitant and worried. Chapter 225 Biomodified Beasts. Chapter 225 Biomodified Beasts. Biomodified beasts, what do you mean? Lin Feng felt that if even Longbitham was worried, things were not looking good. The rats you encountered previously were actually not born dire beasts, but artificially created. They are called biomodified beasts. Do you understand now? Lin Feng's expression became somber. No wonder he found these rats very strange. They clearly had venom that could threaten metamorphic realm martial artists. But their physique was inferior to those demons in all aspects, so they were artificially created. But could lifeforms actually be created by humans? You mean that this ruin belongs to the 7th civilization, and this 7th civilization can already create lifeforms? Lin Feng could not hide the shock in his voice. However, he was only communicating with Longbitham in his mind. None of the others noticed Lin Feng. Creating biomodified beasts and creating lifeforms are two completely different things. Let me put it this way. These biomodified beasts were actually made from combining the genes of many dire beasts. Then, through mutation, they implanted some highly venomous genes. After tens of thousands of experiments, they finally succeeded in creating these rat biomodified beasts. This is completely different from creating lifeforms out of thin air. So, the seventh civilization was very good at genetic research. They were indeed very good. At least, they were far better than your current technology level. However, their research direction was off the mark. They actually want to mutate and create some bizarre biomodified beasts. The human body itself is a huge treasure trove. Instead of studying the mysteries of the human body carefully, they turned to studying those dire beasts. And even mutated dire beasts. Their civilization might have flourished on the surface, but in reality, their potential was far inferior to your current civilization. Lin Feng also calmed down. He thought carefully and continued to ask, "Then what's the trouble you mentioned earlier? Although the potential of the seventh civilization was inferior to yours, they were already very well developed. They had even developed terrifying biomodified beasts on par with life forms with 3 life transitions. This ruin should be an experimental research institute of theirs. Back then, I do not know what kind of terrifying biomodified beasts are inside either." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The rats just now were already very terrifying. He only happened to counter those rats. If those rats could destroy his armor and petrification technique, he would definitely be in a sorry state. Or even in danger. Apart from him, the other 8 martial artists were all helpless against those rats. However, according to Longbitham, these rats were only low-level biomodified beasts, and not comparable to those demons at all. If they encountered many biomodified demons, they would really be in serious trouble. Longbitham, we have to complete this mission no matter what. We're preparing to go to the control room. Once we reach the control room, can you control the entire research institute? At least turn off the defense mechanism of the research institute and allow the 2 sages to send experts over. Lin Feng knew very well that whether they could take over the control room was very important. He did not know anything about the 7th civilization at all. The other 8 martial artists were all similar to Lin Feng. Even if they found the control room, they might not be able to take over it. However, things were different with Longbitham. As a member of a mechanical civilization, which was among the best of technological civilizations, and as a mechanical life form at that, Longbitham should know a lot about technological things. Although this 7th civilization was a biomodified beast civilization, it was still a technological civilization. Longbitham was uncertain, and gave no affirmative answer. "If you really find the control room, I shall give it a try, but I cannot guarantee that I can take over the control room. Although I am a mechanical life form, I am not omnipotent. I am not confident that I can take over the control room immediately in a very short period of time." Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as Longbitham did not refuse. Longbitham would definitely be able to control the control room. But he needed time. Lin Feng did not know what dangers there were in this ruin, and time was what he lacked the most. By the way, Longbitham, do you know the location of the control room? Did you not see the map earlier? That map is so complicated. I can't understand it either. Keep walking. I will remind you. Lin Feng opened his eyes and realized that Grimmin, Fu Lin, and the others had already recovered their astral power. "Leader, are you all right?" Fu Lin came before Lin Feng and asked with concern. "I am fine. My astral power has been fully restored." At this moment, Grimmin was walking near the corridor. He seemed hesitant, as if he was about to say something before stopping himself. "Grimmin, what do you want to say?" Grimmin pondered for a moment and said, "I was just thinking, what exactly does this ruin trying to do? Is it a shelter or some secret base? Or something like that?" Later, I saw those rat dire beasts. Where did so many rats come from? They don't look like dire beasts either. There are so many of them. How do they survive? Hearing Grimmin's analysis, the other martial artist's eyes also lit up. That's right. The appearance of those rats was too strange. Grimmin, what do you think? My thought is that these rats may be guards or something in this ruin. Or rather, they are actually the defensive mechanisms. And I suspect that this ruin is something like a research institute. Research institute? The others thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. Lin Feng glanced at Grimmin in surprise. He did not expect Grimmin to figure out that this was a research institute. All right, regardless of whether this is a research institute or not, our goal is to find the control room. The rats just now have already proven that there are probably other worse dire beasts in this ruin. Everyone must be careful. If everyone's astral power has recovered, we'll set off immediately to continue searching for the control room. Everyone also expressed their assent. Metamorphic realm martial artists with astral power did not fear any danger at all. This time, all the martial artists were no longer sparing with astral power. They covered their entire bodies with astral power. Even if they encountered any unexpected situations, they would not die without any resistance like Siles did. Lin Feng led the way. The corridor was very long and winding, but surprisingly, they did not encounter any danger along the way. Moreover, with Lombi Tham guidance, Lin Feng simply skipped some of the rooms and areas along the way without exploring them. Instead, he kept walking forward. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped. Listen, are those footsteps? Lin Feng's expression was solemn as he listened carefully. The others also stuck their ears to the ground. In the end, all of them grimaced. There are footsteps, and they are getting closer. The footsteps are very heavy. They sound like massive dire beasts. There should be 3 of them. Hearing the footsteps of dire beasts, everyone became nervous. Lombi Tham, is there no other way? No. This is the only way. The defense mechanism of the research institute must have been activated. Some biomodified beasts responsible for guarding the place have been released. You are on your own. Lin Feng did not have a good solution. But since there was no other way, they could only fight. Everyone, get ready for battle. It may be harder this time. Lin Feng was naturally at the forefront, paying close attention to the front of the tunnel. Chapter 226 Hopeless Situation. Chapter 226 Hopeless Situation. Lin Feng had already deployed his armor and petrification technique. Moreover, the sharp horn had covered his hand. He was fully prepared, and was even prepared to unleash his astral power at any moment. The footsteps gradually approached. As the footsteps approached, everyone could clearly feel that the entire corridor was shaking. This corridor was also very spacious, enough to accommodate some very large dire beasts. Finally, Lin Feng's mental power detected them. They were 3 strange dire beasts that looked somewhat like lizards. For the time being, he'd call them lizards. The 3 lizards were all more than 6 meters long, and densely packed eyes covered their foreheads. They looked particularly grotesque. Moreover, they actually had 2 tails. Their bodies were covered in a layer of tough armor-like scales, making them look especially hideous and ferocious. Incoming! Lin Feng scanned with his mental power and realized that the speed of the 3 lizards increased in an instant. Even his mental power scan could only sense 3 shadows. So quick. Lin Feng was shocked. He moved forward almost subconsciously. 6 spiral forces erupted. Boom! Lin Feng's arm suddenly expanded. He threw a punch, and a sonic boom sounded in the air. His 6 spiral forces erupted. In addition to the strength of his original body, it instantly exceeded 4 Heclahladons. Moreover, there was the indestructible sharp horn. No matter what these lizard dire beasts were, Lin Feng was confident that he could make them suffer. Bang! Lin Feng punched the lizard hard. He could clearly feel the power in his body erupting with a bang. Through his fist, the sharp horn was also frantically trying to destroy the lizard's body. However, what did he sense? A wall. No, it was even harder than a wall. With Lin Feng's current strength, he could easily blast a huge hole in a mountain. However, when his punch landed on the lizard, it did not move at all. He could not even break through its scales. Crunch. At this moment, Lin Feng heard the sharp horn on his palm break. When had the indestructible sharp horn ever broken? Swish! At the same time, a thick tail struck Lin Feng's body as fast as lightning. Lin Feng's petrification technique and armor were actually completely useless and shattered immediately. Fortunately, Lin Feng immediately mobilized his astral power, amassing a large amount of astral power to resist this strike. Boom! Lin Feng was sent flying by the strike and landed heavily on the ground. His entire body felt as if it was falling apart. 10,000 strands of astral power in his body were actually depleted in an instant. How could this be possible? Although Lin Feng had more than 80 strands of astral power, losing 10 strands of astral power at once was too shocking. It had to be known that Lin Feng still had the petrification technique and armor, which had resisted at least some of the lizard's power. Even so, it still exhausted 10 strands of astral power in an instant, which was why Lin Feng was unharmed. If it were any other third-level metamorphic realm martial artist, they would only have a total of 999 strands of astral power in their bodies. A casual strike from the lizard could probably easily claim their lives. This is bad. Retreat quickly. They are peak demon generals, Lin Feng warned everyone at once. Peak demon generals. Lin Feng could now be certain that they were definitely comparable to peak demon generals. Even the pangolin, beast queen ant demon, and the giant dragon under dragon rider Hao Shi that Lin Feng had encountered back then were far inferior to these three bizarre-looking lizards. However, Lin Feng's warning came a little too late. After Lin Feng was sent flying by the tail, Fu Lin, Grimmin, Darden, and the others charged forward immediately. The third-level metamorphic realm martial artists unleashed almost all their astral martial arts. Boom! A large amount of astral power exploded. All kinds of astral martial arts were used the lizard, but they could not even break through its scales. Instead, they angered the lizard. The dense and innumerable eyes on the lizard's head looked very horrifying. At this moment, gray rays shot out from these eyes. Thump! Wherever the beam passed, a huge hole was corroded in the walls and the ground of the corridor. Liu Chengfeng and Andor tried to resist it with astral power. However, as soon as the ray touched their bodies, the astral power in their bodies could not even hold out for a second. It was depleted in an instant. At the same time, both of them were pierced by the ray and cried out in agony. Then, a huge hole appeared in the chests of Andor and Liu Chengfeng, but there was not even a trace of blood. The two of them were dead. There were no signs of life. They could not even withstand the lizard for a second. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat quickly! Lin Feng's face was flushed. He jumped up immediately, seeing the tragic deaths of Andor and Liu Chengfeng. Even his expression became a little twisted. Swoosh! Swoosh! Grimmin and Fu Lin were in luck. They retreated very fast and quickly returned to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng also led the remaining 6 martial artists to retreat rapidly. However, the speed of the lizards was not slow. Wang Yiming, who was at the back, was swept into the lizard's mouth by the tongue of one of the lizards. He was torn into pieces and swallowed by the lizard. 3 people died at once. But the remaining people did not have the time to grieve. They fled all the way back, only to realize that they had already escaped to the door that isolated the rats from before. Despair appeared in everyone's eyes. They had nowhere to run. Bang! 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 As the lizard's footsteps approached, everyone fell silent. The 3 lizards were too terrifying. Forget about 3 lizards. Even if there was only one of them, they would not be its match with all 10 of them. Furthermore, they had nowhere to retreat now. This was clearly a hopeless situation. It's a shame. I haven't undergone a second life transition yet. Fu Lin lamented. I haven't studied my innate ability to its strongest yet, either. Grimmin's eyes also revealed regret. They did not actually fear death, but they regretted not being able to advance further on the path of martial arts. It was also a shame that, despite the sages placing such high hopes on them, they still failed to complete the mission in the end. All kinds of thoughts ran through Lin Feng's mind. Fight head-on, that would undoubtedly be the most foolish. The three lizards were all peak demon generals, and they must be biomodified beasts that possess all kinds of terrifying power. These biomodified beasts were born for battle and killing. All their abilities were the most terrifying, lethal abilities. However, they were already in a hopeless situation. How could they accept their fates without a fight? Do you trust me? Lin Feng suddenly raised his head and swept his gaze across the remaining 5 martial artists. There was a trace of determination in his calm tone. Chapter 227, The Strongest Void Bubble. Chapter 227, The Strongest Void Bubble. At this point, what's there not to trust, leader? Do you have a solution? Fu Lin said softly. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Grimmin and said in a low voice, Grimmin, do you still remember your innate ability? I need you to restrain those 3 lizards at all costs. Then, the rest is up to me. I will deploy the void bubble, whether I succeed or not. After I deploy the void bubble, everyone must charge forward at all costs. Whether we can escape would depend on our luck. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They all knew very well that Lin Feng was prepared to put everything on the line. Even though they all knew that Lin Feng's void bubble was very strong, they were dealing with 2 peak-level demon generals this time. Would Lin Feng's void bubble work? Everyone fell silent. But so what if they did not trust Lin Feng? Did they have a choice? Grimmin suddenly smiled and said indifferently, I trust you whether we succeed or not. We have to fight to find out. So what if there are 3 demon generals in life or death situations? Perhaps we can unleash the potential of life, break the genetic lock, and undergo a second life transition. That's right. There's great terror in life or death situations, but also great opportunity. Let's go all out. The remaining people all said loudly, as if venting the pressure in their hearts. Facing 3 demon generals, they certainly would not believe claims that there was any hope. However, they were martial artists. Even if they must die, they would die in battle. Hence, they decided to give it their all. Bang, bang, bang. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Everyone held their breaths and focused. Lin Feng and Grimmin stood at the front. Their minds tensed to the extreme. The 3 giant lizards appeared again. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with bloodlust. These were pure killing beasts. The most terrifying biomodified beasts. They were completely irrational. Even ordinary demon generals would not be like these 3 lizards, whose only thoughts were of killing and destruction. The biomodified beasts, weapons of war of the 7th civilization, were indeed very terrifying. No wonder even Long Bethan said that the 7th civilization was more troublesome. Lin Feng had finally experienced it for himself. Buzz! In the next moment, the 3 lizards roared and quickly transformed into 3 shadows that pounced towards Lin Feng and the others. At the same time, Grimmin's face was flushed red. He had already unleashed his innate ability to the limit. Stop! Grimmin growled, and the astral power in his entire body erupted in a frenzy. Lin Feng knew that Grimmin had a spatial talent, but Grimmin's spatial talent was just too weak. Lin Feng was not confident that he could restrain the 3 lizards. However, without Grimmin, Lin Feng's void bubble would have even less of a chance to envelop the 3 lizards. After all, the speed of the 3 lizards was too fast. Lin Feng could not even lock onto them with his mental power. Lin Feng's mental power enveloped the 3 lizards at all times. The astral power in his body was also boiling. Regardless of whether Grimmin could restrain the 3 lizards, he had to deploy the void bubble. If he failed, he could only leave it to fate. Perhaps Lin Feng could survive by relying on the undying characteristic, but the others might be doomed. The roars of the 3 lizards seemed to be still echoing through the tunnel, and Grimmin's deep growls were even more incessant. In that instant, everything seemed to have stopped. Lin Feng's eyes widened. It was that feeling again. He felt that the space around the 3 lizards seemed to be distorted by an extremely peculiar force. The 3 lizards stopped and were imprisoned in the air. Lin Feng's mental power could even see traces of shock amidst the madness in the eyes of the three lizards. Surprised, Lin Feng did not think too much about it. He almost subconsciously waved his hand, and the massive astral power in his body was unleashed in a frenzy with overwhelming force. A huge astral bubble instantly enveloped the three lizards. Half of the bodies of two lizards were still not enveloped by the astral bubble. He frantically infused more than 70 strands of astral power infused into the astral bubble. Just how strong was a void bubble fused with 70 strands of astral power? Actually, even Lin Feng himself did not know. He could have been stronger, with more than 80 strands of astral power. However, resisting the lizard's attack previously had consumed 10 strands of astral power. Even so, 70 strands of astral power was still very terrifying. Lin Feng was really going all out this time. He infused all the astral power in his body into the void bubble. There was no longer a single trace of astral power in his body. This was the strongest void bubble Lin Feng had ever used. Collapse! Lin Feng shouted wildly, a hint of hysteria in his voice. Even Lin Feng himself did not know the power of the strongest void bubble he had used. He even felt that he even stood a chance against divine realm martial artists in a fight, and now he could finally test the power of the strongest void bubble. The void bubble suddenly collapsed, as if a huge stellar object was collapsing. Faint black airflow even appeared inside, instantly enveloping the three lizards. Thump! The scales of the three lizards shattered one after another, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The lizards tipped back their heads and roared, looking as if they were in immense agony. However, that was all. The void bubble was indeed very powerful, but it was unable to annihilate all three lizards. These three lizards were simply too strong. Despairingly so, Lin Feng's strongest void bubble just now had only injured three lizards. As for killing the lizards, that was just impossible. Run! Quick! Lin Feng roared. He had already failed. What else could they do? Wait for death? Fu Lin, Darden, Lin Zhu, and the others also reacted extremely quickly, taking advantage of the time when the void bubble enveloped the three lizards. They all used all their strength to charge forward in a frenzy. As for Grimmin, his entire body had already suffered a backlash from using his spatial ability just now. Now, even his movements were considerably hindered. Lin Feng decisively grabbed Grimmin and carried Grimmin on his shoulder as he charged forward like lightning. As the void bubble collapsed, the three injured lizards all roared madly as they looked at Lin Feng and the others, filled with a bloodthirsty aura. Run! Run! Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He charged forward in a frenzy with Grimmin. Even with Grimmin in tow, Lin Feng's speed was not slow. Swish! Countless gray beams shot out of the three lizards' eyes. Lin Zhu and Aoyongjing were rather unlucky. They were slightly slower, and penetrated by the beams. Originally, neither of them were fatally injured. At most, there was a bloody hole in their bodies. With the physique of a metamorphic realm martial artist, it was not lethal. However, their speed slowed with their injuries, and the three lizards caught up with them. The lizards opened their mouths and swallowed the two of them alive. Two more people were devoured by the lizards. Out of the 10 martial artists, there were only 4 left, including Lin Feng. Moreover, Grimmin was very weak and had lost his combat ability. Lin Feng led everyone forward in a frantic dash forward, but before long, 2 forks appeared in the tunnel. Split up. Everyone, split up. Grimmin and I will take the left. Fu Lin, Darden, you take the right tunnel. Remember, you must survive. With that, Lin Feng immediately led Grimmin towards the left tunnel. Actually, Lin Feng had already heard Longbotham's directions just now. Both tunnels led to the control room in the end. However, he knew very well that they must not go in the same direction, even if they were really going to die. If people who went in one direction died, those who went in the other direction would still have a chance to enter the control room. Lin Feng, put me down. Otherwise, Both of us will die, Grimmin said weakly. Lin Feng could clearly hear the footsteps of the two lizards behind. These lizards actually had some intelligence, and knew how to split up in pursuit. It was indeed inconvenient to bring Grimmin along. Lin Feng thought for a moment and realized that there was a room beside him. He immediately crashed the room open and placed Grimmin in the room. Grimmin, just stay here. You'll definitely enter the control room and complete the mission. With that, he looked at the two lizards behind him and bellowed loudly, attracting the attention of the two lizards and leading them towards himself. Chapter 228 Desperation. Chapter 228 Desperation. Quick! Quick! Where's the control room? Lin Feng was also beginning to panic. The two lizards behind him were fast, and could shoot lethal rays on top of that. Swish! Two more rays instantly pierced through Lin Feng's body. These rays were very scorching, and a strange force exploded within his body. It was very difficult to resist. Forget about the fact that Lin Feng no longer had his armor. Even with his armor and petrification technique, he could not resist these rays. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the undying characteristic and astonishing restorative ability. Even if his body was pierced by the ray, he could recover extremely quickly. Lin Feng had always felt that out of all the dire beast genes he had fused, the genes of the screwworms were the strongest. Why it was? Because this undying characteristic was simply too powerful. He had seen so many dire beasts or greater demons, but none of them possessed abilities comparable to the undying characteristic of the screwworms. The screwworms were definitely not simple. It's a pity that the invincible fist sage seems to be already in charge of the screwworms matter. The invincible fist sage was personally investigating it, and no one knew how far the investigation had gone. Lin Feng did not believe that those few screwworms outside Dragonlith City were all of them. There was not even a single demon general. Relying on the undying characteristic, Lin Feng had evaded lethal threats for countless times. If not for his undying characteristic, he would probably be long dead from the pursuit of the two lizards. That door in front. Do you see it? The control room is inside. Lin Feng did not know how long he had been running for. He could only follow Longbitham's guidance and flee forward in a frenzy. At this moment, Longbitham's voice sounded again. They had arrived at the control room. However, Lin Feng saw the closed door. How could he open it? Longbitham, open the door quickly. There was no way Lin Feng could open that door himself. I need some time. It depends on whether you can hold out. How long? Half a minute should be enough. Lin Feng glanced at the two lizards running towards him from behind. It was hard to say if he could hold out for half a minute. After all, he no longer had any astral power left. All right, half a minute, be as fast as possible. Else, once I die, you'll have to wait for another candidate with the genetic fusion device. Again, do not worry. I hope you can survive too. Otherwise, it will be so dull back in the spaceship I can only sleep. With that, he placed the communicator on the electronic lock beside the door according to Longbitham's instructions. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds had passed before the two lizards caught up. Swish swish. The two lizards caught up. Without giving Lin Feng any chance, the dense eyes on their heads immediately shot out a great number of rays. FCK. Lin Feng could not help but curse. He had to dodge those dense rays. Otherwise, even if he had the undying characteristic, he would be turned into a hornet's nest. Even recovering would take a lot of effort. Moreover, the two lizards were still eyeing him aggressively. How would they give him time to recover? Longbitham, hurry up. All right, you can take the communicator now. You are in luck. It would not take half a minute, but only about 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Only 3 seconds had passed. He immediately put away his communicator and rolled on the ground. Swish. The ray shot out close to Lin Feng's arm, causing one of his arms to be covered in blood. However, it was only a superficial wound, and he would recover quickly. Lin Feng looked back again. Those rays had also shot at the door. Lin Feng had also thought of using the two lizards to break through this door by force. But now, he saw that the indestructible rays of the lizards were actually useless against this door. It seemed like this door was also made of special metal. Forget about the rays. Even if two lizards collided with it wildly, it would be useless. I can only rely on Longbetham now. I hope Longbetham can be faster. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He had rolled on the ground just now and bought some time. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. 6 seconds. At this moment, every second felt like a year to Lin Feng. The two lizards approached step by step. The gray rays almost formed a huge net that constantly suppressed Lin Feng's mobility. As for fleeing, how far could Lin Feng run now? Moreover, there were hard walls behind him. There was nowhere to run. I can't just wait for death. Lin Feng knew that he could not avoid these rays, so he stopped running. Swoosh! Lin Feng suddenly stood up and charged towards one of the lizards. 6 spiral forces. He saw that the lingering injuries on the lizard's body from when he used the void bubble. The scales on its body had already fallen off, revealing bloody flesh. Snap! However, before Lin Feng could approach this lizard, the tail of another lizard had already swung out and struck Lin Feng hard. The lizard was simply too strong, far stronger than any of the dire beasts Lin Feng had encountered before. With a lash, Lin Feng was sent flying, and the bones in his body cracked. How miserable! Ever since Lin Feng had reached the 3rd level of metamorphic realm, he had thought that he would never be in such a miserable state, even when facing a demon general. However, he knew now that he was wrong, and absurdly so. What were 80 strands of astral power once astral power was exhausted? He was not much stronger than professional martial artists. And how much use was the physical tempering he had always persevered in? It was even more useless than astral power. Only the various innate abilities he had awakened, especially the undying characteristic, played a huge role. His other innate abilities were just so powerless at this moment. 7 seconds. 8 seconds. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. Lin Feng watched as the lizards approached step by step and opened their bloody mouths. However, there was still no movement from the door. He suddenly laughed. Even though his mouth was filled with blood, he still laughed. I'm really at the end of my rope this time. How long has it been since I've been at the end of my rope? Lin Feng suddenly recalled the last time he entered the underground tunnel outside the North Mountain base and encountered the pangolin beast demons. He had not been in such a sorry state even back then. But now, he was really in a hopeless situation. It was no different from when he was outside Dragonlit City. However, that time, Lin Feng broke the genetic lock and counterattacked in desperation. In the end, he held out until the arrival of the invincible Fist Sage. And this time, what else could he do? There is great terror in life-or-death situations, but also great opportunity. Lin Feng slowly stood up against the wall behind him. His body was already riddled with internal injuries, but he still had the strength to fight. The mental power sphere in Lin Feng's mind was Lin Feng's foundation. When his mental power reached a certain level, it could form a mental storm that swept through all directions. However, that could only be done when one's mental power had reached a certain level. Right now, Lin Feng's mental power was actually still very weak. It could only affect ordinary people slightly. It could not even deal with martial artists with slightly stronger wills. Mental storm. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had no choice. He gritted his teeth, and the mental power sphere in his mind suddenly spun. Chapter 229 Control Room. Chapter 229 Control Room. Buzz! The mental power sphere trembled, and Lin Feng's mental power erupted from his mind like a tide. The invisible mental power was real. Lin Feng's mental power swept towards the two lizards like an actual storm. Boom! The two lizards felt a splitting headache. In an instant, they both went berserk. They even fell to the ground and collided heavily with it, causing the entire ruin to shake. So strong, Lin Feng was a little surprised. He did not expect his mental storm to be so effective. However, his mental storm could not last for too long. In fact, It could only last for a moment. 11 seconds. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. The two lizards roared wildly. How much their heads hurt was evident from the way they smashed into the ground hard. Lin Feng rushed up at once, gathered all his strength, and smashed towards the lizard's wound again. Bang! 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 He struck again and again, yet he could not worsen the wound no matter how hard he tried. 15 seconds. 16 seconds. 17 seconds. When even Lin Feng's head was going a little dizzy and his mental power sphere dimmed, Lin Feng could no longer unleash the mental storm. The two lizards raised their heads again, revealing ferocious and bloodthirsty gazes. Grr. The two lizards were incomparably enraged. One of them charged ruthlessly at Lin Feng with its head. Lin Feng's body was sent flying backward. At the same time, the lizard opened its ravenous maws and tried to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. Lin Feng's entire body was already severely injured. Although his injuries were rapidly recovering from the undying characteristic, there was no time for Lin Feng to recover at all. In particular, overusing the mental power in his mind caused Lin Feng to be on the brink of fainting. Get lost! Lin Feng roared and gathered all the strength in his body again. He stomped hard with his foot and retreated by leveraging on the force of the lizard. Before landing from the air, Lin Feng panted heavily. He had consumed too much energy and was too weary just now. Furthermore, he had overused his mental power and his head was spinning. He was relying entirely on his will to hold out now. The bones and flesh in his body were collapsing. Apart from being shattered by the lizard's tail, the rays used by the lizard were also destroying Lin Feng's body. Destruction and repair. Lin Feng had never sensed the changes in the cells in his body so closely. But now that he was almost at the end of his rope, he could sense the various changes in the cells in his body. Some serious injuries were injuries from being rammed into by the lizard. Actually, it was relatively easy to recover from injuries. However, the lizard's rays contained a strange force that constantly destroyed the various cells in Lin Feng's body. As each cell broke and died, Lin Feng's injuries worsened. However, at the same time, Lin Feng's other cells were constantly dividing to replace those destroyed cells. Lin Feng suddenly felt that he never had a complete understanding of his body. He did not know how his innate abilities were born, be it his strength ability, undying characteristic, armor, petrification technique, or sharp horn. He had never understood his body so clearly as he did when seriously injured today. In the dark, a flash of inspiration seemed to appear in Lin Feng's mind. He wanted to grasp it, but had no clue. What exactly were life transitions? Were they not just the sublimation of life? The evolution of life and the body was their foundation. If one couldn't even understand their own body, how could they evolve and sublimate? Lin Feng suddenly felt that he had taken the wrong path in the past. Or rather, his efforts had been misplaced in the past. There had clearly always been a path before him, yet he had never taken it. If he could survive this time, he would definitely focus on studying his body. Perhaps the second life transition was hidden in his body. But could he survive after sustaining such heavy injuries? Alright, the door is open. Hurry up and go in. Longbitham's urgent voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. The door is open. Lin Feng was a little surprised. It turned out that 20 seconds had already passed unknowingly while he was risking his life just now. Longbitham did not disappoint Lin Feng and opened the door. Rumble. The door of the control room began to open slowly. The lizard in front of Lin Feng had already opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite down hard. Lin Feng suddenly pushed at it with his arm with all his might. Crunch. Lin Feng's arm was bitten off by the lizard. Even injured fingers would hurt, let alone an arm. Lin Feng almost fainted from the pain, especially now that his mental power was exhausted, and he was on the verge of collapse at every moment. However, he cut his losses and sent his arm into the lizard's mouth. Then, using the little time the lizard used to bite off its arm, he stomped on the lizard's head with one leg and quickly leaped towards the door. The door was slowly opening. It was very slow, just enough to accommodate an ordinary person. Lin Feng leaped to the door, rolled forward, and entered through the gap. The two lizards were furious. They roared at the door and even slammed into it with all their might. But the door did not budge at all. It was completely undamaged. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. But the door was still slowly opening. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Lombitham, close the door quickly. It cannot be closed. The door can only be closed after it has been completely opened. By then, they will have already caught up to us. You had better find a place to hide first. In your current state, if they catch up to you, you will definitely die." Lin Feng was indeed on the verge of collapse. He had lost an arm, and his body was riddled with internal injuries. If not for the rapid recovery from his undying characteristic, he would probably be unable to move now. He looked around and realized that there were many devices around. There was a very siffy feel to it. This was indeed the control room. If Lin Feng had the time, he could get Lombitham to try to control the ruins and close the defense mechanism in the ruins. Then, the mission would be complete. He only needed to contact Sage Kang and get the sages to send experts into the ruins. But now, as the door slowly opened, the two lizards were constantly roaring, ready to charge in at any moment. Lin Feng did not have time to stay in the control room at all. "Lombitham, there must be some emergency passages in the control room." "Right. They should be in front. Hurry up and find them. Those things are about to enter." Lin Feng hurriedly walked towards a passageway beside the control room. The passageway led downstairs. As Lin Feng walked, the lights in the passageway lit up. Behind him, Lin Feng heard the footsteps and roars of the two lizards. They were still hot on his heels. Just as Lin Feng was uncertain how long he could hold out for, another door suddenly appeared in front of him. Moreover, the path had already come to an end. There was no more path ahead. Only this door. What should I do? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. There was no more path ahead. And there were two lizards behind him. This time, it seemed like he had really reached a dead end. Chapter 230 Awakening. Quick! Place the communicator in the electronic lock. This door is similar to the door outside. I can open it. There was a trace of urgency in Lombitham's tone as well. It did not want Lin Feng to really die. If that happened, finding another successor would not be so easy. Although Lin Feng's natural talent was not much, he was lucky. Lombitham did not think it was possible to meet someone as lucky as Lin Feng next time. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, it did not want Lin Feng to die. The footsteps in the tunnel approached. Lin Feng hurriedly struggled to place the communicator on the electronic lock. About 2 or 3 seconds after placing it there, the door rumbled and began to open rapidly. "It's open! It's open!" Overjoyed, Lin Feng immediately rolled on the ground and entered the door. He did not even have time to look at the situation inside the door before shouting, "Close the door now!" In the distance, 2 lizards could already be seen chasing after them in a frenzy. However, the door had already begun to close slowly. Boom! As the door closed completely, Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. He could still hear the roars of the 2 lizards outside. They still wanted to destroy the door, but it was completely futile. Lin Feng leaned against the door and sprawled weakly on the ground. He was so tired that he did not even want to open his eyes. His mind was almost in shambles, and his body was sore and weak. All he wanted to do now was to sleep. "Lin Feng, look, what are these?" In his daze, Lin Feng vaguely heard Lombitham's surprised voice. Its tone was filled with excitement. He tried his best to open his eyes, to take a look, but no matter how hard he tried to open his eyes, his vision remained blurry. Thump. Finally, Lin Feng's body went limp. He fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Sage Kang and Sage Yuanyi were personally overseeing a base in the depths of the Outland. This base was no small matter. Metamorphic realm martial artists were commonplace. The true main force was divine realm martial artists. Above divine realm martial artists were meta-divine martial artists. and there were even sages personally presiding over them. This base was not meant to resist those dire beasts, but to conduct close surveillance on the Black Wind Canyon. As one of the 4 forbidden places known to humans, it was very normal for 2 sages to oversee and guard it. Especially there might be a terrifying, greater demon hidden within the Black Wind Canyon. Some time ago, the gathering of the 9 demon emperors in the Black Wind Canyon had already made Sage Kang and Sage Yuani very nervous. Although they had already dispersed, Sage Kang and Sage Yuani still felt that this matter was not that simple. Perhaps there was some secret within the Black Wind Canyon that they did not know about. Once any abnormality occurred, it would be earth-shattering, and even enough to annihilate the entire human civilization. It's been 3 days. Right? Sage Kang suddenly asked. It's been more than 3 days. There's still no news from the communicators, and no movement from the ruins. I'm afraid it bodes ill for them. Sage Yuani heaved a long sigh. In fact, they should not have held such high hopes. How many elites had they sent in the end? Had anyone succeeded? No. Everyone was lost to the ruins, and there was never news of them again. Without a doubt, Lin Feng and the others had most likely failed this time as well. Alas, what a pity. Lin Feng and Grimmin actually both have a chance of becoming Divine Realm martial artists, but they are buried in this ruin now. Do not send anyone into this ruin in the future. I suspect that this ruin and the disaster that erupted in the military 3 days ago were left behind by the same civilization. Sage Kang's expression was solemn. That disaster in the military was a little troublesome. Those overwhelming robots are clearly weapons of war. They are only focused on destruction and killing, and are even more terrifying than dire beast predators. Sage Yuani was a little worried that the military faction would not be able to quell the disaster. It is indeed a disaster, but it may also be a huge opportunity. If we can assimilate those technologies and create the same robots, it will be much easier to deal with dire beasts. The military faction is handling this matter, so it won't spread to the cities for the time being. How despicable. If not for those demon emperors holding us back, any one of us 9 sages can easily resolve that calamity. Sage Yuani was somewhat unwilling to accept the situation. The reason why the 9 sages were overseeing the depths of the Outland was actually to intimidate the demon emperors. Those demon emperors were also extremely cunning. Once the sages left, they may leave. If they reached the heartland of humanity, even if the demon emperors could eventually be dispelled, they would still pose a devastating blow to humanity. It would be a complete calamity. With the 3 calamities brought by the previous 3 demon emperors in mind, the 9 sages did not dare to leave lightly. Let's wait. I hope Dongfang Xing won't let us down. If a new sage emerges, our situation will be much better. Sage Kang looked at the electronic screen and closed his eyes. Humans were plagued by disasters. Sages like themselves knew very well that although human society seemed to be flourishing, it was walking a tightrope. All it took was a little carelessness for it to be destroyed. They were under immense pressure at all times. As for Lin Feng and the others in the ruins, Sage Kang and Sage Yuani no longer held much hope. Lin Feng seemed to have fallen into darkness in a daze. Gradually, he woke up and regained consciousness. Where am I? Lin Feng shouted loudly, but there was no response. He could not seem to use his mental power, and could not sense his astral power at all. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a huge tumor in front of him. It was almost as huge as a mountain. There were some detailed and clear patterns on it. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that there was a faint force flowing along these patterns, and gradually overflowing out of them. This is... Lin Feng's mouth fell open. He realized that this huge tumor was actually slowly splitting into another huge tumor. It was transforming through innumerable complicated patterns and countless forces. Finally, it split into another tumor which was identical. There was no difference at all. Division. An idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He seemed to have grasped something, but he also felt that something was missing. Then, Lin Feng stayed beside the tumor for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lin Feng seemed tireless as he stared intently at the tumors. These tumors were almost translucent. From the outside, one could see that some things were constantly flowing inside. Only after complicated transformations could a new tumor finally grow from division. The cycle repeated and division continued, as if without end. Somehow, Lin Feng seemed to have a new understanding. Lin Feng, wake up. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to hear someone calling him. The surrounding darkness disappeared at once, and the world spun. He could not help but fight to open his eyes. Chapter 231 Energy Factory. Chapter 231 Energy Factory. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked around, but did not find anyone beside him. Lin Feng, you are finally awake. I thought you would never wake up again. The one who spoke was Longbitham. Its voice appeared directly in Lin Feng's mind. How long was I asleep? It has been 3 days. So, we've been in this ruin for more than 3 days. Longbitham did not answer. But Lin Feng knew very well that after 3 days, even Sage Kang and Sage Yuanyi had probably lost hope. In them, he did not know if anything had happened to Grimmen, Fu Lin, and Darden. However, even if something had happened, there was nothing Lin Feng could do. He could barely protect himself now. Lin Feng checked his mental power. The mental power sphere in his mind had undergone self-recovery during the 3 days. In fact, he had already recovered a certain amount of mental power and did not feel dizzy anymore. As for the injuries on his body, the undying characteristic was really miraculous. After 3 days, all the injuries on his body had recovered. There wasn't even a scar. It was as if he had never experienced that intense battle at all. I wonder if the lizards outside have left. If I go out now, will I encounter the lizards again? Lin Feng still wanted to go out. If he could take over the control room, the mission would be complete. Lin Feng, do not even think about leaving. This ruin must be a research institute, and the defense mechanism of the research institute has already been activated. Those biomodified beasts are actually the defense mechanism. They will not disappear before killing all the invaders. Once you leave this place, no one can guarantee that you would be still that lucky. Then what should I do? Am I trapped here until I die? Hearing Longbitham's words, Lin Feng was also a little anxious. He couldn't possibly hide here forever. Reiki was a metamorphic realm martial artist, and could actually survive without food for a month or 2. However, if this went on for too long, he would not be able to hold out either. He might even starve to death. It would be a rare occasion indeed for a metamorphic realm martial artist to starve to death. Lin Feng, have you never thought of undergoing a second life transition and defeating those lizards? Although those lizards are biomodified beasts, they are just for show. Once you undergo the second life transition and master the combat body, forget about those 3 lizards. Even 30 of them will not be enough of a match for you. Longbitham's tone was filled with disdain. In fact, neither those biomodified beasts nor the demons of this world impressed Longbitham. Even the combat power of sages was nothing in Longbitham's eyes. This was because be it demons, biomodified beasts, or sages, none of them had cultivated the combat body. A second life transition I'd like to, but it's too difficult. I don't even have a clue now. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Actually, it wasn't that he had no clue at all. Previously, when he was on the verge of death, he had discovered the mysteries of the human body. They were simply profound. If he could continue to study the mysteries of the human body, there was a high chance that he could undergo a second life transition. However, while a life transition might still be manageable, cultivating the combat body required a huge amount of energy. Longbitham, didn't you say that cultivating a combat body through life transition requires a huge amount of energy? I'm trapped here. Now, where can I find energy? Lin Feng remembered very well that, as Longbitham had said on multiple occasions, condensing the combat body required massive energy. It was definitely not a small amount. Even if Lin Feng used 20 merit value to purchase energy, it might not be enough. It was already very difficult to obtain a large amount of energy outside, let alone when he was still trapped in this ruin. Who said that you cannot obtain energy here? Take a closer look at what this place is. Longbotham's words surprised Lin Feng. He slowly stood up and looked around carefully for the first time. Initially, he thought that this was just a small hut. However, on closer inspection, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. This was not a small hut at all. It was practically a huge factory. Yes, it was a factory, and a factory building. The space was incomparably huge. Looking up, it was at least hundreds of meters tall, or even taller. There were scattered lights on the ceiling, like the night sky, and a few huge pipes connecting them. Below were some complicated equipment, as well as some production lines and the like. Ding! Suddenly, a sparkling crystal seemed to have fallen from the pipe. It was transported to a small hut by the conveyor belt and piled up. What is this place? This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a place like this. There was clearly no one, but it was still operating. This is a production line for energy modules. Or rather, an energy factory. To put it simply, the researchers of the 7th civilization converted the star power in the sky into substantial energy modules before storing them. This conversion system should operate automatically, and the energy consumed is also replenished by the energy modules. Therefore, in theory, as long as the conversion system is not damaged, this system can keep operating. You mean that a lot of energy might have been accumulated in this energy factory? Lin Feng understood somewhat now. That is right. There are many warehouses there. You can take a look. Lin Feng followed Longbotham's instructions and opened a warehouse. It was sparkling everywhere inside. It turned out that it was already filled with a large amount of energy modules. Then, there was the second warehouse, the third warehouse, and the fourth warehouse. Without exception, all of them were full. The energy modules currently converted were piled up in the fifth warehouse, and more than half of the warehouse had already been filled. How miraculous! They can actually convert star power into physical energy modules. It's just incredible. Lin Feng was very surprised. Currently, human technology did not have much research on astral power. It was only seen as a miraculous power that could be absorbed, transformed, and cultivated continuously by metamorphic realm martial artists. But in reality, in terms of utilization rate, the current human civilization was far inferior to the 7th civilization. There is nothing incredible about it. This is the correct way to use star power. Your so-called martial artists in the present are actually cultivating star power. It is simply ridiculous. Even the astral power in the body of your divine realm martial artist is only equivalent to dozens or hundreds of energy modules. How much can that be worth? Lin Feng was silent for a while before asking, what's the use of these energy modules? They are very useful. For example, for this 7th civilization, all their terrifying weapons required large amounts of energy modules to operate. Also, spaceships need energy modules too. More importantly, they're biomodified beasts. Be it rats you encountered previously or lizards you encountered later, all of them actually need energy modules to support their movements. Do you understand now? The so-called astral power is actually just a form of energy. Looking at the mountain of energy modules in front of him, and then at the conversion system and production line that were still automatically converting the energy modules, Lin Feng's heart was already in turmoil. Chapter 232 Cell Division. Chapter 232 Cell Division. Lin Feng was so shocked that he even fell silent. How could he not understand now humanity's way of martial arts had actually taken the wrong path? Human civilization had also taken the wrong path at the present. Astral power was indeed worth studying, but it was not about cultivating astral power. Instead, star power should be converted into energy modules and produced constantly. Weren't the defensive weapons in this ruin capable of threatening even sages? Just by relying on the accumulation of a large amount of energy modules. With infinite energy, killing a sage would be nothing. This was also the advantage of technological civilizations in the universe. Some technological civilizations could even deal with great life forms at the galactic level. Lin Feng. This much energy is enough for you to cultivate the combat body when completing your second life transition, of course. The prerequisite is that you can undergo the second life transition. According to your cultivation system, it should be breaking the genetic lock for the second time. That's right. This many energy modules was enough for Lin Feng to condense any kind of combat body. But the prerequisite was that he could undergo a second life transition. However, how could a second life transition be so easy? It had only been a year since Lin Feng broke the genetic lock. Breaking the genetic lock again and undergoing a second life transition in a year was too fast. Even Lin Feng himself was not confident. Moreover, Lin Feng only had a slight idea of direction now, and did not even have a hint of certainty. However, if he did not stay here and work hard to undergo a second life transition, he would be courting death if he went out. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lin Feng was about to take the risk and give it a try, the footsteps of two more lizards came from outside the door again. There was a faint roar. It seemed like these two lizards were determined to take Lin Feng down. They would not leave until Lin Feng was dead. This also completely dispelled Lin Feng's intention to take the risk. In that case, he might as well focus on researching the problem of the second life transition in this energy factory. Perhaps he could still gain something? Moreover, Lin Feng had already found a direction previously. Lin Feng's direction was also very simple. It was to study the body. Ever since Lin Feng broke the genetic lock, he seemed to have gone astray. He was only focused on fusing the genes of dire beasts or cultivating astral power, and did not study his own body properly at all. Especially now that Lin Feng had strong mental power. His mental power could seep into his body and observe every slight change in his body in detail. Lin Feng had various innate abilities, such as the strength ability, armor ability, petrification ability, sharp horn ability, and the undying characteristic. These various talents were actually abilities unleashed from the depths of genes. Lin Feng was currently using these talents as the foundation to observe the changes in his body, in an attempt to understand the mysteries of the human body. Seeing that Lin Feng was immersed in comprehension, Longbottom did not disturb Lin Feng. In reality, it did not think much of Lin Feng either. However, if it forced Lin Feng now, he might be able to obtain unexpected gains. Armor. Lin Feng used his armor ability. He saw it clearly. The cells began to release a strange energy in a unique manner, before forming a protective layer on the surface of the cells. This was armor. Petrification technique. Lin Feng used the petrification technique. They were both defensive talents, but the principles within his body were completely different. This petrification technique seemed to be in strengthening ability within his cells. By strengthening the cells, the petrification technique could be formed to strengthen the body. Sharp horn. Lin Feng continued to observe the sharp horn and realized that it still arose from a change in the cells. These cells began to transform on their own, gradually forming a special kind of cells that were different from other cells. They were like hedgehogs, possessing terrifying, offensive power. Lin Feng focused on studying the increments in strength. When he used his strength ability, his entire body would erupt with a powerful force. When he observed the cells, he realized that the cells expanded in an instant, becoming about twice, or even thrice the size of other cells. The human body was composed of countless cells. The cells constantly divided, metabolized, and maintained the activities of the human body, be it strength ability, armor ability, sharp horn, or so on. They all came from changes at the cellular level. As for deeper levels, such as the interior of the cells, genes, and so on, Lin Feng did not have the ability to study them yet. After observing so many abilities, there was actually one last one, which was also Lin Feng's most important ability, the undying characteristic. Thump. Lin Feng used his nails to scratch his fingers with all his might. Blood immediately dripped to the ground. This bit of pain was insignificant to Lin Feng. Not caring about the injury, He immediately used his mental power to inspect the wound. At the location of the wound, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the cells were rapidly dividing at a speed 10 or even dozens of times faster than usual, replacing the dead and damaged cells. This shocked Lin Feng. Normally, cells would divide constantly with metabolism, but the speed was relatively slow, and there was always a limit. However, his undying characteristic could actually increase the speed of cell division by 10 or even dozens of times in an instant. This was the only way for Lin Feng to recover quickly, no matter how severe his injuries. This was the undying characteristic. An idea seemed to flash through Lin Feng's mind. He wanted to grasp it, but he felt that something was still missing. At this moment, he closed his eyes and carefully recalled the undying characteristic he had observed just now, and the constant division of his cells. Cells could divide, but there had to be something supporting them. What was supporting them to divide so quickly? Lin Feng even recalled the huge, mountain-like tumors that he saw in the darkness when he was asleep before. There were extremely clear patterns on those tumors. Through various complicated transformations, they finally split into another tumor. He carefully compared the scene to cell division again. Wasn't that cell division? Could those tumors be cells? Lin Feng was shocked. At the same time, the fog in his mind seemed to be blown away bit by bit. His mind became clearer and clearer, as if he had discovered some mystery about his body. Cells divide constantly. If I could control the division of the cells with my consciousness, what would happen? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Moreover, as soon as this thought appeared, he felt that it could not be restrained, and could no longer be dispelled. This was incomparably insane and bold. He could not wait to try it. As for the danger, the unknown, Lin Feng did not care at all. It was as if he had understood the mystery of the body, and could not wait to try it out immediately. At this moment, Lin Feng mobilized the massive mental power in his body. He did not plan on controlling all the cells in his body to divide, but wanted to control a single cell. This kind of attempt was nothing short of bold and insane. But Lin Feng was like a drowning man who wanted to hold on to the last straw. No one could stop him. Divide, Lin Feng growled. His massive mental power immediately seized control over a cell and began to divide it. Chapter 233 Devouring Energy. Chapter 233 Devouring Energy. Lin Feng had never tried to control the division of a cell before, but he was already attempting now. Gathering his massive mental power, he controlled a cell tightly like a heavy hammer. Divide. How tiny was a cell? Even a speck of dust was much larger than a cell. Lin Feng's mental power controlled the cell division with almost no difficulty. Thus, the cell divided. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. Lin Feng was only controlling a single cell. But now, a large number of cells were dividing madly, and expanding exponentially. If it were a single cell, Lin Feng would not be exerting any effort at all. In fact, it would be very easy. Then, 2, 4, 8, 16, and even the tens of thousands of cells would be somewhat difficult for Lin Feng. And what would happen with so many cells dividing? Lin Feng was dividing a normal cell in his palm. As the cell continued to divide, Lin Feng felt as if his palm was tearing apart. It was growing rapidly at a visible speed. This situation was just too bizarre. But as his cells divided, Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had found the direction. Wasn't this how life transitions happened? So the method of life transition has always been hidden in my body. Lin Feng did not know if this was how other people underwent life transitions, but he had gotten the inspiration from the undying characteristic. Then, he carefully studied his body and finally thought of a way to divide cells to complete the second life transition. His cells divided countless times, but nothing untoward happened. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He had to undergo a second life transition, become a divine realm martial artist, and cultivate the combat body to resolve the current crisis. Hence, Lin Feng mobilized all his mental power and enveloped all the cells in his body. Divide. Boom! The billions of cells in Lin Feng's body seemed to be shaking and cheering. Lin Feng's mental power immediately felt some pressure. But it was only some pressure. After all, Lin Feng's mental power sphere had already undergone a metamorphosis and reached the second level of the Bowman mental guidance technique. If not for his formidable mental power, Lin Feng's method of life transition would be impossible. The transition is actually beginning, but this kind of transition method is really unheard of. Longbitham was also paying close attention to Lin Feng. As a mechanical life form, it had seen many life transitions of experts, even those with 3 or 4 life transitions. In reality, every lifeform underwent life transition in a different way. There was no specific way for a life transition. Some lifeforms underwent life transition for no reason, while some lifeforms required some stimulation to complete a life transition. Some lives focused on studying the body, thereby attaining life transitions. Lin Feng also underwent life transition by studying his own body. However, Lin Feng used a method of cell division to undergo life transitions. What would this lead to? This would cause Lin Feng to need a large amount of energy, even more than other lifeforms' life transitions. As his cells continued to divide, the more energy Lin Feng needed, the stronger the combat body he condensed would be. The combat bodies were basically all about the same. There were various different focuses, but even the same type of combat body were divided into inferior and superior ones. This was actually based on the method of life transition. Lin Feng's method of life transition was undoubtedly the most suitable method for battle. The combat body he condensed would also be the most suitable for battle. This was relatively rare even in the universe. Longbitham observed Lin Feng's life transition carefully. It did not disturb Lin Feng. At a time like this, Lin Feng could not be disturbed by anyone. Otherwise, all his efforts might be in vain. As the cells continued to divide, Lin Feng's body continued to expand. However, cell division required a huge amount of energy. Where would the energy come from? Some of the energy in Lin Feng's body, in addition to some astral power that had automatically recovered within 3 days, was converted into energy for his cells and disappeared without a trace. But how could this little energy be enough? Lin Feng felt that his entire body was very famished. This hunger was transmitted from the depths of his cells. It was as if Lin Feng's entire body was hungry. At this moment, no matter how much food there was, he could consume all of it. In reality, ever since Lin Feng broke the genetic lock for the first time, he had rarely experienced such hunger. He did not expect to be so hungry now. Quick! Go to the first warehouse. There are a large number of energy modules there. Lin Feng, remember to condense the combat body, and cultivate the combat body that you think is most suitable. Longbitham's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. This also reminded Lin Feng that he was undergoing a life transition. The amount of energy required for cell division in particular would be incredibly massive. Coincidentally, this was an energy factory left behind by the 7th civilization. Moreover, the energy from the energy modules, accumulated over the years, was already an astronomical figure. No matter how much energy Lin Feng needed, he could find it here. Hence, Lin Feng did not hesitate anymore. He immediately rushed into the first warehouse. Many energy modules were piled up in the warehouse. In Lin Feng's eyes, these energy modules were simply the most delicious things in the world. He entered the warehouse directly. He only needed to press his hand on these energy modules to absorb a large amount of energy from them. Good. Good. What abundant energy. Lin Feng was so comfortable that he even moaned. A large amount of energy surged into Lin Feng's body, and the speed of cell division in his body increased exponentially in an instant. Lin Feng's body began to expand. The clothes on his body could no longer hold out. With a ripping sound, his clothes tore apart. Lin Feng's shoes were also broke at once. At this moment, Lin Feng was already naked. His naked body was devouring energy like a whale guzzling water. The energy modules in the huge warehouse were actually shrinking at a visible rate. It was enough to show how much energy Lin Feng was absorbing. Of course, in the process of constant cell division, Lin Feng did not forget to cultivate the combat body. The combat body guidance technique stated that one had to use powerful mental power to guide the cells to restructure during the life transition, and finally cultivate the combat body. Right now, Lin Feng's cells were constantly dividing. Lin Feng no longer needed to guide them with his mental power. They were still dividing automatically, and at a very fast speed. The various combat bodies in the combat body guidance technique immediately appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Almost every combat body was firmly imprinted in Lin Feng's memory. Right now, Lin Feng needed to choose a combat body. Every one of these combat bodies had a focus. There was no such thing as the strongest combat body, only the most suitable one. Hence, Lin Feng had to choose a combat body that was most suitable for him. Chapter 234 Title Combat Body. Chapter 234 Title Combat Body. There were dozens of constitutions in Lin Feng's mind. They were all painstakingly collected by Imminent, and some were even created by Imminent himself. There was no such thing as the strongest combat body, only the most suitable one. Lin Feng remembered this sentence firmly. What kind of combat body was the most suitable for him? Lin Feng was also pondering. He was undergoing a life transition through cell division. Cell division could increase strength, restorative ability, and so on. Then, only a combat body focusing on these aspects would be more suitable for him. Soon, Lin Feng discovered a type of combat body called the tidal combat body. This kind of constitution was created by a great galactic life form when witnessing cosmic catastrophes. The wave after wave of cosmic catastrophe were infinite as surging tides. Hence, this kind of constitution had extremely strong defense. Its focus was defense. When attacking this combat body, it could only be destroyed by breaking it in one go. Otherwise, it would recover extremely quickly, and was very difficult to kill. Of course, this kind of combat body also had very powerful strength. Coupled with his own characteristics, Lin Feng felt that the tidal combat body was actually very suitable for him. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hesitate any longer and chose the tidal combat body. Details of the tidal combat body naturally appeared in his mind. Hence, Lin Feng began to guide the cells in his body to restructure constantly, arranging and reorganizing them according to the tidal combat body. This was a long process. Every time his cells divided and restructured, Lin Feng needed to use his mental power to guide them accurately. Hence, he needed extremely strong mental power. If Lin Feng was still at the first level of the mental guidance technique, he would not be able to successfully condense the tidal combat body at all. As Lin Feng began to condense the tidal combat body, his body also expanded further, and it expanded very regularly. Every time his cells were restructured, his body would expand once. Originally, Lin Feng was only about over a meter tall. However, as his cells continued to divide and reorganize, and with the support of a large amount of energy, his body also began to expand rapidly. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng expanded several times, turning into a small giant. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusory body. It was a real body, filled with terrifying power. Almost every time it expanded, Lin Feng's strength soared explosively. Yes, soaring. Lin Feng felt that his strength was soaring at this moment. Originally, Lin Feng had more than 80 strands of astral power, which could theoretically unleash about 320 tons of strength. Of course, that was only theoretical. For an ordinary metamorphic realm martial artist, unleashing 999 strands of astral power was already slightly unbearable for their body, let alone over 80 strands of astral power in Lin Feng. If it really erupted, even Lin Feng's body probably would not be able to withstand it. However, with the strength of Lin Feng's body and the eruption of astral power, in terms of raw strength, it should not be a problem for him to exceed 10 tons of strength, or even reach tens of thousands of tons of strength. Now, There was no longer any astral power in Lin Feng's body. All the astral power had been absorbed by his combat body as energy. His cells kept dividing and restructuring, and his body kept expanding. Although he had no astral power, Lin Feng's strength increased explosively. 50,000 tons. 100,000 tons. 150,000 tons. Divine realm experts were not evaluated by their strength. For instance, could the void bubble be measured by strength? However, when strength reached a certain level, it was definitely a standard of evaluation. As Lin Feng's body expanded rapidly, his strength also increased rapidly. In the end, even Lin Feng himself could no longer calculate how strong he was. When Lin Feng's body reached 10 meters, he already collided with the roof of a warehouse. However, Lin Feng's body did not stop expanding. Instead, it continued to expand and grow. 11 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's body had grown to a height of 20 meters. Moreover, it still showed no signs of stopping and continued to grow. This was what the combat body was. Under normal circumstances, the combat body from the first life transition was only about 10 meters in size. Lin Feng had already missed the first life transition, but he did not miss the second life transition. He seized the opportunity. In the second life transition, a combat body could generally reach over 100 meters, or even hundreds of meters, depending on the way a life form underwent life transition and the combat body it condensed. The height it could grow to in the end would actually differ. Lin Feng did not know how tall he could grow in the end, and he was not in the mood to think about it now. All his energy was focused on condensing his combat body. The tidal combat body began to take shape slowly, and the speed far exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. This was because the combat body guidance technique made calculations according to the speed of ordinary life transitions. But Lin Feng's method of life transition was cell division. The speed at which cells divided and condensed the combat body was simply astonishing. Of course, the energy consumed was also very shocking. When Lin Feng's combat body reached 40 meters, the energy in the first warehouse had already been exhausted. Forget about 20. The merit value. Such a huge amount of energy required was impossible to purchase even with 200. Merit value. Lin Feng was even a little glad that he had come to this ruin and found the energy factory. Otherwise, even with his life transition, the energy required to cultivate the tidal combat body would be extremely troublesome. If the cultivation of the combat body failed in the end due to a lack of energy, it would really be too late for regrets. Taking advantage of the fact that he had sufficient energy in the energy factory this time, Lin Feng decisively condensed the tidal combat body to its peak state. Hence, his 40-meter-tall body easily demolished the first warehouse with a single smack. When he arrived at the second warehouse, Lin Feng gave the second warehouse another smack and easily dismantled it. The energy modules that were piled up in the warehouse immediately scattered all over the ground. Lin Feng took a deep breath and absorbed the large amount of energy modules on the ground like a whale quaffing water. Thus, his body continued to grow. 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters. At 80 meters, Lin Feng's body was already too huge. Like a prehistoric behemoth, the energy modules in the second warehouse were devoured, followed by the third warehouse. 90 meters, 100 meters, 110 meters, 120 meters. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng came to the fourth warehouse. 130 meters, 140 meters, 150 meters, 160 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's body had already grown to 160 meters. Fortunately, in order to attract star power, the roof of the energy factory was very, very tall, reaching hundreds of meters. Moreover, the place was very spacious, enough to accommodate Lin Feng's current terrifying combat body. There was still the fifth warehouse. Lin Feng went on to the fifth warehouse, which was still more than half filled with energy modules. 170 meters, 180 meters. 190 meters. When Lin Feng's tidal combat body reached 190 meters, the speed at which it condensed clearly slowed down. Moreover, Lin Feng had a vague feeling of being very full. He knew that it was basically almost at the limit, but he did not give up and continued to condense. 195 meters. 198 meters. 200 meters. Finally, when the tidal combat body reached 200 meters, Lin Feng stopped. He had a feeling of perfection, as if his current combat body had reached its most perfect state. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.